start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, been drowned out by the night. Now we lost out here, I'm just blinded by the light. 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 I'm just blinded by the light.
Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall, I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope, the hope that you make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be?
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Boom faster than the sun over horizon. Can't sit all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Boom faster than the sun over horizon. Can't sit all to feel alive. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Boom faster than the sun over all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Baby, all I need
little secret, my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shining ashes call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret, you're my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips. Shining ashes call me to explore. Every bit of your heart,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. We're just about ready to get into our second set of games here, looking at week number 8, our second set of inter-conference play here in the LPL. You can see it's Chaogu getting ready for their games today. Later on against their opponents, NewBee, the grand rivalry returns. It's a chance to take a look at round number 2 between Doinby with his fantastic sweaters. You really got to wonder, where does he keep getting all of this fantastical clothing, and how can we try to incorporate more of that into these games? But again, my name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk today is going to be Zach Rusty Pie and Parento Raz Mohammed. Tell me, do any of your sweaters look anywhere near as cool as Doinby's?
He even has sweater pants.
Yeah,
Raz. That's
I was
all.
about to
It's
say.
impossible to have better sweaters than Doinby.
Grandma sweater pants. This guy is ridiculous.
Yeah, do you think he just knits them himself, or does he just have hordes of fans to prepare him sweaters, and he gets to pick and choose?
I wouldn't even be surprised. I just wouldn't be surprised if the man just was a knitting god.
Yeah.
Maybe. Can't say I've asked the question, Dom. So
He's
maybe next interview we ask.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he does have crazy APM, so you got to imagine those knitting skills are something crazy, something to be feared with. Anyways, before we get into today's games, let's actually take a look at some of our matches from yesterday. First up, we got the chance to look at RNG. And the big question for them coming back into their regular group play is, are they back in form? Are they back at 100%? Well, a quick 2-0 says yes.
Yes and no, interestingly enough, right? So MLXG comes back to the team. We're like, yeah, this is definitely a positive for RNG. They look really good, and then suddenly Uzi's not there.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder, can they even perform against LGD? Well, they won in about 50 minutes total. That's how cleanly they actually got the victories. And there is a lot of positives to praise for RNG by being able to do this without RNG, but I don't know what they are just yet.
That's the big point, because them not having MLXG up until this very week, and then now they're not having Uzi for the week itself. I guess it's a good example of how the newer members of Let Me and Ming are really performing for the team without the main members. Xiaohu is performing incredibly well without them in form with the whole roster. So that only speaks to like great points for them going into the playoffs.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on their performance. Another team that has also got to be looking towards playoffs is LGD, their opponents. They are running out of sand in the hourglass. And Frostgaren, you're running out of time.
Yeah, so is the day of Frostgaren's live. She's just not looking good. It really isn't. LGD, they're becoming more creative. Like the Twitch picks are coming out more, but that's not going to come into wins. They're just not looking good as a team.
Yep, LGD, I haven't got a lot of positives to speak towards them after losing to an RNG without Uzi. They're very much an imp-centric team, but they don't let him carry. They don't even protect him. Their communication, no idea where it is. LGD have a lot of work to do to climb up that ladder to the playoffs.
Yeah, well, they certainly have got their work ahead of them. Another team that is, in fact, making the climb towards the playoffs is Invictus Gaming. They actually took a win over IME yesterday, and they demonstrated that they can carry from more than just mid and top lane. We got to see Kid pop off.
Yeah, Kid did incredibly well. He has those moments on his team. Like his Elise pick did wonders. We saw him in week 1 when he came out with the Rengar pick and just slaughtered people. So when he does show up, you can see the third carry on the team. So I want to see more of that. He has the experience, but if he can showcase the play consistently, then IG looks to be an incredible team going into playoffs.
That's the beauty of Invictus Gaming for me, because Duke and Rookie always seem to be good, at the very least, at laning, and having Kid to be a third influencer on the map is what's able to garner these victories for the team, whereas if you contrast that to IME, they do have a really good jungler, but it was a lot of cheese between both of these teams that actually determined the victory last night. And so really what I take from that is I may have a lot of potential. They're still ramping up, and they're still getting better as the season goes on, especially with Jin Jiao starting to show up as well.
Yeah, I mean, IME are one of the hardest working teams, and Rusty, you said yourself, they look like a playoffs team, not that they're in playoffs, but that they're ramping up towards it.
Exactly, and you feel like every time you watch them play in the LPL, they actually hit their stride towards the end of the split. They are hardworking, as you mentioned. They know to scrim the most, work the hardest, just generally behind the scenes to get those victories. And they do have the capabilities, once again, as they're ramping up and integrating their jungler, to be a force towards the end of the split.
Yeah, Flawless really showcased a lot of early game strength. That's something that we wanted to see from IME. They were great in the mid to late game, especially the late game. But now that Flawless is showcasing that he can be an incredibly smart jungler in the early game of the point, and then Athena has just been stepping up in time and time again. So they can look like I was just about to go for the Flawless, but I'm going to double down. They can look flawless going into playoffs. So I want to see how that looks.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them, though. It's still going to be close. Let's actually take a look at the standings and see where they currently are. I'm at 6-6 right now in third place, just barely clear. They have already played IG, which means they have to play RNG, OMG, and Snake. But today, we're going to be looking towards Group B, where your eyes should be on the middle of the pack. Game Talents and NewBee, the battle for fourth place. Both of these teams are playing today.
Yeah, we get to see Vici later on because they're in the squad as well, the three teams that are really battling for fourth place. But Game Talent's going up against EDG later on tonight. But of course, the focus is NewBee going up against Xiaogu because NewBee, last time we saw them go up against Xiaogu, they took it 2-1. So it's a very real possibility they take this set. And so that's going to be a big clash.
Yeah, definitely. And it all has pretty strong standings implications, right? So if Game Talents manage to upset EDG, who are going down and they're potentially just plateauing, we could actually find ourselves a bit more confused with those standings. The battle for fourth could be just the battle for playoffs somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, that was what we were talking about earlier. If NewBee win here and Game Talents win as well, we start looking at this group like, what's going on? Xiaogu came in and they looked like, great, they're the second place team. Okay, maybe they're the third place team. WE have gotten better since week 1. EDG now seem to be slipping down as well. It's just slowly but surely descending into chaos.
That's the thing, is that NewBee have been punching above their weights. They consistently showcasing that they can take a game at the very least against teams that are higher than them in the standings. Xiaogu have showcased themselves to be just very solidified at third place. They will lose to teams above them like IG, just get stomped by them. Sure, it went to 3 games, but it were very convincing 2 games for IG. So we'll have to see how it goes because it may be NewBee can do the same up against Xiaogu tonight.
Yeah, I mean, even in their play against EDG, they were the first team to really get a solid 2-0 against Edward Gaming. But here you can see on your screen the rematch between old friends turned rivals, hashtag Team Swift and hashtag Team Doinby, as old Xiaogu plays against the new Xiaogu.
Yep, you may have heard the story a few times now, the second time they're facing each other. Last time we actually watched them compete, it was NewBee that came out on top, but a very strong identity surrounds QG, and that is Doinby, the former NewBee member, and it's bad blood with which he left NewBee to make his own team and come back up. So having lost the first time they met, competing a second time, he's going to be very hungry, perhaps more so than the last, to take this victory.
Yeah, and speaking about hunger, NewBee are definitely hungry to take this set. Even though they won the first time round, NewBee are in a worse position in the standings. They need to take these wins now more than ever to be able to get into 4th spot as we look into the roster.
Yeah, we're running through right quick. You can see it's Kabe, Clid, Doinby, and splitting up the duo, Alone and Cloud instead of Alone and Ali, and no Candy 7 and Cloud, so finally getting some variety. Their opponents on the other side, NewBee, Sky back in the top lane, along with Swift, Coco in the mid lane, LWX, and more in the bottom.
And this is a big one, Coco in the mid lane, because NewBee's success has come off the back of Cool's incredible play in the past few weeks. So the fact that they're putting in Coco is a big question mark because Cool has been 1v9ing lately.
Yeah, no, he's legitimately been hard carrying. But not only that, and this is where I am curious to see how this plays out, Swift has been ganking for Cool. Swift has notoriously been an invade-heavy or selfish jungler player that now is working around someone else.
Yeah.
And that's very weird for him in the first place, but now he's going to be trying it again with Coco. So my question is, does the style change back to Swift-centric? Does he focus on himself again? Or does he continue to camp and gank for Coco to actually get the 2v2 going again? Because that was where they really did look good, NewBee, letting Cool 1v9 by empowering him.
Yeah, it raises an excellent question for what do we expect NewBee to be trying now that they're bringing Coco back in. Last time we saw him was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so here's the thing. They brought him in 2 weeks ago up against OMG for the first game. It's going to be the same situation now. Perhaps it's just a buffer zone. If they win this game, they keep him on because he hasn't been around for a good while, and he had performed well last we saw him. So if it doesn't work out well, then you bring out Coco. So it's good to have the buffer zone to be able to try out that player. So I want to see how it is. It is still curious because Cool has been racking up these MVPs.
Yeah, is there a chance that Xiaogu could be trying to play with that buffer zone as well by using the alternate bottom lane instead of the Team A or the Team B? Or I guess the Team A and the Team C.
Yeah.
Candy 7 and Cloud.
I think bringing Cloud in as a different champion of choice as well in the meta, especially for NewBee, will start to shift back to the Brahms and back to the tanks. And there's a chance, Cloud playing Bard, very good in the tanks, things like that, individually very good player and very good at roaming around. Whereas Ali is known much more for the shot calling and being able to communicate with Doinby. And the difference here to me is just going to be more laning priority, honestly, between them. where if Cloud can win lane with Alone, more notoriously bad at laning phase,
Yeah.
and LWX is just a bit of a bully, I think it's going to go very bad for NewBee if QG's bottom lane shows up, and that's ultimately the difference.
Okay, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Of course, most folks will have their attention towards the mid lane, that mid-jungle / jungle mid interaction. And it's amazing how they're the same words, but when you swap them in order, the context is completely different. Because with Xiaogu, it's about mid and jungle. It's about NewBee and, I was about to say, Swift. I actually wrote Swift in my notes. I was even
Clid.
thinking about, Clid.
Yeah, there we go.
NewBee and Clid versus NewBee, where it is just Swift and Coco. Completely different priorities.
Yep, the big thing with QG, as you mentioned, mid before jungle, NewBee is the center of the team. He's the heart and soul of the identity of QG, and Clid still makes it play like that. He does a lot of damage for his team. He plays a lot of creative and unique champions, and does the majority of the grunt work for them in terms of just how he's able to help win games.
I want to see how Swift is playing around Coco. I know we all want to see that, but he has been changing towards playing around Cool. Is it going to be the same with Coco, or does he revert towards that style? How is the relationship between the two in the mid lane? Because, of course, you always want to question the synergy between the two, especially since we haven't seen this man on the screen quite some time.
When you highlight it as well, though, if you're playing against someone who's going to be mid-focused in QG, perhaps it is better for Swift to play around Coco and actually snowball that lane. If they win the 2v2s by focusing mid and NewBee is behind, that's where QG tend to start losing maps.
We got to be careful with all of these highlights. By the time we get to the end of this block, we're going to have the whole page hot neon yellow. Because there's really a lot to watch in this game.
That's like a finals textbook. Everyone, You just
Exactly.
highlight everything. It's like, wait a minute, they're all important.
Just take notes.
Yeah.
Nope. Or just pop open the highlighter and dump the page.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting into this, it's going to be pretty exciting. We are now getting ready for Champion Select. Raz, who's your money on?
I think it's going to be NewBee. NewBee's been showing really well. Coco, I don't think he's going to be the biggest point that changes the dynamic of this team. I could be wrong, but I never am.
Well, except
Yes,
for
you are.
that one time or the other time. And alrighty, we'll see. Check in with Raz later. Thank you so much for your expert analysis. As we load into picks and bans, you can already see Karma banned away against NewBee. No surprise to see that stricken. Looks like Elise and Graves are targeted towards Swift, along with Rumble taken away from Sky in the top lane. So Xiaogu, they've got their priorities straight. Looks like NewBee are following a similar pattern.
We are noting as well that Elise has cropped up to be the #1 jungler of choice in the LPL for probably the whole last week and the start of this one. And Graves taken away with it, very specific to Swift, both of these bans, wanting to make the jungler of NewBee have a hard time with his champion of choice. And with QG on blue side, perhaps that Rengar first pick now crops up to be a big deal. And that's,
Yeah, there goes the Rengar.
got him.
Excellent analysis,
Which
Rusty.
means Lulu, am I
Yeah.
right? I better be.
It certainly could be. I mean, that would enable Cloud, or they could just first pick for Kabe.
God damn it.
There is so much priority on putting Kabe on something big. They're actually passing over the Shen to give him Nautilus.
And it's a flex, to be fair.
Sure.
Nautilus is something that you can early rotate to say we don't know where it's going to go. They could take it away from someone like Moore as well with this early rotation. Could mean that the homework has been done by QG. But you have to remember what you're giving over by doing this. Firstly, with 3 jungle bans on the board, there is perhaps a priority towards that role for Swift. Gragas is a potential flex if I was going to think of something for QG, but NewBee have all of the choices they want.
Yeah, and with a first pick Lulu, that sets their bottom lane up for success. You mentioned LWX is going to need to hold on really tightly if Alone and Cloud show up today. And now there's also very mobile Lee Sin for Swift. So already we're seeing the beginnings of something great out of NewBee.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of individual playmaking is going to be there for the team. And as they want to eradicate my dreams and hopes of a flex pick. Nautilus is still one of the best top laners. I would say, besides Rumble, the best top laner right now, just because the push priority lane control, the fact that you can manipulate the minions and unlock your jungler stands to be one of the biggest ideals that Nautilus provides. And there's not a lot of counterplay to that.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen the jungler yet out of Xiaogu, as Nami is picked up for Cloud in the bottom lane. Very strong. Still seeing a lot of caster supports despite Stoneborn Pact being so strong.
And you'd have to expect that this will be their jungle rotation. If they save it right now, it's at risk of being banned away through the next ban phase. So they have to be conscious of that fact, and they do have to lock that in.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is the follow-up from Xiaogu. So they are rounding out top, support, and jungle. Some very vital positions for them.
Yeah, definitely. And don't be fooled, Nautilus, can go mid lane if NewBee wants to. I'm just saying
He
it 'cause
was
it's
one of the
NewBee,
original,
right?
yeah.
He actually played Maokai mid before Nautilus mid was a thing. So that guy goes way back to the tanks mid.
Oh, yeah.
Don't expect it, don't get me wrong. He'll most likely pick something like Talon if they lock in Jace. And just be doing B.
Yeah, looks like Jace is the lock-in for NewBee. They're going to have to show one more pick, which you're going to expect to be AD carry, so perhaps that could be a flex towards Sky. We've seen him lean a little bit towards those carries, but Victor is banned away now from Chaogu, and Gragas is taken away from NewBee. They are just racing through. Vladimir even limiting Doinby even further.
Yeah, we highlighted the Gragas briefly during the first 3 picks of Champion Select, and it's one of the few champs that does have not exactly the matched push of a Nautilus, but someone that can trade with the Nautilus quite successfully and at least keep equal in the lane and prohibits, perhaps, Clid. Now on this Kha'Zix, his ability to roam and invade the enemy jungle, and he's quite capable of doing so against the Lee Sin, and realistically, even looking at those jungles, who gets the first hit?
Yeah. With the final ban actually falling through, NewBee, I have to assume that was a mistake, but it appears that the ban is going on. We're not seeing hands up out of Chaogu, and NewBee are continuing to look at their picks here.
Fair enough.
Alrighty. Maybe
I'm
throwing
waiting
down the
for it.
gauntlet, yeah.
I'm waiting for it. If they lock this in, then they can't remake.
Yeah, then it continues.
Hey.
Alrighty, so Varus is now locked in for LWX. That means Chaogu gave up their 5th ban here.
And I don't know why you do that. There's no real competitive gain from banning a role that you've already got locked in. It's
Sending a message.
you do you, QG. You have a great time on Summoner's Rift, all right? Disregard this draft phase. It's obviously a mistake. Now they go towards picking the remainder of their champions, I suppose, knowing it's into a Varus.
Yeah, Lucian now locked in for Alone. Final pick is going to be for Doinby, and still have a little bit of opportunity to see where that Jace ends up getting flexed. It would be surprised to see the little Blanc come through with all of the subtle nerfs building up. She's really sort of fallen off the power that she had so lately.
She has fallen off, but she's still actually quite good. It just means that her super early pressure has definitely been lacking, even in comparison, and picking it into a Hex Drinker user is actually an added risk. The one big thing, though, that we have seen as Maokai gets locked in is LeBlanc going for the Revolver build, where you have the extra auto attack trades and you can still proc the Thunderlords, compensates for the lack of damage you have early, and you can actually just leave it at Revolver. We have seen this in the LCK.
Yeah, we'll see what Doinby decides to do. He is very creative with his builds. And of course, he will be going up against Coco, his replacement since he left the Chaogu team, the NewBee team. I mean, it's tough to really keep track of these names, as NewBee, previously Chaogu a year and a half ago, did end up turning into the new NewBee organization. And with 20 seconds left, we've got our compositions locked in for game number 1 of the rematch. Last time these two teams played was just over 6 weeks ago, when NewBee demolished Chaogu in a 2-1 set.
QG with a lot to prove once again, not just to beat NewBee who beat them last time, but to take down the organization that they were formerly of and formerly known as, that left not in the best of situations. This series does mean the world to the Chaogu roster and their coach.
I mean, we saw how serious NewBee took it last time they played. Taking a look at the win-loss, it was NewBee going 1-2 against the World Elite, W, 1-2 against Vici. Then they 2-0'd EDG and 2-1 against Chaogu in week 2 of the LPL. So they really came out swinging. The hope is that they've got the same preparation that they showed in week 2 here, because right now they're very low in the standings at 4-7 and are barely fighting for that final playoff spot.
Yeah, NewBee had a really strong power week in the middle of everything and then started to dwindle again and perhaps rest on their laurels and not perform too well. But they are still showing a lot of positive signs afterwards. When they looked like they were slumping, they brought it back pretty hard.
Yeah.
Now they are at a point where we can really question, are they actually good enough? They've got Sky, they've got Coco instead of Cool, and we know that Cool was playing well. There's obviously a reason for it, and we get to see that in action.
Yeah, we'll certainly see. It's been 2 weeks since Coco has played last. Maybe he's the secret weapon. He's been preparing for the past 2 weeks just for this weekend. Because, again, NewBee, they're playing Chaogu and EDG in the same week, just like week number 2 of the LPL.
No, it's only funny because last time Coco didn't play until week 2 as well.
Yeah.
There was legal reasons for it. He
yeah,
wasn't actually able to start because of a late announcement in the roster, but it is just kind of funny that they take a 2-week break again before the same week of games where they 2-0'd last time.
I mean, if it worked.
Sure.
Yeah. But as you can see, we've loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 1 between Chaogu and NewBee. And taking a look at the summoners, looks like fairly standard all the way across. We're seeing Thunderlords out of more very early on, and LWX is actually going for Fervor. So perhaps could be looking for that Blade of the Ruined King build based off of those masteries.
And Swift, one of my favorite Lee Sin players, goes for the Dragon Fist with a Chroma. Great skin, but Lee Sin players tend to only have one skin in their life, and they stick to that one skin because it just feels better. You feel like you're cleaner on the champion of choice. As he's going to be starting Raptors, and again, wants to get a quick leash. Maokai, one of the few strengths he has. The thing with the strength that we just highlighted about Maokai is it actually turns into a laning weakness when Nautilus more often than not can harass him endlessly.
Yeah. Just
because you've started with saplings and they don't even do damage when they land anymore.
That new Maokai buff, so very difficult to deal with. But as you can see, both junglers are starting on that top side of the map. Kabe is getting up there just a little bit lower as he sets Clid off on a rather comfortable start through the jungle.
Yeah, so once again, you expect Nautilus to do well in the top lane, at least in the 1v1. Look at the junglers and you'd say both are very happy to get to the level 6 point, but they can get early ganks off if they find their eye in on at least an opportunity, and they can afford to waste a little bit of time to find those opportunities.
So are we expecting this to be a level 6 rush out of the jungler? Swift loves invading early.
It really comes down to what they prefer to do. Clid will always go for the double buffs first. Lee Sin had the option of level 2, you know. He can go and try and find him, but this is a matter of jungler preference more than anything else. Because Swift, yes, he likes to invade, but he's also happy being level 6 and just doing the same thing anyway. Very good Lee Sin player. You can safely rely on the fact that he will get the kickoff.
We'll definitely keep an eye on his performance. And as you can see, LWX and more use their early lane pressure to quickly cheat in through the tri-bush and get a nice safe ward onto Clid and clear out the blast cone. So you can see Clid was actually hanging back a little bit after clearing out his blue buff. Didn't go straight to red or Raptors. Didn't want to take any chances with that bottom lane missing, but looks like he will go for relatively close to a full clear. Swift will now invade and be spotted out. He's already got his double buffs.
Yeah, just place Envision. I guess a lot of junglers now on the blue side of Summoner's Rift aren't actually starting with the Raptors anymore. It's usually just a red side or a non-blue buff reliant champion type of thing again. And so he places it, you know, to see if he's done the Raptors. They're about to respawn sometime soon if he started them. And so the timing could have been okay for the Lee Sin there, but instead, you know, doesn't find Clid, so he'll have to do a full clear.
Yeah, just focusing on getting that vision, maintaining that you know where the enemy jungler is. So far, Clid is clearing out Gromp on the top side of the map, so Kabe feels pretty safe extending relatively far forward. That means that Alone and Cloud are the ones who are suffering the brunt of this imaginary jungle pressure. Can you really call it imaginary, though, when you know that Clid could try to show up for a dive with a big wave like this?
It's always... I mean, there's no such thing as imaginary pressure if you have vision in place as well.
Sure.
Clid
They saw him at, like, the Raptor camp.
Yeah. Clid also has the risk of being down there, and that's the problem for NewBee, but when you look at how QG are playing the map, everyone in bottom lane knows what's going on, and that's that they're just acknowledging that the lane is safe for both of them.
Okay.
One's harassing, one's letting them harass.
Makes sense. With that, we've got our first recall from the junglers. Looks like it is Tracker's Knife out of Clid. And Swift is actually going for the double longsword start, and Clid is cheating up towards the top. I wonder if he can get in there without Sky spotting him.
He can, but the question is more, is he looking for a gank? Because they're actually looking for a counter gank, because that's what it feels like he's doing. The first thing to note is that he just used his Twisted Advance. I was going to say if Lee Sin comes in, that's important. But so far, I would imagine Clid's actually just trying to counter rather than gank.
Yeah, Swift is actually on that side of the map, but cheats top and then heads right towards his own Raptor camp. Decides not to instead, so safe start out of him as he now goes over to clear out Raptors for the second time, and Clid, he's still cheating up towards that top side. Scryer's Bloom, oh, actually just missed him, I think.
He also skirts around the edges of the vision in the middle lane as well, knows the ward is there, so smart stuff here from Swift, at least in how he's traversing Summoner's Rift to not be spotted. But no ganks, a lot of quiet League of Legends farming.
Yeah.
Honestly, from all of these teams, I understand what Clid was doing. He's on the top side, that's where his team has priority. But his bottom lane's struggling and he's not choosing to come down there either. He wants to just let him farm up. Like, they're holding on, they've got sustain. They're not too worried about it.
He's actually going to be caught at Raptor camp. Swift has got the timer of that camp down. Blitz sees this coming. There's the Scryer's Bloom, a full level ahead because he did manage to clear out his own Direwolf camp. Swift is right there. Doinbe's trying to cheat back. Sonic Wave past the minion. Holy cow. He actually dives in. Clid tries to leap out, but Doinbe gets a quick chain. And Smite means Swift can steal the camp.
Good pressure, though, from Swift, I will say in particular. Being able to hit that Q in the first place is ridiculous. So hits it, forces Clid to go back to base. But the other thing you have to consider is Coco just got out-traded quite severely in comparison to that of Doinbe. And Doinbe also has the teleport advantage. So right now in this middle lane, you would expect not only does he have the ability to pressure a little bit more onto the Jace, he also has the ability to just trade heavily with him, take damage himself, just teleport back to lane and then win the lane outright.
Yeah. You can see Swift is actually cheating bottom now.
It's not 6.
Waiting for the wave. Here he comes. That's the minion wave.
No
All 4
kick.
summoners are up. That's Sonic Wave missing Cloud. And Swift immediately just turns right around. A little bashful.
Just giving him a cheeky spook,
Yeah.
I suppose. If he was 6, then there was genuine kill threat. But not to be seen, you know, spend a little bit too much time roaming through the jungle instead of actually farming it, and you won't find yourself 6 just yet. He won't be far away from it, though.
Means Clid gets an opportunity to catch up in experience as Doinbe now is gifted over blue. Recall is the Warhammer now finished for Swift as he's building towards Warriors, and Clid is just a little bit behind. Really, that's the difference that a single Raptor camp and a well-timed invade makes. And I think that's the comparison that we were looking for. The mid-jungle of Doinbe and Clid versus the jungle mid of Swift and Coco.
Yeah, and definitely seeing more strength lying within Swift at the moment, trying to empower him from the side of NewBee, it seems. There's Doinbe obviously trying to cheat for a recall using all of his spells. The difference here, once again, and we highlighted this during Champion Select, is Coco's going to have a Hex Drinker, so as of this point, very unlikely that he actually does die, as, yeah, it's most likely going to be a Ghostblade LeBlanc.
With double long swords afterwards.
Q-Max, Ghostblade, Gunblade.
I love it.
It's not just a Doinbe thing this time, I'm happy to say.
Yeah.
It makes me happy to know that I've seen it.
I mean, we'll see if he goes for Iceborne Gauntlet next.
I hope
As
not.
he did with that crazy Victor build. Oh man, but you're the Doinbe guy. You're in tune with what he's building. What's going on in his mind right now?
Well, right now he's just doing this for sustain as well in the first place. I also mentioned during, Champion Select that it helps his trade patterns with the lack of damage, as you'll see this.
Oh yeah. That's against a Hex Drinker, and he's able to get huge damage onto Coco. An excellent trade.
Yep, and you have to start with the chains, but if you manage to hit them, you usually win everything. So every time the Revolver cooldown is off, and you manage to get the auto attacks weaved in, you do outright trade, even just using 2 chains one after the other to lock them in place for further auto attacks. Like, LeBlanc's not the worst AD-oriented champion.
I mean, wasn't that a thing for a while when she first came out and people were building her just flat AD bottom lane and using her W for mobility?
Same thing with Ari for a little bit.
Yeah, very brief period.
Doesn't mean it's ideal, but it exists.
Yes. As you can see, though, NewBee are putting a lot of focus on the bottom lane. There haven't been any kills yet, but Swift is setting up a lot of vision
We
bottom.
have the Lords of the Rings in the top lane as well, Dom. There's 6 total up there. As everyone seems to be quite in tune with what the Koreans are doing right now. Again,
Yeah.
a lot of these players do actually play solo queue on the Korean servers. They at least know or are in the know of what good is meant to be. And right now, it seems like the 3 Doran's Rings is the way to go. Something that's allowed Maokai to hang around a little bit more in top lane when usually he has no right doing so. Same thing applies with Kabe right now. He's decided that he is a Maokai.
Yeah.
Wants to match it.
Just picks up a couple of honey fruit to trade back with Sky. As he is eating a little bit of minion damage. Not a lot of base defenses with that many Doran rings, but perhaps he can make something happen. Clid is now waiting bottom. Again, perhaps looking for a counter gank. Alone is the target. He dashes back. Clid leads forward, finds LWX, and gets knocked up in midair, denied any sort of gank.
And Cloud exhausts and Alone has to use the heal, so they don't get it. And now NewBee are working their way down to collapse as a response to this. Dive is always a risk, and look at him run.
Yeah, Swift and Coco were spotted out by a very nice control ward, which means that it's 4 people on that bottom tier 1.
They may have to try and teleport to even defend it. It's unlikely that they can. So NewBee, they make a big power play, and it's actually just in response to what QG were trying to do in the first place. So reactively, they managed to get a big advantage for their bottom lane, more than what was already there. They're winning lane already, NewBee.
Now they're going to be winning it even more. LWX gets 650 gold with a Blade of the Ruined King rush. and an additional 34 CS over his lane opponent. LWX is pretty big.
Yeah, he's going to be a very strong Varus even in comparison to the Lucian. So QG, they try and make something happen, and just like that, everything goes the opposite of what they would have liked. There's some more trades in mid lane.
Yeah. But it's NewBee just taking objectives now. They're 2,000 gold ahead with that turret. Chaggu are going to try to force something top as they spot out more. That means Sky is the target under the turret. Kabe procs first aggro. They're diving onto him, but he used the Twisted Advance way too quick. He's doing a lot of damage to Kabe, who flashes out there, reset aggro, and alone has to use Flash to escape from LWX as he swaps top as well.
Yeah, that was a lot actually used by QG, and NewBee were already there. So usually when you see a team 4-man down in bottom lane and you're trading on top lane, then you can just brute force your way in, you know, get the objective after the kill. Even if you trade 1-for-1, you can try and push down a turret. It's not the worst case scenario. But because QG took so long to even get up there, to even dive it, Moore was already ready.
Yeah.
And then the Varus was on his way, so that's unrealistic to say they can follow through with an objective. They just get a kill, and they used a lot just to get it.
It's something, though, but you've got to imagine with that kill, the moral victory is worth its own weight. Perhaps not quite in gold, maybe in bronze or silver. But it's still NewBee. They've taken the bottom tier 1. They've already taken the Mountain Dragon. There's nothing else for them to take right now because Chaggu have already lost it.
Yeah, the biggest advantage they have at the moment is they set up a push in the bottom lane for Kabe as he recalled and went back down to that lane. It was there waiting for him, a big stack of minions, so that's nice. And on the top side, the same thing applies. So LWX didn't get the abundance of the farm. Most of it died to the turret or during a trade, and it pushed in towards alone. So the CS lead didn't grow further, even though he's doing extremely well at the moment, LWX.
Yeah.
He's ahead of the clock, basically.
This is very good for him as he continues to catch these minions over and over. Sky will catch the bottom wave. That means Kabe's got a brief moment to duck out of vision and potentially try to feign that teleport. Doesn't quite have his ultimate just yet, so we're probably not going to see anything happen as he takes Krugs, and NewBee continues to push into this mid lane. Even the Ninja Tabby, this is straight out of LCK. How many Ninja Tabby do you think we're going to see this game?
I think it's Tabi.
Tabi?
Yeah, Ninja Tabi. I feel like when you look at...
Even the plural?
Tabis.
Okay. How many Ninja Tabbies do you think we're...
All right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we see too many actually this time. Swift is a threat, Coco and LWX are. There's still a little bit of magic damage and a lot of crowd control though from the side of NewBee. So if they do commit to the armor boots, which I'd say at least the carries of the team will go towards, you might see maybe 3 or 4. Okay. But then they're missing the tenacity, which is actually quite important for someone like even Cleared, who's going to be in the middle of a fight.
So a bit of a conservative number at 3 and 4. I'm excited to see just because that item is so very gold efficient. NewBee actually maxing Q first with the new LeBlanc changes on 7.5. It is much more difficult to just hard do damage with the Distortion W. And he's doing just fine in mid lane as he now picks up the Bilgewater, still not finishing off the Gunblade just yet.
No, I went for the boots first, so prioritizing having some resistances and a bit more strength in his own lane before he actually completes an item. It's a quite expensive item, I'd say, as well, to go straight for the Ghost Blade. Until you've got it as well, it's not the best item. Revolver's a good spike. Cutlass, obviously, for LeBlanc isn't the greatest of spikes. Oof. But once he gets there, 15% of the damage he deals is returned as health, and he does an awful lot of damage. Yeah. Especially to minions.
That's going to be quite helpful as Gromp is now stolen away from Clid. Swift is trying to punish as best he can. Waiting just outside of vision is Clid once again as Tidal Wave is now used. That's flashed by LWX. Teleport completed by Kabe as he heads top, and Sky will use his own. Backs against the wall. Do they continue? Looks like the answer is no. Chains of corruption. There's no flash from Kabe. He is split from his team and kicked even further away. Meanwhile, they try to turn onto Coco. He's got his own flash. Can they burst him down? It looks like they're going to try. They succeed. It's 1-for-1 so far, but Herald is looking to turn it into more.
And NewBee's also just pushing top lane. So QG's response right now as they were stuck in the river is to just hard go mid and trade. And so now we've effectively got ourselves this turret trade that never existed because NewBee are much more afraid of the QG pushing when they've got an AD LeBlanc with a Lucian and a Kha'Zix there. So it actually is a little bit quicker with Jace dead. You need to calm down.
NewBee! He was so desperate for vision, didn't have his blue trinket, didn't have a ward, so he gave his life so that his team might escape.
Yeah, that's the thing that just happened. I don't know if it was ultimately necessary
So-
to distort into a bush.
Yeah, this is something that we have to talk about with Xiaogu. The fact that every once in a while, Doinby, he's the heart and soul of the team, but sometimes he just does things that are beyond question.
Heart and soul doesn't mean brain. All right, let's just leave it at that.
Okay. I mean, I'm also trying to refer to like the Tank Akali and Kled mid.
All applicable within brain. C
Okay.
before for justification.
Yes.
No, he is a creative member on the team.
Sure.
He's definitely a Game 1 creative member as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
We'll do some interesting things and then smarten up, and perhaps it's him, perhaps it's the coach saying, actually just smarten up though.
But really, stop messing around.
He's definitely the person that'll do something you never expect. Mid Kled, mid Akali. Outrageous player. Loves teleport. We'll see if he can actually continue to make that work, because that is actually an advantage QG will start to get as time does go on. Usually, you look at LeBlanc, you know, not the best split pusher, but with hybrid damage, does a lot to turrets.
They were faster to move across the map than NewBee in the past 2 attempts to pressure top lane, though they did trade 1-for-1 previously and only got that 1 kill on the dive before that. It's still about a 2,000 gold in favor of NewBee, so despite these attempts, we're still looking for Xiaogu to really try to break an advantage open, or at the very least, stop NewBee from maintaining momentum.
And one they do have in terms of advantages is actually the teleport from NewBee. The rest do not have theirs available. Maokai and Nautilus are actually just going to be butting heads on the top side. So with the Drake available, eyes are on, honestly, NewBee, whilst the QG continue to split push. And can they find a pick, or can they just straight up take the Drake with QG unable to respond?
Yeah, well, they're starting the Drake off right now. There's vision over the wall, and immediately Xiaogu race forward. Doinby's on his way up along with Klid, but it looks like Coco and Swift are already burning through itself. Klid leaps over, and he's going to take the quick exit out as Cloud Drake picked up by NewBee.
Gets in a little bit too late. Doinby also was on the flank, and that was a 3-man effort to actually just take the Drake away from them. Not so much to fight alone, was also just farming that middle lane. And from the looks of it, QG are definitely sticking to their guns of saying we need Kabe here if we're going to fight. I don't blame them for thinking that. They definitely need a frontline member on this team.
He is one of the strongest 5v5 top laners in the LPL right now, and considering this is one of his rookie splits here, this is just excellent. They're going to collapse onto Coco. I don't know if they know he was there, but they are trying to force this out. He makes it under the turret and walks away.
Coco is a lucky man. He was pushing his luck. Doinby was definitely there, and I think he was trying to get the jump onto Doinby himself, and that's where Klid shows up to ruin that. So not a bad choice there from QG. Opportunistic little gank down the bottom lane to spot out the Jace. Perhaps give an advantage to them with, again, a teleporter compared to the Ignite that Coco is running. But Coco's still a confident enough player. Had a Lulu nearby.
Yeah.
Because why not?
I mean, Moore did have his wild growth. It was opportunistic, too. Like, if Coco hadn't have been there, maybe recalling, then Klid would have shown up, and the AD LeBlanc and full Warriors Enchant could have done a lot of work to that turret and potentially tried to snuck it back from NewBee, because it is still a 2-to-1 turret advantage.
And you have your answer, Dom. 4 armor boots, and then Lucidities from Cloud.
Oh, and then another 2 out of NewBee, so we're up to 6 so far.
I thought you just meant one side.
We're still okay. I'll give you the opportunity to
answering for
revoke.
QG?
Yeah, I'll give you the opportunity to re-roll.
I'm already roll.
Okay, all right. As blue buff is now stolen away by Swift, he is just dominating the jungle out of Klid, who's trying to affect the lanes a little bit more than Swift is, and it's not quite working out so far, though.
He's so afraid.
Doinby is trying to break down the turret. He can't do it just yet.
Makoko is so scared. They have no vision on his side of the map. He's sitting behind the turret whilst Doinby was freely pushing it in.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, on the rest of the map, NewBee aren't actually doing anything proactively at the moment. They're just pressuring QG, trying to keep them under their turrets and keep them back at a distance. But they're not generating that further gold. They're waiting for something in particular. And you would expect it's not going to be another Cloud Drake that they outright wait for. It's more so the opportunity to actually fight. We already said, you know, Kabe on the Nautilus, very good at running straight at someone. Very good at just front to back team composition, you know, hit the hook, the team behind you goes. Maokai wants to flank a little bit more.
Okay, is that what we're looking for? They've got teleport up, they've got Runan's now finished for LWX, so we can group up. And NewBee now grouped as 5 with Maokai's teleporting from the side. Perhaps that could be the fight?
It's entirely possible that Maokai does get a good flank off, and that's how they find themselves going in. If I was NewBee playing against QG, I'd just say, wait for him to go for the Baron.
Yeah.
Like, the second they try and go for the Baron, like, that's when we kill them all.
It's after 21 minutes. What's their greatest weakness? Well, they're obsessed with Baron. How do we use it against them? The criminal masterminds of NewBee.
We
Coco.
pick Varus, Jace, Lulu, Maokai, and Lee Sin that all excel at
Oh my
fighting
god, yeah,
inside
you're
a
right.
pit.
Yep.
And we say, QG, even if they're winning, will probably try and fight us inside that pit.
Suddenly the comp makes sense as Doinby eats a lot of damage from Coco. Swift shows up, but Doinby just used his distortion. Doesn't need a shock blast and sonic wave dodges as well, but that's Kabe using and canceling his teleport, and Doinby just goes right back in. The moment teleport is finished, you can't do that, Doinby.
Doinby's not afraid, but NewBee are also pressuring middle lane. And here's
Whoa,
the second
there
teleport.
he goes. LWX has Flash and Sky is there as well, but Doinby completes it into 3 members and into his own deathbed.
Has W, has Flash, didn't use it. Immediately
Yeah.
wanted to get the chains out. So very good ult timing from LWX. Sky was in the right place, and I'm surprised that Doinby didn't cancel his one.
Yeah.
Even after we saw Kave do that. So now QG desperately trying to hold on.
Yeah, NewBee, though, will be able to break the mid-tier 1.
Oh.
Swift with the insect, finds Clid and annihilates him. Exhaust is not enough to keep him locked down as Kabe pulls himself back. Alone is firing away, but only the Blade of the Ruined King is not enough.
And Swift just says, take a piece of your own pie to Clid and kicks him with the flash kick. And Ward hops to make sure he does it. That was actually very classy from the jungler of NewBee. Fantastic work from our red side in this first game.
Things are looking good for NewBee fans as they are now 3,500 gold ahead. And it turns out they weren't waiting for an opening to sort of look for a pick or a fight. They were waiting for Chao Gu to make a stupid mistake.
Almost as if you know it's going to happen. And the question is always when. Dom, unfortunately, QG are a very sporadic team to watch them play. And remember that all of this happens after Doinby gets caught. So again, pretty clean from Swift as he takes out the jungler of the opponent team.
Yeah, even doing the flash animation buffer on Dragon Kick. Very stylish. And, you know, that's what we expect from Swift. That, oh, they might have caught Doinby again here. He's got flash, but he is CC'd for so long. The auto attack is not enough to drop him down. Shock Blast finds Cloud. And yet another mistake from Chao Gu as Doinby is caught again.
And I feel like it's just because Doinby's warding for the team for no particular reason. Cloud actually kept him alive by hitting the tidal wave. It cancelled Lee Sin's Q that was going to follow it up. They do get the flash out of LWX as well as the ignite out of Moore. So they trade a lot on the side of NewBee for the attempted kill, but they don't find it. And so really, if QG can hold on, you know, the Baron didn't get started by NewBee, this is still okay for QG. They just can't afford to keep doing this because the one time he dies, that's when the Baron dies.
Absolutely. And Chao Gu, they can't afford to have their precious purple gem taken by another team.
No, absolutely.
Already you can see they're immediately moving back towards that side of the map. Are they here? I don't know. Let's
They
move
dare
up, get
ward
vision.
my objective.
Yeah. How dare they take vision over my Baron? This guy's going to proc. No, he's actually not, as the kitten is just going to try to climb up the massive legs of that Baron. Absolutely adorable. Swift now looking for the second Cloud Dragon here. And still no answer from Chao Gu. They completely sacrifice the bottom side of the map. They even allow the wave to push in. All to get vision on Baron. And
the Drake.
yeah, Kabe shows himself now to collect those minions. He's got his teleport. Doinby still another 2 minutes before he gets his back up. So now Chao Gu will be the ones forced to sit and wait.
And for me, the takeaway from just getting the uncontested Baron here of NewBee is not just that QG were prioritizing vision around the Baron area, it's also that NewBee weren't looking for a fight at the Drake. They just took it. One man gets in there, makes sure the QG aren't going to check it. Doesn't matter too much to them. They just know it's a free objective because they are ahead. And so now they get themselves the third Drake compared to 0, and you know, get a little bit of advantage when you look at the speed that they're going to have running around. It's the most important benefit the NewBee get from this. There's another mountain going to be up, which means the Baron Drake.
That's the big one. If they could secure that Drake soon, that would be a huge boon, but recall timings means that the bottom tier 1 will finally fall as Sky completes his own recall. Looks like he's going for the full massive tank Maokai. You can see Swift getting closer and closer to his own completed Muramana as he's already got the Mana Mune stacking up. And the map slows down just a little bit. No big neutral objectives to be contested without any sort of prior setup.
Yeah, you know, we didn't really hit it either, but going for the Manamune on Jace is not the biggest power spike that you get straight away, especially against the Blanc when you rush Hex Drinker as an AD mid laner. And so it does take a while for him, as Coco, speaking of.
Yeah, NewBee might have been looking for a pick, but NewBee already well aware of it. Clid is there as well. It's 2 versus 5. They're pinned against the wall, both leaping on top to try to escape. NewBee goes back, leaves Clid to die. Kabe actually completes his teleport, and that's Cloud and Alone showing up. Culling is doing a lot, but is it enough? Swift kicks him away as Doinby gets destroyed by LWX. Alone walks forward. He wants the kill so bad, and he gets it, but he has to walk into 5 people and give up his life for it. Meanwhile, Kabe gets cleaned up by the rest of NewBee, and a clean execution.
Yeah, only one member alive, and it's the support. So NewBee race straight to the Baron buff, and they're going to be able to take this one successfully. Once again, caught out of position, trying to make a play is QG. They really wanted that Coco.
Yeah.
And it doesn't happen like that.
Baron cleaned up now by NewBee. 1,000 health left, and even the early smite, Swift doesn't care. There's nobody on that side of the map. 6,500 gold lead for NewBee.
And so we get to see once again, this all happens. Doinby does a lot of work. Now note he has his Zonias, and watch where he doesn't use it. As Clid and Doinby, they are trying to just run away from the kick. But by doing that, a fantastic ult from LWX locks them down. They follow it up with the rest of the damage, and Doinby's attempt to come back in, every time he appears, he gets locked out. And that's the thing. Maokai's picked to stop LeBlanc. It's not to win lane. And when you start to see these team fights actually come out, Sky had an easy laning phase, surprisingly, and now he looks like a completely unstoppable force. LeBlanc is such a risky pick, especially after the nerfs, when you're so reliant on jumping in on targets that'll be able to take you out consistently.
Absolutely. NewBee perhaps playing off of the hubris of Chaogu and using it against them. As they now shove for the mid-tier 2, there's no answer from Chaogu as it falls, and with Sky prepping top, this is a very clean rotation and Baron play out of NewBee. They're looking for another one.
Exactly. They set up the vision. They've got control wards. It should be another free turret and perhaps a kill.
Yeah, the turret falls. That's Tidal Wave. Alone is firing these shots into Sky, finally shredding through the armor with the Black Cleaver. But Kabe, he can't make it into the redemption. Doinby is caught again. Sky using Twisted Advance for one thing and one thing only, catching LeBlanc and pinning her down.
And he's never going to die. He's got a Lulu to keep him alive, and the damage from NewBee killing Kabe, the tank of QG, is far greater than that of QG trying to kill Sky right now. It's not just one inhibitor, it may well be a lot more.
Again, punishing these huge mistakes out of Chaogu. The disrespect is really starting to hurt them, as now NewBee are backing up for yet another minion wave. They don't have bottom prep. These minions are very low, but the next wave is mere seconds away. And Alone is actually just going to let them take it.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do to stop this, especially with Doinby and Kabe most importantly dead, so make sure you get it. NewBee locked down a lot of gold, a lot of map pressure, pretty much everything that they need to try and secure this game now.
It's almost like NewBee are very familiar with how Doinby likes to play.
The man is predictable. Maokai might just be his biggest counter to ever exist.
Oh, that's why he's so great on Vladimir, because he can just go untargetable and break it.
Maybe. Of course, Vladimir also banned from him throughout this game.
Yeah.
So doesn't get one of his signature champions alongside that Karma. LeBlanc's not bad, but he is completely outmatched.
Oh, yeah. Very difficult setup that Chaogu now find themselves in. 11,000 gold behind. And Chaogu, they are not WE. They are not IMA. They will not wait for 55 minutes for that gold difference to become irrelevant. They will force a fight and try to break this game back open. But NewBee are, seems like, trying to deprive them of that chance. They're now prepping the bottom minion wave. They've still got Baron buff for another 30 seconds.
Now, the one positive they have from the side of QG is that Doinby's already pushed out the wave top, so it's going to take a little bit longer before it actually crashes, and NewBee may have to just start taking turrets instead of waiting for the minions to naturally pressure the rest of the map. But right now, I think they're far enough ahead that it doesn't matter. Sky can just walk up to the turret as he pleases realistically and just have the team sit behind him. once the next wave crashes, I would imagine that's their sign to go. The minions are pushing mid.
Yeah, Baron buff is about to fall off, though. And now with Klid backing away along with Alone to catch super minions, it's 3 members defending a turret against 5. Extended Baron duration on Swift to keep this push going. He's even trying to pull the super minions over so they don't have to be too far away if a fight breaks out.
But that's a free way into the turret. If a super minion's tanking and within range, they'll destroy the turret. Just be a little bit careful.
Doinby's trying to clear the wave out, can't afford to distort onto it. The harass continues to be peppered across. NewBee are respecting the damage that Xiaogu can put out and decide. Yeah.
So again, the funny thing is, you say it's a good thing, you know, when they start to push out top wave. It's going to take longer to crash. The problem with that is when it does crash, it's a bigger wave. And so that's the risk that they're now against, because look what happens.
Whoa! Huge kick from Swift as he tries to look for the play onto Cloud. He's going to eat a knockup, but they've already dropped the turret. Redemption is used and doesn't find anyone. Swift follows up with a huge execution. Sky gets the kill onto Doinby as he turns now onto Cloud and continues to chase Alone back onto the steps of the fountain. A good flash knockback onto Kabe executes him as 5 members of NewBee turn onto the Nexus and ruthlessly tear it apart. A 32-minute win for NewBee.
A pretty simple victory here for the NewBee roster. QG threw things at them. They had strategies that they wanted to try and use, but those strategies backfired completely, and that's how NewBee got themselves into this game. So really, it was a NewBee win, but it was a QG defeat more so.
Yeah, and this is something that we've been looking for NewBee to fix, to really bring them into the conversation of, yes, they're 3rd place in their group, but are they worthy of being one of the top teams in the LPL? Sometimes we see performances that are resounding yes, but then sometimes we see performances like these.
Yeah, and it wasn't that clean from NewBee until they were given the opportunities as well, but we are seeing NewBee consistently get better. So maybe QG, you know, in that 3rd place, we can challenge if they're going to show up or not. What we can say is that NewBee did, and they just played a slow, methodical game of League.
Yeah. Now joining us on the desk for some slow, methodical analysis is Raz.
Let me take it down.
Okay,
slow.
no,
All
real,
right.
real talk though.
All right, so what I do love to see the LeBlanc pick out here. It didn't work, and there's a reason why it didn't work. LeBlanc going up against Jace should be good, especially since the blue was handed off to LeBlanc, so she can get the immediate shove out. She should be able to shove out consistently against Jace, especially with the change that happened to LeBlanc, because now she gets the increased damage towards minions. That's nice for her. Problem is, NewBee didn't give any chance for her to roam out. A moment she was able to get blue buff, it was lights out, essentially because they were starting to control around bottom lane river so well. NewBee had the bot lane control, and so they really used their support incredibly well. Moore was constantly roaming and warding out in the bot side river. LeBlanc wasn't able to get anything done. It was just NewBee able to set up the game from minute 1. And so Xiaogu got a little bit frustrated. You can tell they were constantly looking to set up fights. As we can see in the replay here, it was very hard for Xiaogu to get it done, because finally when the TP play does happen for them, NewBee recognize it, they TP in to counter it, and they back away. They even see the opportunity to be able to hit up on Kabe, and so at the end of this play, sure, it's a 1-for-1 trade because Coco tries to roam out, he gets caught. But that is a play where Xiaogu is trying their hardest to come back into this game. They did not want to trade. They wanted an outright victory on that play. And so you see moments again and again, near mid lane, near top lane, in every lane that NewBee was pressuring, they did it very safely. They had the proper vision. So LeBlanc never had the ability to use her lead in the early game. There was one moment where she was split pushing bot and Jace was in a bad position, but he just backed away until his team came out to ward for him. So NewBee are on top of their game right now.
So I guess that raises the question, was it the LeBlanc pick that NewBee were just keeping track of the LeBlanc, or was it that NewBee were keeping track of Doinby specifically?
I think it was the LeBlanc. I think it is a case where the Doinby has been an incredible strength to this team, but they looked at the champion picks. They were like, okay, we have a strong bottom lane. We have constant shove. They even used it to just pop that blast plant very early on in the game. And then they just said the LeBlanc is very useless if she cannot roam with her team. And so they executed on the win condition of Xiaogu very easily in being able to nullify it.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that they didn't just beat Doinby, they did just beat LeBlanc in that way. They also drafted to beat the LeBlanc, not so much just the Doinby who's going to do all of these things. So, like, yes, I think it's a combination of both, but they definitely just outdrafted and I feel like outperformed almost entirely the roster of QG from NewBee here.
It almost seems like we're seeing the calm, cooler, older brother of Xiaogu. It's like two twins. One is like 3 years ahead of the younger one, and the younger one's still super excited and wants to try to force these things.
And they always like, calm down, son.
Just calm down.
Calm down.
It's actually a reasonably accurate analogy as well, given, you know, former organizations. One's a sister team that is actually younger. So that is genuinely, at least for the first game, that was the difference between them, right? One was the older brother that was better at what he does. The younger brother was hot-headed and trying to get in and show him up. But it doesn't work like that.
Yep. You need to learn how to fight. You just can't start wiggling around your arms.
Doing the arm swing, the windmill.
Yeah.
So then is that the question that do we look for Xiaogu to try to come up with something flashy, or do they need to be smarter to beat NewBee?
I think that's been the case for the past couple of weeks, is that they've needed to be smarter around setting up for their vision. In fact, one of my biggest criticisms when they had that cute Kled mid play is that when they have these team fight comps, and they love to team fight, they don't set them up very properly. They just kind of haphazardly get in there. There's a lot of chaos in those fights, and it works out for them because they are mechanically on top of their game. But if the setup is on the enemy team side, it just never comes through for them.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that, you know, they can afford to be more flashy if they really want to do something extravagant. And that's mostly just to confuse NewBee above all else. Realistically, for QG, they want to keep getting wins. They want to get 2 in a row. It's just play smarter, play more methodically, and actually get those victories.
Yeah. MVP is going to go to Swift. 0, 0, and 12.
Yep.
Huge performance from him in this game.
It's fun that we're getting a performance in MVP for a man who's never gotten a kill here.
Yeah.
Of course, but he's never died. I just echoing the point earlier about the vision control, sure it was more, but a lot of it was a movement from Swift, including when Jace was alone in the bottom lane. He just came down, he was pathing very well towards that bottom lane to protect them. So Swift played very well, even though he was only flashy up until the last point where he got that kick on Kha'Zix.
Just curious, because early game, remember that he didn't go for like the trackers, he didn't go for the wards. You know, he had long swords, he was trying to do damage or find Clid, and that's the thing, he wasn't just getting vision, he was denying vision by making sure the Clid couldn't do anything or just mapping out where the Kha'Zix is going to be at every single time. So it was a fantastic performance from him with one of the many game-winning kicks that he was throwing out constantly onto the opposing team.
Yeah, and this is something that NewBee fans should be celebrating. The fact that we're seeing Swift not just get the 5-0 carry, but the 0, 0, and 12 supportive jungler carry.
Yeah, and I mean, we always have those moments when we can be surprised, or at least very happy for them, but they have to clean it up. You know, they have to get that second win. If they can get the second win, then you can start rejoicing. Then you can be a little bit happier. But it's game 1 of a 3-game series, hopefully, possibly.
I mean, you can't help but wonder if LWX doesn't show up as well. Like, does
Yeah.
NewBee suddenly lose that game? Because really, that was the defining factor for me. Swift deserves MVP, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But the AD carry of this team is what actually carried them through all of the fights and through all of the damage and did so much work. They won the 2v2 laning phase. And that's not only the drafting problems of QG, but NewBee executed around him. And the 2 stars of the team played the support role in this game.
That's true. LWX had so many strong fights. There was the very end, that second team fight on the top side of the map where he was just sticking alive for so long. Sure, ace to his teams to keep him alive for that long, but he was just outputting so much damage, and his positioning was really spot on.
Yeah, and you saw how desperate Xiaogu, as is what we expect from them, were to dive into that. The fact that I think we saw Alone dash into the team twice. Like, he dashed in, got kicked back, then dashed back in, finally got the kill onto LWX, but at that point, Xiaogu had already lost. So the pressure certainly is on Xiaogu to try to clean this up, because I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we were expecting this sort of a performance from LWX. He was, what, 30, 40 CS up 10 minutes, 12 minutes?
Yeah, it's in part due to the fact that the laning phase, or at least the 2v2, was in their favor.
Yeah.
But the fact that the rest of the team was able to constantly support him, so the 2v2 was very much a 2v2. There was no jungle involvement there. Was great for him, and he was able to just clean up. The Lucian's never going to be happy about himself. He's not going to be like, I don't have time to breathe.
Fight me 1v1.
Yeah.
I will fight you 1v1. But I guess not. In this case, he didn't get it. We'll see if we're going to go to game 3 as Xiaogu get ready to bring it back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're just about ready to get into game number 2 between Gu and NewBee, the younger brother versus the old. And currently, the rematch is favoring the older brother of NewBee. Gentlemen, welcome back. We do have some quick news to break. Gu are doing a bit of a player swap. They are pulling alone and putting in their sub-top laner, Chen.
Yeah, so if I'm correct here, Chen was initially their mid laner. Gets role swapped to a top, but he never does get like the moment in time. And so now he's coming in as an AD carrier. What can you make of this, Rusty?
This is dumb.
So can you? Yeah.
Why does this keep happening in the LPL? We have AD carries in support, junglers in support, and AD carries in support, and it's just a whole bunch of wacky arm-waving inflatable tube man things going on.
This is true. That, you know what? I won't even question it, Dom. I agree with you.
It's crazy to think.
What it is. But yeah, Gu, I guess they need something crazy to come back in this one. NewBee just styled on them in the game 1. So that's, for me, looking at this, and yeah, this is Chen and their AD carry. They have a lot of AD carries in their sub. They even have Loken.
But he's not one.
Yeah, they have other AD carries to put in the role.
Yeah.
But they're putting a top laner in.
This is fun.
Okay, so we'll definitely keep an eye on his performance in the bottom lane. He'll definitely have to step up against LWX, who is set up for success by NewBee in game number 1. Do we think that NewBee try to go with a similar composition here in game number 2 now that they've chosen blue side?
I think NewBee can just keep doing what they were doing, which is play to QG's strengths. Oh, sorry, to QG's weaknesses,
Yeah.
when QG just trying to play to their own strengths and exploiting. That happens in draft phase as well. The biggest thing to me that I have to highlight is why would you first pick Nautilus as QG on blue side? There's nothing to do with priority of Nautilus that we ever want to look at when there's a Lulu.
Yeah, I want to say that it's a Kabe thing because he can be such a strong 5v5 tank top laner, but I feel like he's much more of a standout on the likes of Shen, which was
also
open.
a Maokai player.
Yeah, and Maokai.
Yeah, and honestly, here's the thing. I would say it's much deeper because even with the Nautilus, they were going up against the Maokai. They could have just played towards top side because both mid and top lane had push, so that would have been great for them. But they're just not doing that. And so Gu, they're just inferior to NewBee when it comes to a strategic level. That's what it's coming out to be to me. And so they need to be able to pull something out of their hat. I think this is a very difficult set for them. If they come out with a better draft in terms of getting stronger lanes for them across all field, mid lane and bottom lane specifically, I think that'll be good.
So having a legitimate strategy for me in the early game above all else, right? If they actually come into the game and they say, we're going to gank top lane because Nautilus beats Maokai, which is what game 1 was, and instead they farmed the jungle, they watched as Clid gets invaded, now he has to recall. NewBee, he has pressure in mid lane, he outtrades the Jace, he has the push, and then he doesn't do anything with it, and suddenly bottoms lost the turret. Like, that's just how it unfolded. Next time, make a strategy, trade, early lane swap, whatever it is, actually implement it.
And then by the time NewBee could actually start roaming and pressuring side lanes, they had vision all over him, and like you said, Raz, they just kept track of him.
They just need to be able to match the vision control pressure that's been coming out, and that's going to be very difficult. NewBee seems to have it down tight.
Well, we'll see if Gu can bring us to a game 3 as we get into pick and ban here for game number 2. Currently, Karma and Camille banned away from Kabe and NewBee, so no change out so far. And Elise Sin ban towards Clid. Last time they went for a Rengar ban. That means Gu might have to leave it open or ban it away.
Worked it out, Dom.
Yeah.
AD carries are getting auto-filled in professional play. It's the least wanted role. He's now a top laner. He queued for top, and now he's stuck in this role. He doesn't want it.
He doesn't have AD carry protection or role protection?
Evidently not.
Ah, well. I mean, this game isn't for promos just yet. The only teams that have clinched playoff spots are WE and RNG, so Gu still having to autofill these spots. Perhaps we'll see something excellent out of Chen in the bottom lane, as Elise, Jace, and Rengar are the bans. That Jace, interestingly enough, banned away. But that means Lulu, first pickup from NewBee.
And I appreciate the Lulu, and I also appreciate the Graves hover, which does generally indicate where they want to go here on the opposite side. So Lee Sin, Rengar, Elise banned, Kha'Zix is still there, but so is the Graves. So the champion of choice usually between a Kha'Zix and a Graves is going to go towards the Graves. They prioritize the Lulu, however, here from the side of NewBee, which speaks to me that they want to emphasize their bottom lane again, just that little bit more, have winning lanes, and with the Karma banned and the Lulu locked in, that does give a big advantage to NewBee here, at least in the 2v2 already.
Yeah. With that focus on LWX in game number 1, that was where they were able to take a quick win, but Gu Looks like they're going to answer back by putting priority on the other side of the map this time. Once again,
Yep.
it's Rumble for Kabe, and Clid takes grades.
And this is still good from QG. Rumble was banned away in game number 1, away from Sky. He is a fantastic Rumble player. Generally, just when it's off cooldown, yeah, when it's not banned, he'll pick it. And so Kabe takes it from him, and Clid also gets the graves we mentioned. So as far as the 1-2 rotation here from QG goes, that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, we'll see if Swift is able to keep track of Clid in this game once again, as immediately goes to Kha'Zix. No hesitation whatsoever from Coco, as Nautilus is now the pickup. Now NewBee are actually taking a few of the parts out of Chao Gu's comp.
There's no contesting that Kha'Zix was the champion of choice. Maybe they could have went with the Gragas. Even instead of a Gragas jungle or top lane, though, they've gone for the Nautilus and the Kha'Zix. So they revealed 2 lanes. And now QG, they change it up, something that I do like from them, before he can get banned.
Red side Victor for Doinby, as they are picking down the line. We've already talked in length about the strengths of Red side Victor, and you can see how happy Doinby is to have it once again.
Usually goes Deathfire Touch, and I'd say usually with his items, but nobody knows where he wants to go. Sometimes Iceborne Gauntlet, sometimes Banshee's Veil with it, and then one time he'll just have an Abyssal Scepter instead. He's an insane genius, all in one.
Yeah, it's really a fine line that you walk in between insanity and genius. And I think the real defining factor is success. If it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't, you're insane.
He's very much a 50-50 genius then.
Yeah, so far, currently, Chao Gu are at 6-5 in the standings. This loss, if they drop this game here, would actually put them at 6-6, so actually put them on that 50% line. It's almost like you knew this.
Yep. Also, a lot of support focus against Cloud. You would expect he doesn't necessarily need to pick it here if there is a champion of higher priority. AD carry is the one shared role between them, so it makes the most sense to lock that one in right now. The question is, do they want the Lucian when last game, it wasn't that successful in the 2v2, knowing that the Varus is going to be there for LWX?
Yes, last second swap over to Caitlyn for first time AD carry Chen. New here to the Chao Gu lineup. We have not seen him before, and he's currently listed as a top laner. It's time to see if he can bring it out against LWX, if he can compete against this bottom lane, as NewBee look to round themselves out now.
And that's the thing. So you pick the Caitlyn, you have a bit more lane pressure. Doesn't matter too much what support Cloud then goes. Perhaps he can afford to be something like the Bard that he does like to play, especially with the Thresh gone. Maybe he wants to be like a Zyra, because Caitlyn is just so self-sufficient in the early laning phase that you can pick whatever you'd like. Even a champion like Tahm Kench right now wouldn't actually be too bad. But however, when you look at NewBee, they've picked the Lulu bottom lane, they've picked the Lucian with it. It's a lot of damage, but not a lot of outright 1v1 pressure between the Lucian to the Caitlyn.
Oh man, and Coco, taking a page out of Doinby's own book, locks in Vladimir against him in the mid lane. The gauntlet is currently flinging through the air towards Doinby's face.
And a fairly 50-50 matchup as well, a bit of a skill matchup between both of them. Of course, the champions don't look like the highest skill ceiling of choice, but it can go either way. It really depends how early laning goes.
Oh, looks like we have a quick reset in champion select. We're going to get that figured out real quick and try to find out what's going on here.
We were close, Dom.
We were right there. But things are looking good for NewBee with that Vladimir pick. That's actually fairly strong for them and rounds out their composition rather well. Is Vladimir something that can keep track of Doinby's Victor?
I think the Vladimir, as time goes on, as the lane progresses and levels come in there, experiences to be seen, then the Vladimir can hold on. Also with the first items, can go Proto Belt or can go Negatron Cloak, and at that point he should be fine. But up until that point, trading is really difficult with a Victor in the middle lane just because he has the shield, he has wave control as well with the laser there. It is just a tough lane for NewBee to get through in the 1v1, so jungle presence may be something that we consider.
Yeah. So I hate to cut you off there. We just heard word from our producer that Vladimir was in fact an incorrect pick out of NewBee.
Well,
that's supposed to be a Twisted Fate.
That was the incorrect pick.
Yeah.
Disaster.
So
the Warwick wasn't meant to be?
Surprisingly, no. So how does that work out then? How does Twisted Fate fill out the composition? They've already got Kha'Zix, Lulu, Nautilus, AD carry, Lucian, and then Twisted Fate.
I can tell you that if Fish is watching, he knows how this lane goes. I 1v1'd him about 20 times as Victor into Twisted Fate and didn't lose one.
Oof. Is that a mechanical skill thing or is that a matchup thing?
It's pretty easy to win the matchup as
Okay.
Victor, especially into Twisted Fate because he tries to trade with you early. You have a shield again. You can actually buffer the shield and the laser in the same combo. So Twisted Fate's good, not for the laning phase. It's definitely good for roaming around the map. It must be a NewBee thing though.
Yeah.
You know, Cool plays it, now Coco's playing it.
It seems like a bit of a sacrifice up against NewBee when he played so conservatively in the previous game just to keep track of NewBee.
And it's also about ganking the rest of the map. So when the Twisted Fate goes bottom, the Lucian Lulu doesn't outright win lane as much as it did in game number 1. Could amplify that. Could go top lane. Could actually just go on Clid with Swift, which is something that you now get for free.
Yeah. Also a great way to keep track of where Clid is going to be over the course of this. As on Graves, he will have a little bit better mobility than previously on his Kha'Zix in the last game. As we're racing back through picks and bans to get back to where we were, shouldn't be expecting anything different until we get to that final pick for Swift. And
Which was also going to be a support from the side of QG, I
Yeah.
believe, as the remaining pick. And we had our inklings towards something like the Tahm Kench, or he's a very good single target type of player, Cloud. There's a chance that we do see the Tahm Kench round out the team composition.
there's also a great way to save people. Whenever you see the Twisted Fate, you just huddle up next to your buddy, and if he eats a gold card, gobble him up.
Exactly right. It's good into Ashe. It does work in a Twisted Fate with the guaranteed stuns. And if he doesn't go for that, then I'm personally expecting something along the lines of either Braum or Zyra. One for damage or one for protecting.
We'll see what Cloud decides to go for as he rounds it out. Chen now getting some advice from NewBee on this
You
matchup.
lock in that champion and
Yeah.
stop talking.
I'm sure the advice is along the lines of, we need to beat him to prove a point, that I'm actually better and I was right in this argument that we had. How long was that? A year and a half ago? A year ago?
They're cheating. Lock in your champions.
They're not cheating. They're just plotting.
Okay, they're not cheating,
Scheming.
but I judge them.
When the opinion of the analyst watching the game is turned negative as a result of pick and ban, then things get a little dour. But Twisted Fate is the pickup for Coco. Looks like Cloud. It's not Tahm Kench. It's Braum instead.
They're similar, I guess, train of thought as to how it works. It gets rid of Lulu's Q. It can block Nautilus Hook. It's really good into the culling, as well as all of Twisted Fate's spells, even the Kha'Zix W. So, like, there's a lot of good things that you can take away from the Braum lane. It's also really good for a gank. We actually saw this yesterday when your jungler has auto attacks based into his kit, like a Graves from range. So you hit the Q or you jump onto a minion and get the auto attack, and if the jungler has a flank, someone's getting stunned, and usually the person who is stunned just outright dies. And more often than not, you'll see that happen before level 6, where they get the free gold.
Yeah, that concussive blows is very strong. We'll be keeping an eye on the bottom lane, but with our compositions locked in, we're getting into game number 2 between Xiaogu and NewBee. And after game number 1 went to NewBee in such a calm and convincing manner, do you think that Xiaogu can run it back here?
It did feel like a matter of brain versus brawn, honestly, when I highlight how game number 1 went, but QG can pull it back. It's not a difficult thing for them to go from game 1 to 2 and bounce back strong or reassess their strategies or just come up with better win conditions, honestly, as a team. So realistically, QG can always come back. It doesn't matter what the score is, what they're playing, or how they're playing in the first game. They're a team with unlimited potential if they all show up at the same time and play proper League of Legends.
I mean, we've seen them at their full power. We're talking Super Saiyan 4, the maximum as high as they can go when they went to Game 3 against, I believe it was WE, and Clid got the miracle kick. 55 minutes in, that won the entire set for them. We know they're capable of waiting and playing it out to that point. We just haven't seen that Xiaogu for a few weeks. And you have to imagine, against the pride rivals of NewBee, that they would bring it out. But so far, they've just been playing the same as they have been for the past few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely right. So
The reckless headbutts.
I mean, Clid even got Lee Sinned by Swift in the exact same way, just a little bit less clean.
Yeah.
We are hopping on.
Back onto Summoner's Rift here. Very stylish blue buff on that side of the map for Xiaogu. As we take a quick scenic viewpoint, it is game number 2 here between Xiaogu and NewBee. With NewBee leading the series, they're going to look for a quick invade.
Got him.
gold card means they clear out that first ward. That's actually Coco getting that. He's going to get level 6 off of the first 6 minions.
You mean level 2?
That's the one.
Mate, if he gets 6 off
Oh,
the first
man.
6.
That's like the Azir Jace bug. That's exhaust use as well. He
Exhausted.
flashes and gets over the wall. So that's flash for exhaust.
You can't help but feel like this is the only time where QG didn't decide to just straight 3-man flash over them and actually go for the kill.
Yeah. Very interesting to see that. I mean, I would have loved to have seen them try to force the engage. As we sit down and pretend to look composed.
I wasn't standing. I was sitting the whole time.
We're just maintaining that we've got the games behind us. Yeah, so again, Xiaogu come out swinging in game number 1 with that very late invade. But I think NewBee did the same thing as well as they try to rush him with the gold card and look for an opportunistic pick onto Kabe.
Yeah, there was early invades and rotations. Again, when you look at the side of NewBee, they have a lot of strength at level 1. So when we're watching them invade, it's expected that they can go get deeper vision. And it's merely just a reaction from QG seeing them go in, saying that, you know, they can 1v1. They just get a free invade on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and as you can see, we've returned to the Rift now. Just a few seconds have passed, and it looks like nothing of too much import has happened. NewBee actually gets level 2 before Coco, despite the experience advantage.
And 2 CS to 9, I have to, again, iterate the fact that Coco will get a lot of CS back as it crashes to the turret, but Victor wins that. There is no disputing who wins that lane, especially that early.
Looks like LWX is once again turning on the pressure in the bottom lane as he harasses Chen, and Swift invades the blue buff. So we did get junglers swapping blue buffs on opposite sides of the map. Looks like top side start from Clid and bottom side of the map out of Swift, which means that those respective lanes, Kabe and LWX and more, are getting a little bit of push priority in the meanwhile.
And you know, something that I've been trying out that I have been seeing from NewBee is, hello, is the Death by a Touch. It is actually quite good. I've actually been practicing with it myself. He plays Karma and Victor and goes Death by a Touch on both of them. It has actually enabled a lot of extra trading. Firstly, you get the 7% magic pen bonus. And, yeah, no, firstly, yeah, I'm lost. I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, the
I'm
Deathfire
so
Touch on
loopy now.
NewBee. Deathfire Touch on NewBee is so super strong on Victor because he plays it so often. Hi there.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're going to be getting into the game in just a little bit while we get all of these technical difficulties figured out. But in the meanwhile, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect from these compositions, because obviously we're getting the chance to see NewBee play his red side Victor, which has been instrumental in some of their victories in the past. But he's up against a Twisted Fate that can very easily keep track of him and sort of prevent him from going on these solo NewBee missions.
Yeah, and Red Side Victor speaks more towards the mid to late game strength that he has when you look at the objectives. Red Side having the advantage around the Baron pit if they're actually doing the Baron and have tempo there. Up until that point, you know, there's no significance behind calling, you know, the Red Side Victor in specific. But it's also NewBee playing the Victor. You know, there's Red Side Rookie when you talk about getting the last pick.
Sure.
Red Side Victor just means NewBee's picking it and he's going to destroy everybody because it's his best champion.
If he can make it to that point, of course. He is up against a lot of crowd control, and LWX is already making a strong showing for himself in the bottom lane. If he can do that later on, that could be a very, very dead Hextech creator.
I'm not standing up this time.
Yeah, we're sitting down right now as we take a look at the game. NewBee is just burning through his mana as expected. Luckily, Coco does have blue cards that he can try to go for as Clid will face check into Swift. Looks like they will try to get the burst off. End of line as they are trading back and forth. And Clid goes low, flashes into brush. Swift follows. First blood Swift.
Coco was also collapsing around the side, so it does make sense that Clid, even though it looked insane, committed to trying to get the 1v1, flashing to get distance as well. Doesn't work out, unfortunately, as he saved the flash a little bit late there, trying to get off as much damage as he could, but he took too much at the same time, didn't actually dodge out on the Q.
Yeah. I was honestly amazed that he was able to survive the Q, even with the red buff burning him down for so long. But the clever play of trying to use the brush against him didn't quite work out. And now, perhaps this could be the game where we see Swift get to showcase his other type of carry. Instead of 0, and 12, perhaps it could be a 12, 0, and 0.
A serious problem for QG, to say the least, is if Clid dies ever, or if Swift gets a kill ever. Two very big problems that you're going to encounter. So you can see immediately places vision, perhaps wants to find him at Raptors, but more so get that guy with no mana most of the time in the middle lane, because watch as he generally just presses his R button at sporadic moments with the next wave that crashes if he
Yeah.
wants to recall, which I'm guessing he will.
He did start Cleanse, so no Ghost or Teleport out of Doinby. We'll take a little bit of priority here. Let's see if he drops it down.
Nah, there's no Twisted Fate. There's no reason.
Is he going to stretch under? Nah, just uses the laser to clear out the minion wave instead. And you can even see Swift is potentially waiting for a counter play.
Klid's actually hard pushing this middle lane too. He's ready to counter gank this as well.
Flash onto, leap onto Doinby. There's the gold card. Cleanse is not enough. Swift stealths his way out, but will die to the minions. Doinby gets the kill.
Minions and Death by a Touch. MVP, there you go. So Doinby here absolutely butchered the cleanse is the one thing that you take away from that. Didn't actually use it at the right time, got stunned, couldn't dodge the wild cards, and NewBee make a proactive play. They get the kill, but Klid was there. It's almost like Klid was aware of the fact that, you know, someone was going to gank. Just missed execution there from QG.
Yeah, and it is a 1-for-1 trade, though now that's 2 kills onto Swift to the 1 death of Klid and now the 1 death of Doinby. He's still up in CS over Coco, however, so we'll keep an eye on that as it unfolds. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, LWX is just shoving over and over. Nearly 20 CS up already as blue buff is now being invaded by Xiaogu.
And we spoke about this in Champions. Like, you know, Caitlyn, very good laner, usually can hold her own. When you've got Braum there, you've got kill threat. But firstly, they know that they're in a 2v2. There's no situation as a... Hang on.
Whoa! Flash gold card onto Doinby. He's going to need a full Chaos Storm. Meanwhile, Kabe at level 7 has to force this back.
Yeah,
that's a
hang
depth
on.
charge, and now Coco is perhaps a little bit of regret there.
That was some of the manliest play that I have seen. Coco does have Catalyst, so he wasn't at risk of immediately dying or anything crazy like that, but I don't see many situations where I'd flash forwards to stun him just because you've used the ult. Let him run away. They've got the blue buff. It's happened. Like, it's done. Let it die.
Oof. NewBee are going to have to play a lot smarter than that if they want to close this series out 2-0. You cannot go toe-to-toe against Xiaogu in the chaos. That's how they win. They're like a
Exactly.
more refined game talents.
And they're creating chaos here, NewBee. Instead of playing differently, they're playing towards it. So very curious stuff here, I will say, so far. However, as they continue to get their items, I'd say the first item spike is a pretty large break point for all of the NewBee team. Twisted Fate needs the Rod of Ages or the GLP, whichever he prefers,
Yeah.
to be set up for success well. The only reason that I'd say Rod of Ages is it's actually about 400 gold cheaper, which means he can go for his boots sooner. It does scale up to be a little bit better.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to go for, as we've got first recall out of Doinby and second as well. He's Boots of Lucidity and 1 upgrade on that Hex Core. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you've got a BF Sword picked up for Chen, so not going for the Blade of the Ruined King AD carry instead. Going for classic Caitlyn, whereas LWX, he's still nearly 23 CS ahead. Swift is even invading the red buff. NewBee are just trying to keep Xiaogu occupied on the top side of the map, while it looks like LWX and more are just dominating the bottom lane.
Yeah, they definitely are, and that's the big point that we have to, you know, talk about. I was going to reference it, and then they started to randomly TF ult, and for some reason, flash.
Yeah,
the Caitlyn, you know, self-sustaining lane, meant to do quite well in the 2v2. Braum's meant to help that, and Lucian has very low range, so you wouldn't expect a lot from it. But because he's not even an AD carry main, he's a top lane player. Like, that's not going to work out as intended, unfortunately. We saw this yesterday, Imp playing against a non-AD carry main in the AD carry position, and suddenly you lose the lane no matter what your champion is. The Caitlyn helps you not lose harder, but you don't outright win that lane. So LWX still in a position of power in this 2v2, and only going to get stronger as Lulu empowers him more so.
Yeah, and you can see he's even trying to push Chen away from these minions. A full level ahead, despite getting solo experience as Cloud went to invade the red along with the rest of Xiaogu. So 2 buff steals out of Xiaogu, 1 out of NewBee so far. But the game is young. Still a lot of buff stealing to be seen later on, especially now that Mountain Drake is the next big neutral objective outside of turrets.
And more definitely also playing aggressively in this bottom lane as we're waiting for that one big moment. The thing is, it's 2-1. We're seeing buff steals, but we're not seeing anybody be there beforehand to match the ward or perhaps stop the steal from happening. They're kind of just letting it happen. So everybody dropping the ball on reactive play or even proactive countermeasures to the players. Seemingly not aware of what their opponents are just going to be doing at any stage, which makes sense against QG. There he goes.
Yeah, just casually dropping the Chaos Storm in lane. Oof. That Deathfire Touch is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, it also hits at really nice intervals to make sure the Deathfire Touch is super efficient for the damage output. It compensates for the lack of Thunderlord's burst.
As it is, though, Doinby still up just slightly in CS. Will force the teleport out of Coco to get back into lane. Looks like it's Boost of Lucidity next, so still no clues as to if he goes for the GLP or Rod of Ages. As he continues to catch these minions here, and Doinby will complete his own next recall. Second Hex Tech upgrade. Kabe, meanwhile, has finished off his hunting guys. So we're starting to see Xiaogu ramp up in strength. It's still going to be a while before they hit full power, though.
Yeah, we're looking at probably level breakpoints, I'd say, for QG. Level 11 on Kabe is a good timing to actually go for the Drake, perhaps look for an objective, and try and force NewBee to actually be at the objective, not just take it for free. They want to find an excuse to get kills and get fights. And, you know, up until that level 11 point, NewBee still have advantage. Coco, you can see avoiding wards, sitting on his own control ward, just being invisible. And you can see how the rest of QG have to now play around that fact. Try and find him just so that he's not going somewhere. But where Swift is, Coco's following.
Yeah, there goes the Destiny knock up onto Kabe. He uses Equalizer, but 3 members dive him. Quick, clean, and easy. Another kill for NewBee.
Very straightforward. It just comes down to using the Nautilus first. QG are trying to hard trade in the middle lane, but to outpush a Twisted Fate is not an easy thing to do, even though he doesn't have the Sheen right now. And because it's 3 against 2, they will trade, but not first turret blood.
Yeah, first turret goes over to NewBee in the top lane. However, the mid-tier 1 will drop in answer. That means slightly more forward ward vision to keep track of Coco, but he's already done his handiwork. That is a delayed level 11 from that Rumble. As Blue Buff now looks to be the follow-up from Xiaogu, but there to lock them in is Swift. And Sky has got teleport as he's about to complete his recall.
Yeah, Clid smites it, so they actually lose a lot of mana. And now they're teleporting.
Yeah, that's teleport in also from Kabe. He doesn't have Equalizer. They try to turn on to Swift, but he makes it back into his own jungle. Sky follows along with more. Flash, hook onto Clid.
Really
Doinby's
good.
retreating, and Clid is going to use his buckshot to get out of there. He's trying to escape.
Oh,
A good stun keeps him safe.
get out. I cannot believe that actually stunned the Nautilus. LWX!
Oh, that's the Bilgewater Cutlass used as well. He's got the culling and uses it. Firing into the black. He
Ooh.
reads the sidestep with no vision and solo kills Chen.
LWX, that was pretty classy coming out of the Lucian there. Gets the 1v1 and predictably knows the Caitlyn. He's going to get hit by the culling, and then jukes back up, still gets it. And diving, acknowledging that the health was there from the heal on top of all of this. Good stuff from LWX. So has
Yeah.
his heal of his own.
Huge play out of NewBee. 4-1 right now, though they weren't able to capitalize top. They once again set LWX up for success by pulling the rest of Xiaogu's attention across the map.
Because
And-
Chen's the top laner.
Yeah. Not great. As he does have Zeal now and Berserker Greaves against the soon-to-be completed Blade of the Ruined King. And there it is. Recall finished. 14 minutes in.
This is satisfying to watch. He just started missing them, but you know
he,
what?
He was getting so
You
many
have
of
to
them.
take credit where
Yeah,
it's due.
yeah.
Cloud is last hitting extremely well under the turret
It's
for
so
a Braum.
tough, yeah.
No supports can last hit, let's be honest, and only those who don't play support or have switched to it can.
Very niche reference that you're trying to hit towards. The supporters of League of Legends.
Yes, 20% of our players.
Give or take, yeah. Albeit, though, he is now trying to roam around and contest the vision of NewBee. They are continuing to focus towards that bottom lane as they've got Destiny back up. No teleport from Sky as he's making his way top. But that means there's no teleport from Kabe as well. And if he can keep Kabe top, that means that this dragon could be a good fight for NewBee.
Yeah, exactly. And we mentioned level 11 being big. Well, they're still 10, so Rumble struggles a bit more. The Equalizer, you know, pretty long cooldown, less damage. And the bottom side of the map of NewBee has spiked. They've got their big items completed. Swift had completed his Warriors enchantment a very long time ago. And as far as Drakes are concerned, for a Kha'Zix to take, this is one of the better. Between a Kha'Zix and an Elise, they both excel at taking this Drake. It attacks slow, he's isolated, he leveled up Q. Super simple.
Unfortunate there. I mean, we even saw Kabe walking bottom as if to contest it, but complete lack of vision from Cloud and Clid means that the Mountain Dragon is soloed and snuck by NewBee.
And that's exactly what you want to see from them. Again, trying to get more advantages. The Mountain Drake will help them as the game progresses. Twisted Fate, very good split pusher. They can try and 1-3-1 and pressure multiple places. The Lucian, super far ahead, has Blade of the Ruined King, so neutral objectives, especially the Baron, will just get absolutely shredded as time goes on. And that Mountain Drake does help them further.
Certainly going to be helping against turrets as now we've got Destiny being popped. They see that Clid
And
and
Doinby.
Doinby are there, and immediately the trade towards mid lane. Sky swaps on down along with Coco. Doesn't have Sheen, but he has his Rod of Ages. The immediate response from Kabe to try to get over there.
Clever rotation. I don't think NewBee will get it just yet. In fact, they might have overstayed just a little bit.
Sky has got to run out of here. Doinby is chasing, but they decide to let it go because NewBee are getting advantages elsewhere.
And this is so good for NewBee, right? Like, they go bottom, they act like the Twisted Fate's going down there, and you know what? Credit to QG. Doinby's down there ready to go with Clid. They're saying, you cannot dive us. They've acknowledged that their bottom lane's losing, but look at how NewBee counterplay that. They've already got Sky in the middle lane. Doesn't have teleport, so he walks down to try and impact the rest of the map. At the same time, they change their decision, they go back mid, and then they get the bottom turret anyway, with the middle one taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Literally everything that NewBee could get, they just got out.
In between a rock and a hard place for Xiaogu, and not looking like they're able to escape from it anytime soon, as they're now down about 2,500 gold and slowly but surely hemorrhaging more. As NewBee, again, they're just showing up as the older, more experienced team here, and waiting for Xiaogu's ridiculous plays and mistakes to take advantage of them. Looks like the play now is towards the top lane as Xiaogu sent 4 people up there.
Now the Rumble will still, start to outtrade just a little bit onto Sky. Not a crazy amount because he rusts the Spirit Visage. And my question here is actually towards Sky, where you would expect a Banner of Command to be his next item of choice. That's the big thing that you take away that stops QG having any semblance of split pushing pressure. You can put in a side lane. You have Twisted Fate in the other one if you want. Nautilus very good at grouping up with his team. That's right, expect him to go. Because sooner or later, the Rumble starts to become too big of a deal.
Yeah. So far, it's the Leandries now finished for Kabe. He's got a Seekers as well, building towards that Zanya's. But he's got to deal with LWX and more, who are just putting out so much damage down there, even forcing the Equalizer out to clear a minion wave. LWX is coming up huge this game, and NewBee are just setting him up for success.
Yeah, Kabe did have to ult that one, to be fair, if he wants to be safe. So no minion wave to crash. You can see Swift was down there ready to go. He also knew that his team was taking the enemy blue buffers. Now they dive mid.
Oh, flash gold card on the Shen. He still has his summoners, but he walks away with his life. Meanwhile, Doinby tries to collapse on Sky with Cloud. They're doing some damage, but that is a tanky Nautilus. Coco hits Doinby with the gold card. That's a knockup from the death charge. Sky locks him down, but eats concussive blows and dies to the quick pop from Clid. Swift looks for a side entry, but finds
LWX.
damage instead. LWX goes in and goes down. He's still able to get the kill on the Shen, but at what cost? More will drop to the laser from Doinby as Blue Buff is putting out work in the mana he's getting back.
There's limits to everything you can do here, Lucian, but that was pretty much overboard. More actually flashed to try and ult him to keep him alive. If that ultimate had actually gone off, I would wager that LWX was at least getting another kill for his troubles onto Cloud there, but he doesn't. And that was over-aggressive, honestly, from NewBee, trying to turn something around. We said this once already, just let it die. Just let the bad thing happen. Don't flash forwards to get the stun card off if you don't have the team to back you up. Don't commit to a fight after you've just been chunked out.
I mean, we saw Lone do the exact same thing in the previous game, dashing into a fight multiple times into 5 members. Is there a different term for it when it's not vein spotting, but it's Lucian?
Well, it's not the same thing when you've got the Lulu on your team.
Okay.
Right, like the Lucian does kind of have to go covert ops and jump into the backline and start trying to take people out. Literally Navy seal them.
Yeah.
And expect that Lulu will be there to help you, but Lulu wasn't there to help him. And perhaps that was a communication issue from the side of NewBee. He did flash to try and get it on.
Okay. So if it's not vein spotting, is it then Lucian vanning? Just trying to bring the whole team in with him?
Ooh. Now I'm trying to think of something and I'm really struggling.
Because there are so many different modes of transportation. Is it like a tandem bike? It's a tandem bike. Because he's got the whole romantic thing going on with that skin. And he brings Lulu right behind him. She's sitting on the back wheel just pedaling super hard while he steers them in.
I'll let you take that one. Dom, you can call them a tandem bike. I won't disagree with you. But I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon of a tandem bike.
Alrighty. We'll have to get Raz in here and see what his take is on that mode of transportation. He is the Lucian man himself, after all. But it's now been 21 minutes into the game, and NewBee are starting to fall back a little bit more after that slightly disadvantageous trade that they took. Some harass from Swift to punish him away from the jungle, as Xiaogu immediately at the 20-minute mark set up vision on the Baron, and they start doing it. They've got all 5 members there.
As if NewBee don't know.
Ah, Coco's got teleport. He drops Destiny. Immediately it's spotted out.
They're committing.
Yeah, that's Moore trying to make his way in. That's Red Side Victor dropping that gravity field. Sky goes in. That's an equalizer laid across. Coco is eating the full duration of the Chaos Storm. Flash, slow. Chen is trying to get his way out of there, but Swift is looking for the flank. He's denied and is forced to leap away. Xiaogu are so low.
I can't believe they're alive right now. Swift is playing with fire by himself. That was a good W, and what he's doing is buying time. He's letting them push the middle lane turret, get the extra goal, get the objectives. He's going to throw a W again.
Yeah.
And stops 1 recall.
2 actually. Clint actually kept going.
Has to respect that Swift will keep going himself.
Yeah.
So this is the 1v1 we always wanted.
Swift versus NewBee, and Swift gets the kill. But here's the follow-up. Your replacement, Clid, shows up and gets the execution to answer back.
And that's the good decision to actually stop the recall from Clid that makes a trade possible. A lot used. And ultimately, it was a Baron attempt from QG.
Yeah. I was just about to mention they are infatuated with the purple orb, and then it spoke for itself. Xiaogu. Love this team sometimes.
The thing is, like, Coco has teleport. He's not just a Twisted Fate with an ultimate. You know, that ultimate doesn't cover the whole distance. Fair enough. But he has a teleport. So really, going for the Baron when a Twisted Fate can even use his ult just to check if you're doing it doesn't work out as you planned, you would imagine. Nautilus almost 1v5 them thanks to the Baron's already put down damage.
Yeah. As a result, though, it ends up being just the 1-for-1 trade, Swift for NewBee, and with the jungler of NewBee dead, that meant Xiaogu could finally take a dragon, like mountain dragon, to answer NewBee's own first. Next one will be Infernal, and that it will certainly be in the eyes of both of these teams as we get now a little bit later into the game. And once again...
But look at where Twisted Fate is this time. So what QG are doing is trying to set up vision to try and maybe generate a pick from that vision this time around, you would expect. They tried to not bait it. They tried to just straight up do it and see what happens. The bluff was called from NewBee, and they matched them and tried to come down and stop them. They're lucky they didn't all die for that. But this time around, you're expecting much more refined bait, different strategy.
Yeah, they're now trying to fight for this blue buff. Swift and Coco are there. Lid goes over the wall as that's Smite secure for Swift. He gets that blue buff, but that means Smite on cooldown for about 15 seconds. Leaps over to get a slow and eats some damage in return, but just a nice parting gift to Xiaogu on the way out of their jungle. Meanwhile, top laners are keeping each other occupied on that bottom lane.
And Swift will regain health from doing the Gromp next to him. I like how he didn't finish it, actually does reset. And by it resetting, he gets more health back. So really, not a bad choice there from Swift. Little things like that, you know, can actually mean the difference. NewBee, if he turns around, gets overexcited, he's like, I'm just going to ult. It wouldn't have been anything.
Now we can actually take stock of NewBee's build that it's a few minutes later. It's the full Hex Core upgrade, Rylai's, and what looks like a Void Staff on the way. He's still got some flexibility with what that ends up being.
Could be a Death Cab, could be a Lich Bane.
Yeah. But so far,
Leandri's.
it's standard out of him.
It should be a Void Staff, I have to add. There's LWX.
Getting a little greedy there. Eats a knock-up. Flash, concussive blows. He's got 2 stacks, 3-4. That's a stun. He's locked down and cleaned up by Xiaogu.
That man is way too excited.
Yeah.
He needs to just calm down a little bit. You don't have to dash over that wall onto a Braum. I feel like he hasn't realized that it's Braum, and Braum will turn around on you. There's QG. They get a pick. NewBee are aware of this, obviously, but QG immediately go towards the Baron. Place control wards absolutely everywhere that they can. Twisted Fate has no ulti, and so this is where they really put themselves into a heated position.
Yeah, Swift has Smite. Let's see if he tries to go over the wall as Moore walks in. That's a lot of damage the Baron is doing. Equalizer is terrible from Kabe.
Nah, that's it, QG.
And they now drop Ace in the hole onto Swift, but with the damage and harass traded by NewBee, they back away.
And again, side lane's pushing for NewBee. They're always pressuring everywhere on the map. QG, they only go for the Baron because LWX dies. And they try and make something out of it, but because NewBee have set up well, they've got vision in the right areas, they're able to control it and prevent it from happening. There's still the slight edge there for NewBee, even though their AD carry is legitimately just running it down mid.
A little bit of question mark out of LWX. He's excited. He's still doing great, near 60 CS over Chen. As he's getting bigger and bigger. Black Cleaver finish. He's got a Hex Drinker under his belt.
I mean, on the bright side, a lot was used to kill him.
Yeah.
And no summoners are really there for the side of QG. They actually only have Cleanse available for NewBee when you look at their team. So NewBee may be appreciating that fact. If QG are the team that always goes into the Baron pit and there's no summoners there, pretty easy to take them down.
And immediately NewBee are actually using this window as they head up top into the jungle and set up a lot of vision. Coco is actively pushing that top lane.
Hello.
Swift finds Kabe, gets some good damage, a slow as well. But he has to be careful trading with this Rumble. It hurts. But Swift is so fearless on Kha'Zix.
Rumble hurts, but Swift hurts a little bit more,
Yeah.
especially when somebody's isolated. Granted, the Zhonya's Hourglass is enough to ensure that the Rumble isn't going to just die, but that was a lot of work from Swift. He's also a member of the team that can recover health. Unlike Kabe, he'll have to go back to base.
With LWX maintaining pressure in the mid lane, and now Sky with Teleport maintaining pressure in the bottom lane, it is a very solid split push out of NewBee to pull Xiaogu apart. And again, just they need to be intelligent and not fall for the chaos of Xiaogu if they want to win this set. So far, they've been doing a good job and are slowly but surely whittling away at the defenses of Xiaogu.
And this is what we saw with the outer turrets of NewBee when they actually get a chance to set up for the play. You know, they have the split pushing. They've currently got the 1-3-1. You have to look at QG instead and say, this is obviously what NewBee want to do. And QG is always going to default to saying, run it at the Baron. Just immediately go to the Baron, do the Baron. They're 1-3-1-ing.
And immediately for the Baron they go. It's almost like they can hear you, Rusty, through space and time itself. Now they rush forwards. They don't have teleport from Kabe, but he does have Equalizer. Swift
Teleports
stealths his
in.
way around. That's teleport onto the back. Let's see if that's Sky. He does have Flash, or will he go the long way around? They're taking so much damage from this. He's caught Kabe more. He's going to die to Doinby, but they will turn and kill Kabe on the far side. Meanwhile, the Baron has started and gets picked up by Xiaogu. Flash from Chen gets him over the wall. Excuse me, Clid, as more goes down. Chen is running. Doinby is caught and dies to Sky. Is he done chasing? Is he going to let Chen go?
Coco has teleport if he really wanted to flank. He hasn't chosen to. So NewBee, they don't get the Baron buff. QG do secure it, but now what do they get for it? Is Coco going to commit to something and die to Clid? Find out in the next 5 seconds.
Turns out the answer is no. Clid decides to take the safe way back. Doesn't want to risk the fact that Nautilus is there as well. And the top tier 2 goes down. LWX maintains pressure in the mid lane. They've still got a minion wave building bottom.
Yeah, but they can also now set up for the Drake as well, perhaps on the side of QG. You know, they've got Baron, so the minion wave control should be easier for this team. And finally, the objective they want is theirs. It doesn't actually give them a giant gold lead. We stay at equal for the moment.
Yes.
And by equal, I mean what it was, which is 3,000.
3,000 difference between the two as Dragon is picked up, but Xiaogu, much like the fish in Finding Nemo, get to say, Bubbles, my Bubbles. It doesn't actually do anything, but they finally got it. I imagine that's their name for Baron, Bubbles. Sorry, I should have clarified that beforehand. The absolute infatuation pays off. However, can they do anything with it? They've got about a 3-minute window here, probably down to 2 minutes now.
Yeah, by having to recall or even losing a fight at the Baron, it does reduce the window of opportunity. But not just that, if people die, then it means less lanes have control. So Kabe doesn't have it, Doinby doesn't have it. Mid lane's now weaker as a result of this. As you can see, NewBee.
Yeah, they immediately clear out the minion wave despite the harass being fired across. Chen finally shows up with Clid, but that wave is already cleared out. They're setting up a siege, and they've got Equalizer back up on cooldown.
You know, one big thing I would commend QG for is consistently denying the blue buffs away from Coco. I don't think he's had one this game. And if he has, it's been a struggle to actually get it. Actually, yeah, he did have one. Right now, though, with the Baron buff, makes sense that they're grouped as 5. They're really pushing hard for this.
This actually turns into a rather strong siege comp though, when they manage to get the trap line set up. It's going to take a while for that cooldown to rebuild, though. So that means NewBee get an opportunity to clear out this minion wave, and though they lose their mid-tier 2, they don't lose too much after.
And again, note the bottom lane's pushing for NewBee. It's a big wave that can amass. Coco has teleport, so he's also able to go down there. It's exactly where he's walking. And QG, they have top lane set up. That is one of the biggest minion waves that a minimap could ever produce. And they have the Baron buff to empower it. So you'd expect the top lane outer does die, but can Coco trade that into Kabe?
An excellent question. Let's find out as NewBee are set to trade here. They bring a lot more than just Coco. They've got a bannered up minion as well, and Kabe is going to have a tough time clearing it. That's gold card, full culling. Zanyas buys him time as Moore eats a turret shot, but he dies along with his turret much faster than Chagu. Chen is the only one who goes back so far as Cloud is going to try to complete a recall and gets disrupted for his efforts. The inhibitor goes down, and NewBee turned this push on its head. Doinbe's finally able to make his way back and forces the flash out of Coco. He makes his way to safety, but the banner minion is enough to clear out that inhibitor turret.
Yeah, so they get an extra turret for it, and this is NewBee throwing the gauntlet, trying to out-rotate the opposite team, and it takes a lot of courage to actually try and split push against a Baron buffed and powered QG, as Doinbe is not done chasing. This is all, unfortunately, could have been more for NewBee if he didn't just stand on a trap accidentally. Coco just waltzed under the trap, and then regretted everything because Doinbe can drop all of the combo onto him. Still, they get what they want, except Coco doesn't get to recall.
Yeah, canceled his recall. Much like Cloud had his own recall canceled. He gets a little bit of justice. The Baron is worth minus 500 gold. That's right, NewBee are now up to a 4,500 gold lead. Cloud, Coco holds his ground. Cloud is trying so hard to try to pull this apart, but again, it's the patient older brother playing the more smart tactical plays against just the brutish force from Chaogu.
And to be fair, like QG are still closing the gold a little bit more with every turret they get. They're getting themselves towards the mid-late game stage where they always want to be, but they're getting there against the Twisted Fate. They've got the Banner of Command to deal with if you're Kabe right now, and it never dies, so minion control should always be there for NewBee. And if NewBee have an advantage on the map in any way, that tends to get exacerbated just by the composition they put together for themselves. Lucian, Lulu empowering a Kha'Zix that can jump in. A lot of damage there and a lot of tankiness.
Yeah, we're starting to see some really big item breakpoints as well.
There
Not
it
only
is,
that
Doinbe.
Banner of Command. And Doinbe completes Void Staff, and afterwards the Iceborne Gauntlet.
That's the one.
Let's see if he goes for Banshees next as well. As
What
he's
a
got
man.
one item slot left.
No magic resistance.
Nope, doesn't need it.
Nah.
If Coco's the one who bursts him out, then he's doing something wrong.
Again, it is a good item. I just feel like if you want cooldown reduction, you can probably put it into your runes.
An Abyssal Scepter. There are countless items.
So he's
Morellinomicon.
he's at 30% CDR, right?
Yeah.
If he has the right runes, he'll be at 40. Blue buff 50, but that's normal. The next item should not be an Abyssal Scepter, but last time he did. He actually sold the Banshees for the Abyssal, so he had 50% CDR, which means his runes are weird.
He is overcapped.
His runes have to be different. I just don't know what they are.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that in between these games here, as now things slow down and everybody gets a chance to take a breath. No big neutral objectives until Baron and Cloud Dragon are up in 60 seconds apiece. And NewBee are just playing the map. They've got a bear inhibitor to try to break down. Sky starting to work that wave up. He actually just used his banner wave.
Interestingly, actually, there's no QSSs from the side of NewBee. They're against the Braum comp. There's not a lot of outright stuns, but against the Braum, everybody has a stun. So funnily enough, I personally would expect something like a QSS to be seen from them. Just even a Mikhail's from Moore, in my opinion, would be enough to counteract that fact, because they can get picked off. Like, the one time LWX is getting picked off is because Braum's stunning him, or at least getting the passive on, they are stunning him afterwards. Mikhail's would actually help to negate that fact and allow LWX to be as ham as he is, which is more than Christmas dinner.
More ham than a Christmas dinner. You heard it here, folks. LWX is ready to take on Chaogu. NewBee now are setting up. You can see Chaogu immediately when the Baron spawns. They're already at the pit. They're all grouped up and ready. Swift eats a Chaos Storm and is actually forced to flash away as Doinbe chases them out. That's a good equalizer to slow them on the way out. Ace in the hole finds Coco, but he's nice and tanky with that Rod of Ages Zanya's build.
Damage was good though, so they go straight back to the Baron. However, no Rumble ulti, no Victor ulti.
Swift has got Smite, but no Flash. He's so low. Can he do it? He does, in fact, get the steal. He dies for his efforts, but Sky goes in. Meanwhile, Coco is trying to fight Clade on the bottom side. He's CC locked and dies. Sky is still alive, though. He manages to keep the rest of Chaogu occupied. He keeps the hook onto
at
Doinby.
LWX.
is just cleaning up these kills as they are being gifted over and over. 4 kills for 1, and NewBee walk away with the Baron.
Really good patience from Moore on the Lulu ultimate, ensuring that LWX is the person that he empowers. Just walks around, protects him, and Swift, the hero, gives them the Baron buff. So now they waltz into the middle lane. They've got the bottom lane inhibitor prepared, and they are already pushing it in.
Yeah.
Now they want more.
This inhibitor turret falls. They're looking for both mid and bottom inhibitors. Still 20 seconds before Clid is back up as Cloud respawns. 4 versus 2. Is this all that NewBee take, or do they keep going?
They're still going.
That's exhaust onto LWX, but he's still working on the turrets here. The first Nexus turret falls. He turns to the second and cleans that one up as well. The
That's the
Nexus
game.
itself crumbles as NewBee 2-0 improve upon their defeat from week number 2 and defeat rivals Chaogu.
It was 2-1 last time, 2-0 this time, and honestly, they did not look like losing this game. Swift walks into the jungle, kills Clid. They steal a Baron. LWX definitely better than a top laner in the AD carry position.
Yeah, it turns out. Surprise, AD carries are really good in the AD carry position.
But it was very impressive performance, not just from LWX, but from the team. And again, it's a different style. It's playing to a different new strength that they've discovered in themselves. They're experimenting, but it's obviously working.
Yeah, things are looking good. And now working for us to help break down that game is Raz. Welcome back.
It's nice to be back. And just to hit on to the point I made just before this game, Chen is not an AD carry.
Yeah.
Chen is not even a top laner because he hasn't played a single game of top lane competitively. He is a mid laner. His name was Cherish. He was, in the LSPL for quite some time for Standpoint Gaming. They picked him up for just a sub role. So he is not an AD carry at all. But that was not why they lost the game. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why they lost the game. It just came down to...
walk us through some of them, right? I mean, obviously the bottom lane was looking like it was a trouble, but Chaogu, they had red side Victor that Doinby really seems to love.
Yes, they did. Victor does well into Twisted Fate, and you can see it. NewBee had control of the game from the very beginning, and even though the Victor does well into the Twisted Fate, they played well around the Twisted Fate from the very beginning. And so Twisted Fate was able to get that dive in the top side of the map, and it was traded for the mid lane turret, so you would think that it's advantageous, or at least it evens it out, right? Sure, it looks like it's advantageous to NewBee because they get the kill on top of the tower, but really it is so good for NewBee. Sure, they lose their mid lane tower, but that just gives more focus for Chaogu to have a deeper ward into the red side jungle of NewBee, because suddenly you can't track Twisted Fate anymore. The way he gets towards the bottom lane is deeper through his red side jungle. So if they're not going deeper and deeper into the red side jungle to catch out where Twisted Fate is roaming once he clears out midwave, it is super hard to be able to get that going. So NewBee was able to take the game from the very beginning, even though they had mid lane strength, and it was up to NewBee to be able to throw it away. And you saw moments where Lucian, he definitely ran right into Braum, ran into 4 people, and they lost a lot of control, lost a lot of tempo. And so Chaogu were able to hold the game firm and make use of their composition around Baron.
Yeah, I think that is really ultimately just what it comes down to, right? QG, they have a strong mid laner. They're using him, stealing blue buffs, advancing around Doinby being free this game, which is something that was missing in game number 1. But NewBee played well around not the middle lane, everywhere but the middle lane. Winning the 2v2, diving the top lane, getting it going, and then just invading, even utilizing their jungle. Not taking the Baron, but reacting to QG wanting the Baron, and then winning the fights, and then getting turrets for the fights, not just the kills. They have higher priorities than that of QG.
Yeah, so it's criticisms from me from NewBee to be able to stall out the lead that they had early on. And so Chaogu, they get the ability to stay in the game. They can finally utilize their composition. It goes straight into the replay that I had here because they're on the Baron. This is very hard for NewBee to get in there, and they can steal this one out. It's an outright stolen Baron. It's going to, spoiler alert, he finally takes it. And though this is the nail in the coffin, because what you didn't see was before that Baron steal. Before that all happened was the fight where Chaogu gets the Rumble ulti that layers down onto Kha'Zix. It looks really good for Chaogu, but it was really bad. The reason why it was bad, because they wanted to be able to set up the trap near the objective. They wanted to make that ulti mean something so they can get a proper fight.
Yeah.
But NewBee runs away. And so it's like, okay, maybe we start on Baron again, but they had no cooldowns. They didn't have their ulti. They weren't going to be able to take their fight. They were banking on NewBee not looking to start that fight again. They were banking on them not looking to steal a Baron, obviously. It didn't go their way.
Yeah, and I feel like this brings us back to the point that we were making over the course of the game, that NewBee, hilariously enough, at now securely in 4th place, look like the more experienced version of Xiaogu. They're making the correct decision. Sure, it was still a little bit touch and go during the game where they would try to skirm with Xiaogu here and there, but again, they made the smart choices. They looked for those objectives instead of just the kills.
Yeah, and even though I kind of criticized LWX for walking into 4 people, in my opinion, that's kind of an improvement in terms of his mentality, because before we saw him play quite reserved, and we would talk him up, but he wouldn't do much. And then him going in there, that means that they're very confident in themselves individually. Of course, Swift takes the MVP right here.
Yeah, 3-3 and 4 for his team. Was able to secure Baron with that impressive steal and was all over the map, just harassing Xiaogu nonstop like a very, very deranged Void Mosquito instead of that Kha'Zix that he was actually on.
Yeah. And so you even mentioned it early on, just to hit on the point of the builds that we see from NewBee. Get a Rabadon's Death Cap, right? They have the utility from the Braum, right? If you're going to pick the Braum and just lose lane from him, make use of his utility. Don't just add on to utility without having the damage. So I wanted to see more damage coming out of NewBee. He didn't even have an advantage. So that's where you say, okay, if you want to get the Iceborne Gauntlet, only if you have such a massive lead from your own lane. That wasn't there. There's no reason to buy that if you are behind as a team.
Yeah, and once again, it's not just that he goes for the Iceborne Gauntlet. You can do whatever you want with your item builds. I do not care.
Yeah.
If your goal is to slow people down, you have a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, you've now got utility. You already have a Braum for stun, so that's fine. You're going to go slow utility, so be it. But then you get an Iceborne Gauntlet with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and suddenly you have no damage. And if that's going to be a cooldown reduction item of choice, just make that an Abyssal Scepter instead, so that you do 10% more damage to everybody around you when you're hitting them with spells. It's a scaling item now, and he doesn't scale with it. He just doesn't build it.
Yeah. And what's hilarious is that even in the team fights that they were setting up for around Baron, they had the slow with Braum ulti. So if they play it properly, he doesn't even need that. So
100%.
Yeah, it's whatever. At the end of the day, you look at it and you're like, NewBee just outplayed them from game 1 to game 2. They look like the clearly better team in this set. So we're already going to go on to the next set of Game Talents versus EDG. It looks really hard for Game Talents to say, hey, you know what? We're better than NewBee.
That is a very important conversation that we need to have. Today, of course, was the battle for 4th place with both Game Talents and NewBee tied at 4 and 7. Now we've got NewBee at 5 and 7, securely in that 4th place. Game Talents are now in 5th. They took a single win in intergroup play last time we saw them, and that was actually against NewBee previously when they went 2-0 in week number 3 of the LPL. So perhaps that could end up being a huge tiebreaker here because this is a Game Talents on a roll.
I think before we even look at Game Talents being on the roll, we look at NewBee being only 1 ahead from them. So there's still 4 extra games left to play.
Yeah.
And QG aren't that far ahead of NewBee in the first place. And this is where it starts to get a little bit more convoluted. NewBee, the battle for 4th place. They're now there. Game Talents can challenge that. But are they actually going for 4th, or are they pushing for 3rd now because they've just beaten the team that is in that 3rd place, and perhaps they have the possibilities to get there? It's not out of the question.
They own the head-to-head completely now with a 2-0 victory here and a 2-0 victory from week 3. If they end up tied with Xiaogu, they take it.
Mm-hmm.
So
and Xiaogu, they need to be the next set is going up against WE. Very likely they lose unless, of course, if they really buckle down and play much better. So Xiaogu, they're not out of realms of just of playoff contention. They still have to qualify. They're in a good spot, but losing to NewBee, not a good thing, obviously. They still have to play as Game Talents if they lose to them. I mean, it's going to be difficult.
And it's not even that they have an identity crisis or anything right now.
Yeah.
Xiaogu, they're not even underperforming. They're just making bad decisions individually and as their shot callers. So we know that Ali is a shot caller for the team, or is at least a vocal member of the team, and now they've got Cloud in instead. They have AD carries on the roster. God forbid one of them plays. They use a mid lane, top lane AD carry hybrid that doesn't play any of them as their AD carry. Like, all of these decisions on an individual level, even as a shot calling level, like management, even if they're going to pick the wrong roster, they have their reasons. They're entitled to their own reasons, but it's not working for them, so they need to fix it.
Yeah, and I think that's a conversation that we used to have with NewBee, and hilariously enough, we can actually start to look at them a little bit more confidently and say they are making the right choices. You know, Coco, he's been out for 2 weeks, but then he comes in. His only job was to keep track of NewBee, and he did that. And then in game number 2, he was able to take a step beyond that and gank side lanes on that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, here's the fun part about NewBee, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
They bring in Coco. He plays just as well. They have Cool. He plays incredibly well. It's just they have a lot of individually very talented players. And so it was just about being able to play a slower pace, calmer pace game. They did just that. And so showcasing they can do that against Xiaogu, who has struggled with that the entire split, is kudos to them. They're going to be going up against NewBee at the end of the week. And so, I mean, NewBee's going to be going to EDG at the end of the week. NewBee's already beaten EDG once. That could happen again. So we might be seeing the rise of NewBee. It's very possible.
Look, let's be honest. If they beat them a second time, they're actually pushing for second, not just third. They have head-to-head against both of the teams above them.
Oh, man.
And then they're relying on the performance of the teams that are above them.
And
It
then
get a bit spicy.
that means that their matches against Game Talent and Vici in the next few weeks will be even more important because it's not only that battle for playoff seedings for them anymore, it's about actual placements in the bracket when that does end up coming out. But NewBee looking like a very good team right now. We're excited to see how they continue to perform. Xiaogu, what's going on? Like, this is... I was super excited that we finally got to see Xiaogu back. NewBee, the heart and soul, the team fight kings, could have returned. There were a few moments of brilliance during weeks 1, 2, and 3, but they hit a point and then they just kind of stopped, nice and stagnant throughout all of cross-group play, and they haven't improved coming out of cross-group as well.
And I like the fact that it's been team fight focused for them. They just need to play their team fights better. They need to execute on those team fights if that's going to be their identity. So that's my issue with them, is how they play around flanks, how patient they are in setting up for those fights. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get set up for our next matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips. Showering ashes, call me to explore. Tell me every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret.
Welcome back, everyone, to week number 8 of the LPL. It's finally a chance to see some more intergroup play. We're about to get into our second set of the evening. It's Game Talents taking on EDG, who are currently on a bit of a slump. And Game Talents, they're coming off a lot of momentum in between their cross-conference play. Gentlemen, I hesitate to say this. Last time, when Game Talents were at the bottom of the standings, they took a win off of EDG. Now they've got all this momentum. Could they take a series against what was once the best team in the LPL?
Yeah. Who hasn't taken a win off of EDG?
At this point.
They have been 2-1, or at least losing. They haven't won a game, or at least a set 2-0 since week 3.
Yeah.
They have just been trading games, trading wins, and they have been really showcasing a very lackluster season out of EDG, a team that we expect to, first place, maybe second place, but they are just falling very far.
And to give you a blanket answer before we break it down as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Game Talents
Okay,
can
well, there we go.
absolutely take the whole series away from EDG. If one's going up and one's coming down, we just need to find out if they're meeting in the middle yet.
Yeah, or if perhaps EDG will be able to pull out of this nosedive, or if Game Talents will continue to accelerate and try to keep pace with NewBee, who just took our previous set against their rivals Xiaogu and are now in sole possession of 4th place. So that means this game means a lot for Game Talents, not just in terms of beating the second best team in the current Group B, but also getting that 4th place spot.
They need to be able to. I mean, they still have a lot of time, a few more games left. But NewBee, looking how they did in the last set that we saw, Game Talents needs to start taking these wins. So being able to take EDG would be a good start.
I think it's a lot more valuable now. I definitely agree. This is the best place, arguably, to start. Just even momentum-wise, beating a team with the name EDG just represents a lot more for someone, especially Game Talents. And it's going to be a battle of kind of like star performers against star performers to see who can come out better in the other end. And that's one of the good things about this matchup, actually, when you highlight EDG against Game Talents. It does kind of come down more to the players than the performance of the team.
Yeah.
And I think when it comes to both teams, they do need to find another star in their team. We see Scout performing incredibly well. If he's on point, then the team has a high chance of winning. They can take the win. Meanwhile, Game Talents is Gimgoon most of the time. But with Republic, he's on and off. We saw him in the last set versus IG. He was definitely off. He was the reason why they lost their set. He was having a very bad set. And you look towards EDG. Mouse can be a sturdy top laner, but he isn't their consistent carry. Zet has problems. He's great in lane, but out of that point, he is not the carry that, or at least the second carry they're looking for. And they've been taking losses. They lost to IMA, they lost to OMG.
Yeah, it seems like questions of severity when you look at these carries. When you've got the carries of EDG popping off, it is huge performances out of them. When you've got the carries of Game Talents popping off, it's big performances, but then the rest of the team elevates to follow.
Yeah.
And it creates this sort of very interesting comparison of styles, where if we see a huge performance out of Game Talents, EDG might just completely flounder.
I think it's relative to what the teams can do as well. So when you say like an individual great performance out of EDG, it's because you know what the rest of the team's abilities to play League of Legends are going to be. You know, like the jungle and support are going to work together. They're going to have fantastic vision control to enable that person. And so they don't exactly shine as much as someone that like shows up in Game Talents. But that's because you're looking at like what is generally just mediocrity and then someone rises above it.
Yeah.
Whereas with EDG, they're rising above good to be great.
Yes, and that comparison is what sort of creates the challenge for this matchup. Obviously, though, the big question is EDG, as they are currently on the decline. It used to be EDG were great, and when we would see a star performance, it would rise up into the exceptional. Now we're seeing them in good and rising up into great. If they drop a game here, do we drop them into mediocre, rising into good?
Yeah, we'll need a few sets. And when we're talking about those like the severity there, the degrees in which you're talking about, it's a lot of, you look towards their group, Xiaogu's just underneath them. They're not really feeling threatened about that. And looking upwards, like WE, sure, it feels very difficult to say that they can take a win off that. W is looking on point. So in their own group, it seems like EDG is not going to get challenged.
Yeah, that's honestly the really confusing part about this group, especially with QG just losing. We were hoping, honestly, in this roundabout way, you know, QG, if they show up, they can challenge EDG, and then we don't know where EDG are going to sit in the standings if they lost this one. But even if EDG lose this against Game Talents and it happens, the confusion's more down in the 4th place spot than it is for EDG right now. But they still have a lot to discover for themselves right now, because this does mostly, in my opinion anyway, come back to what Raz was saying. It's like, who is the second star in this team? When you looked at how they played since they existed as a team, you've got Deft being a big carry down in the bottom lane and then Pawn in the middle lane. and either one of them will actually carry. Pawn occasionally just starts feeding. He does that all the time.
Yep,
You've watched the LCK
Yeah,
split.
he still does.
And Def will be the consistently performing member on the team. That is the carry strength of them. Whereas in EDG right now, Scout, he's a new player. He is going to be inconsistent here and there. Not that different to what Pawn was, but Zet's not deft.
Yeah, that performance has really been challenging for them. Game talents, though, they've got Gimgoon, and I think you already talked a little bit about Republic. Lately, though, they've also had Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu has done a lot to try to enable them, and I think that mid-jungle synergy is going to be really important in this matchup.
It will be, and generally speaking, jungle mid lane synergy, if you look towards the rest of the LPL, that is the point in which teams tend to grow and really find a lot of strength climbing up the ranks.
Yeah.
GT has one of the worst. So Xiaoyu, sure, he's better comparatively to Wushuang, who he is replacing, but there are a lot of star junglers in the LPL, and same when it comes to the mid lane. So it's very awkward to see this team get that rise up when they're having difficulties playing through jungle mids, and if they can, because Republic has had great games.
Yeah.
Xiaoyu has had proper games as well when he's playing to the right side of the map. So we've seen them being able to play well individually. We just need to see that perhaps on a more consistent basis. And by consistent, I mean just like not as a one-off game.
Yeah. We're definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. Of course, he will have an opportunity today, not playing against the exceptionally experienced Clearlove. He's actually out for game number 1 so far. As we run through the roster, you can see his replacement is none other than FireLolly himself. Mouse, Scout, Zet, and Mako are filling out the rest of the roster as expected.
Clearlove probably still just warming the bench at the moment, trying to improve his individual self as we go through game talent.
Yeah, you can see it's Gimgoon, Xiaoyu, Republic. PentaQ is filling in for the bottom lane along with Savoki.
Who's that? PentaQ.
PentaQ?
I haven't heard of this
the
man
Pentakill or the PentaQ?
in a very long time. PentaQ.
Okay.
Who is this man?
PentaQ is the original carry of game talents back when Savoki and PentaQ formed themselves a dynamic duo. And we actually, when we both found out that PentaQ was playing, we both said one word. That's like literally the only word we both said to describe this guy, and it was Jinx.
Jinx, yeah. Jinx.
Jinx then.
Just Jinx. He
And-
was inspired by Imp's play. He's like, get me back in there. The
Yeah.
Jinx Tom Kench lane, as bad as it is it's a possibility.
It could very well work for them in the current meta with everybody going for the Blade of the Ruined King. They could just sit back under turret, catch minions, wait for an opening, and then if you get caught, Tom Kench just saves them.
And in saying that, right, the logic actually applying to him being the Jinx Tom Kench lane is that PentaQ is actually a very good carry if you can give him resources. The Tom Kench designed to save the Jinx, to keep him alive. You get to the mid game, you get to the late game, and get him through the laning phase, which is what the TK was for, then you will find that he actually does a lot of work and he can carry. And the thing is, all of Game Talent's AD carries have been able to do that, if you can get them to mid and late game. This isn't really a change or a shift to them in any way. All this really does for me is PentaQ has played a lot with Savoki. A lot with Savoki.
Yeah, a lot.
Perhaps that could be the Stoneborn Pact bottom lane that we see. We know the synergy. We've hyped up the synergy. I mean, it's all over solo queue as well, but the fact that we haven't seen it is hugely in pro play kind of speaks to how the meta has been focused. So perhaps game talents could be the innovators here.
It's very interesting to see how much game talents have really rotated that bottom lane. You're talking about the innovators. The West, Zubin, now PentaQ. You said it, Rusty. It hasn't really changed how they play through bottom lane. It's going to be a big focus of how they play through team fights, I would say.
Yeah.
So the innovation is a good point because maybe we do see that tank support. Maybe we see the Braum and the Jinx lane. Maybe we see Braum and just really like a Caitlyn. We've seen a lot of Caitlyn coming out of this team. The champions will not change. What will change is perhaps how PentaQ plays through the team fights and if it's looking cleaner from them.
And perhaps that could be a statement to what we expect from game talents. Instead of trying to go for the clever evolutions and adaptations to their style, which did not see success in cross-conference, returning to what works. The bar fight, the 5v5, the brutality that was allowing them to take wins earlier on. I mean, in inter-conference play previously, they took a single series win, and that was against NewBee just after they beat EDG and Xiaogu, at the time number 1 and number 2 in the group.
Yeah, they're ruthless. That's just it's great to see Mouse versus Gimgoon.
Yeah.
Because Gimgoon's usually that guy who's going to start the fight.
Exactly.
I guarantee you we will not see a Kled because it's going to get first ban.
You know, speaking of top lane, we didn't highlight that Mouse is his hyper carry for the team, but what he was before he joined EDG was a Fizz one trick.
Oh boy.
Keep that in mind.
There we go.
7.5.
You're just leaving that bomb inside. You're
Yeah,
just saying, hey, you
planting
know
a
what?
few seeds there.
Yeah.
All right, Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis and, of course, the casting in the first set. Raz and I are going to take to the desk here for our second set of the evening. It's EDG versus Game Talents. And Game Talents actually
Look at this
had
guy.
side choice here.
I couldn't
They chose red side, and there is a Fizz ban.
I couldn't escape the grenade this man just tossed at us. He just threw a Fizz at us. The Fizz gets banned. Now I'm supposed to be left here casting this guy.
He just left to chum the waters, and we just had a shark leap out.
I just
and
had to
consume us.
stand there
Yeah.
until I died on that one.
We
so, yeah.
slowed by 90% trying to walk away.
So Fizz is definitely a top lane pick that has been sprouting about. We haven't seen a lot of it because it just keeps getting banned here. Gets it banned here, gets banned in EU. It has been sprouting up, so I like the fact that EDG's banning it away from Gimgoon.
Yeah. In answer, though, that means that we've got our next set of bans. Camille, Talia, and Jace banned away from Game Talents. First pick Graves for Fire Lolly.
It's nice that the Graves is coming out. It's good early game into the likes of Kha'Zix, unless if Kha'Zix gets that initial jump, and Rengar. So I want to see what EDG has to offer in the mid lane, because if you get the Graves and if you combine it with a strong mid laner, you can play through mid, and it'll be easier to give him proper back. So I just want to see what Scout picks up in coinciding with the Graves pick here.
Yeah, to sort of synergize with that mid lane jungle combo. Xiaoyu and Republic have got their work set out for them, but Game Talents, it's not, in fact, Jinx for Pentakill. He's taking the skill shot queen on that Ashe. Can he land the arrows? Seems like he's got a little bit of a bigger target as Gragas is the pickup from Mouse.
Okay. I like the Ashe. It has been rising up in priority because it's one of those AD carries that survived the Blade of the Rune King changes in the last meta where you can pick it up and you can get the Black Cleaver as well. You still get the CDR that comes with it. So lower cooldowns in your ulti, it works out quite well. So I like that Pentakill is looking to prioritize that here.
Yeah, in answer, that's Varus from Zet to deal with that. We've already seen a lot of Varus today and seen its success still very strong, as that is a Rek'Sai from Xiaoyu.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. It's because it's Xiaoyu. So it's funny that EDG and Game Talents are playing up against each other because I'm sure, Clear Love isn't playing. But
Yeah.
if he was, that would be a Rek'Sai priority for both teams. And no one wants to see that.
In patch 7.5.
yeah. So
It's
the
hilarious.
Rek'Sai comes out here, and it's a pick that Xiaoyu picks up quite a bit.
In answer, no, though, that means that Game Talents are now running through their next set of bans. Haven't seen a support or mid laner just yet, and they've got counter pick for Republic on Game Talents. Instead, they will continue to focus the bottom lane with that Zyra ban. EDG now get the opportunity to answer. Do they target Republic? Seems like yes.
I really like this from Game Talents. They're just poking out the supports here. They want to get the mage supports out. We know that Savoki, we've talked about it being that Bond of Stone. What is the new one? What is it called?
Stoneborn Pact.
Stoneborn Pact. He's that kind of a support. I'd like to see him going towards that Tom King. Might just get banned out of EDG.
Yeah. We'll see. He's still got one more ban left. Though Game Talents, they've got the next one.
Yeah, I was
It
about
is a
to-
Karma.
Yeah, I was thinking Karma. So the only support that's still up is a Nami, a Lulu, perhaps. And so if you're Game Talents, you probably just go straight for that Lulu. EDG has to ban it, and if they don't,
And I love the bans out of EDG so far.
Yeah.
Kennen flanks for huge stuns, Malzahar for point and click, even the Fizz for quick and long range enabling. Like, this is all Game Talents super fight champions that are slowly being pulled away.
yeah, I like this draft from Game Talents.
Yeah.
They're making it towards their style. This is a good style for them. Gimgoon gets the rumble that he wants. He wants to play that carry top laner. And the Lulu ban comes out, so Game Talents can just say, hey, you know what? I'm okay playing against the Nami. I'm going to pick up that Tom Kench or the Braum. I want to see it out of Savoki. They played it very well, so they can pick it up for the man. There we go. This is a Game Talents draft that I've ever seen. It's
Yeah.
nice.
Tragically not Jinx Tom Kench.
Ah.
A little bit more standard on
I'm
the
okay
Ashe
with that.
instead. Yeah.
I don't
But-
like Jinx currently in the meta. I just don't like it, especially with the Tom Kench. You're really just making it hard for them.
Oh. But what if he answered with a tank support of his own? I see your team fight,
Ah.
and I raise you. My own team fight.
And I love it because Mako has played so much Braum in the past.
Yeah.
His Braum play has been beautiful, to say the least. So him bringing it back, the opportunity he has to just say, hey, you know what? I can play a tank support too. I have the Braum that I've made famous. So that's going to be nice.
In answer, that means EDG now get to show their own final pickup. That's for Scout in the mid lane. Something safe and standard seems to be in stock here. as he's got 10 seconds left to lock that in. Republic will get the opportunity to counterpick. But with Orianna locked in, you've got a ball delivery system. You've got huge, varied types of damage.
Echo, that's what I'm talking about. I think Echo is a good pick here. This is what we've seen from Republic before, and I've actually been taking a look at a lot of Echo builds, or at least rune pages recently. So I just love the fact that the first game I come in, I'm like, all right.
I'm fairly certain yesterday you and I were sitting in the office watching the other games, and you were spamming Echo for what, 2 hours, 3 hours?
Well, I was trying to. I would know my team would never give it to me. So all I was really doing with my time, and apparently it's to waste. Never talk about a pick before it comes to
Exactly.
Republic does get the victor. I'm a sad man. But I'm not so much, because Republic is a great victor as well. In the past, last season even, he would either go towards LeBlanc or Victor. His Victor and team fights were great, were incredible. His LeBlanc also well, but he's not going to pick up the LeBlanc obviously for himself. He doesn't like the champion, spits on the name of that champion. Want nothing to do with him.
It's a very powerful statement that he's making.
Too many changes.
LeBlanc, pah!
Now it's just an over-glorified Aurelion Sol, just wave clearing,
Hey,
moving about.
I play Aurelion Sol.
I do too. I just don't think he's fun.
Oh, man. Savage. Alrighty, as it is though, with our compositions now locked in, things are looking good for Game Talents as they've got a lot of team fight ready, but EDG answer back with some team fight of their own.
Yeah.
What are we going to be keeping our eye on to really decide this matchup?
I want to look at the bottom lane of Pentagon and Savilki. We want to see if their individual or like their 2v2 play is as top as it was before. They haven't played for a very long time, one split, so it's not that long, but it feels like a long time. And so I want to see if they can just pick it right back, like it's see if their synergy is as good as it was before.
Yeah, it looks like this is actually the first time PentaQ has played with them this split, so you are correct. It has been a while. Hopefully he's been keeping up with the patch changes and will be showing us something new here as Game Talents. They were one of the first teams to take a win off of EDG. No, they were actually the first team to take a win off of EDG this split.
Yeah. A lot of teams have taken, and when we say win, it's just like that one game.
It was one game.
Yeah.
It was week number 2 of the LPL. And then immediately afterwards, 2 days later, NewBee proceeded to 2-0 them and end EDG's regular season winning streak, lasting over an entire split.
Not counting the Worlds. No one talks about Worlds.
Not,
We don't want
not
to talk
counting
about
playoffs or international play.
Yeah.
Regular season exclusively.
I don't see Worlds. Don't hear of Worlds. No one wants to talk about it when we talk about
Well,
EDG.
if EDG continue to decline, they won't be seeing Worlds either because they
That's too
need to
early.
start showing us some improvement here. We haven't even gotten to MSI yet, but the fact that we no longer refer to EDG as the organization of prestige is concerning.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay. This level 1 definitely baited me. But you're right. They're, usually you look at EDG, that name brand itself. People, when they went into cross-conference saying, if we can take down EDG, that will be so good for us because, it increases morale. You've beaten the best team in the region. That's just not the case anymore. They have been faltering.
They certainly have. Though they seem to be setting up for success right now by focusing on Fire Lolly. Lots of vision on the top side of the map. Looks like he's going to do an invade start, just like what we saw in game number 2 between NewBee and Chao Gu. The Rek'Sai has a little bit of a different clear speed compared to Kha'Zix.
Yeah, but what this does mean is that both Game Talents and EDG, they should be trading out buffs. So you'll be seeing Graves on the top side of the map primarily. You'll probably see Rek'Sai just take his blue, go towards the red buff. They have the wards there, so it'll be easier for them. They don't lose much at all. So it's going to be a little bit fun to see how that really impacts the mid lane for Republic and Scout.
Yeah. That mid-jungle synergy is still very important. I feel like that's been the big thematic constant here in the LPL. One of the big deciders. I mean, if you exclude top laners occasionally popping off like Duke or Gimgoon, just randomly solo killing their opponents.
Yeah. And I think it's been really impacting Republic because we really want to see Republic perform well. Or at least if you're a Game Talents fan. Then you want to see him perform well. And so you want to see that jungle mid lane synergy really perform well for themselves so they can help out Gimgoon so he isn't that solo carry for the team. Now with PentaQ here, you have a few more options. It can be Republic who pops off. Maybe PentaQ is that man who can play very well for his team.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Fire Lolly invades the red, races across mid lane towards his own.
Oh.
This is a 3-buff start from Fire Lolly. He's got pressure from Scout in the mid lane, who did trade his health for that pressure. And he's got Zet and Mako pushing PentaQ and Savoki back as well. So with that vision, Fire Lolly takes his own red buff and denies Xiaoyu.
And what you said earlier before this even started, the clear speed from these junglers definitely impacted that. Graves got his Raptors camp, got his red buff, immediately went to save his own red buff. Meanwhile, Rek'Sai, of course he didn't do that. He didn't get the opportunity. He got the Raptors, sure, that's great for him. But so that's just the trade-off for him. He got the experience from the Raptors, but definitely did get 3 buff to himself. So that's a good start for Fire Lolly.
Certainly is, making his coming return back towards the LPL since Clear Love showed up 2 weeks ago.
And that's a big focus for us for the EDG, is that they are swapping in junglers.
Yeah.
Clear Love isn't looking the best yet, looking pretty passive. Being said, Scout.
Ooh, that's flash from Scout. Xiaoyu still got his own, but Deathfire Touch burns him away. 2 summoners used. Good gank from Xiaoyu.
Yeah, very good gank. He gets the 2 sums. Scout might have to back. He might just hold off just a little bit if he can recognize the safetiness of the wave coming in. But nah, he's gone. That's going to be a rough start for him.
Yeah, and Republic now seems to be the one set up for success. So a bit of a sacrifice from Xiaoyu in not being able to get both of those huge buffs. But he is setting up early lane priority for Republic. Take a look at that early CS.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse. Victor gets a good back timing here. I was wondering if Scout was going to stick around just for the wave, but it's not really working out for him.
Yeah, and look at the build path. He's not actually going... No, he did swap over. Interesting. Okay. So with that, he did not have enough gold for the full Hex Core upgrade early on, since the cost got increased. So instead of going for the Negatron Cloak and Sustain, he decided to go Doran's Boots and some Sustain with some more biscuits.
And that's good. As long as you have the Sustain to stick to lane long enough so you can get the extra gold for Hex Core, then you are in a good place. He's in a good spot just because of that early gank too, so he should feel comfortable that right now he only has Boots on Scout. He has a bit of his CS advantage for himself too. But he should be sitting comfortably in the lane for quite some time.
That is the big hope for him. Meanwhile, Zed and Mako prepping this minion wave bottom. Savoki eats a Winter's Bite and 4 hits of concussive blows. He's able to shield himself up with gray health, however, so doesn't miss too much overall. And PentaQ's been catching these minions no problem. Meanwhile, Fire Lolly goes for a very deep invade. Sees no sign of Xiaoyu, however, and with some help from Mako now roaming up towards the mid lane, they could try to answer back towards the gank that Republic received earlier.
Yeah. It's good that Republic is sticking to his tower, played it well enough so he's not put in a bad position. If the wave was closer to Oriana's place, and of course that would be really unfortunate with how bottom lane has been going for Game Talents. Oh. But no, he's in a good spot, so it's nice to see Fire Lolly and Mako putting on the pressure. Game Talents is is sturdy.
Yeah. And we talked about that jungle support combo. We already see Fire Lolly is trying to track Xiaoyu across the map. Ah, Graves, thy enemy is Control Wards.
Yeah,
Thy bane.
Xiaoyu is just trying to protect it. He's never going to be able to. So even though Graves has those 2 auto attacks, can barely take it out until he gets the second rotation. It doesn't matter, because if Xiaoyu ever tries to stop him, he's going to take a few shots to the face.
Yeah.
The range advantage is in Graves' favor. That's why you take the Graves into Rek'Sai. Taking Rek'Sai is just for the comp. If Rek'Sai is in a good enough spot early enough, then he can be that second tank for his team, along with Tahm Kench. And you look to EDG, their tanks are going to be between Mouse and Mako. So it's just a difference in responsibilities, but it's going to be good for Fire Lolly early to be able to set the pressure fine.
It also creates a bit of an interesting style choice for Xiaoyu. We've seen some Rek'Sais go straight for the full tank Rek'Sai, not even bothering to get team out as there's a gank now under Republic. Scout ghosts forward, sets up the shockwave, but isn't able to follow it up as that's flashed used by Republic.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of ganks being initiated by Scout. Scout was walking in from the bush into the lane. He's like, all right, I'm going to be the one starting it off with my ulti. So he got the flash. That's good for him. Not going to be able to get anything other than that. And Scout actually has to back here. So it just equalizes the lane a little bit. And so you can see the benefit of having Graves to just stick in your lane, be that annoying man to say, I'm just going to help you wave clear. Xiaoyu can't match that because if he tries to, the only thing he has is his Q, his Seeker. And that's it. He can't initiate into anything.
Nobody rushes into lane at half health without a gank actually happening.
Yeah.
Like, that is just insanity. So Republic easily sees that coming and steps back. He's going for his recall now. 30 CS now, more than he did have previously. And now he's actually going for the Negatron Cloak. Still no Hex Core upgrade, so Republic is focused solely on surviving this lane instead of actually winning it further. He's up 9 CS so far, but if he doesn't start trying to put Scout down, that Orianna is a ticking time bomb.
He's actually in a bad spot here. Losing the flash. Oh, talking about a bad spot.
Ooh, Gimgoon needs a cast.
Oh.
Forced the flash away. Fire Lolly follows. No red buff means that Gimgoon is able to scrap shield his way to safety.
All right, he's found him safety there. Okay, that's good. That's good for him. But yeah, Republic is in a bad spot because he doesn't have flash. Orianna is able to get it very soon. He's going to have ulti fairly soon as well. So the gank is now in Scout's favor if Graves does come back. Mako has pressure in the bottom lane, so he can also set something up. So it's going to be tough for Republic because he did have a lead. But now, because of that gank, which was set up by EDG, it really did set them up to succeed in the future.
Bounces right back, and you can actually see minor gold lead as we get closer to the 10-minute mark. Game Talents. Xiaoyu is stealing away the blue buff, but Fire Lolly has got that on timer, demonstrating that he can also put out the mobility. Smite, level 7 to level 6. Fire Lolly's actually down a little bit. They're trying to give the blue buff over, but they decide instead to just let Fire Lolly smite it as Scout returns towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Fire Lolly was going to be able to get it. Scout was looking to just help him out. That
Yeah.
works well for EDG. Republic just sits in the mid lane saying, I'm just getting a CS advantage here, sticking to my lane. So really, Xiaoyu was just eating up their time at that point and was just taking pot shots because he timed that blue very well. So that's good pressure coming out of Xiaoyu. Scout does not get that blue buff, so that's a benefit to honestly from Game Talents.
Yeah, you just saw Mako and Zet once again using their lane pressure to roam up towards mid, but that means PentaQ is able to catch that CS without any harass whatsoever. And EDG, I mean, they're trying to answer Game Talent's very minute and small plays, but that's actually starting to put them down a little bit. Again, they're 500 gold down in CS. Like you said, Republic, he's getting these minions. PentaQ is opening up with a slight CS advantage, and even Xiaoyu going for the Balmy Cinder is starting to clear faster and faster.
Yeah, this is a good pace from Game Talents. They were losing, or at least getting shoved into the bottom lane, but they're farming up quite well.
Yeah.
Back to a bit of a CS lead, and they're about to take this wave here. So their bottom lane is in a good spot. They're going to be feeling happy about that. Mid lane is also in a good spot. Jungler, even though Rek'Sai is getting pushed in, he's able to really just farm up quite well around his mid laner, but really just track Fire Lolly, who's just been trying to force any possibility. Ooh.
Xiaoyu sees Fire Lolly, gets a knock up and some good damage. That longsword is doing a
Wow.
lot of work here as Fire Lolly now will kite it out. That's a ghost being used by Scout to catch up with him. Fire Lolly hesitates for a moment, then realizes, wait a sec, I'm stronger than you. Get out of here.
Yep. No, I like that from Xiaoyu to be able to get the initial damage, because
Yeah.
you know what? The fact that he was able to get that early attack, Graves didn't know he was in that bush because of the control ward. The second control ward put in that bush. So he's like, yeah, I out-damaged you. But you have to walk away at that point. That man has double buffs. Get out of there. That's not a good play you want to take out for a long period of time.
Yeah, and with that pressure onto Xiaoyu and lane pressure both mid and bottom, EDG now convert into their next big neutral advantage, the first of the game, that Ocean Drake. Fire Lolly's taking a lot of hurt from it.
Man, he's going to have to back after this one, so there we go.
I like how even Mako wanted to be like, I'm helping.
Tries to get
Oh, that
steal.
was arrow caught by Mako. Good stun right there, or excuse me, unbreakable.
All right. Not much is going to turn to that one, so I don't know what PentaQ was trying to do there. Flash is
Xiaoyu was
still
heading
held up.
bottom, and Republic had pressure mid lane, I think.
Okay, all
Or
right.
even Gimgoon was actually headed bottom as well.
But Game Talent's still in a good spot. Even though the Dragon did go over to EDG's in their favor, Republic once again is pushing this out. Scout's doing a lot of roaming, trying to help out Fire Lolly quite a bit. It's not really turning into anything. So he's lost his ghost. It's going to be up fairly soon. But Republic's going to be fine with that. We want him to get to that extra Hex Core.
Yeah.
So if he's just farming up 101 CS at 11 minutes, then he's
Yeah.
going to be happy about that.
We're seeing the same thing out of PentaQ down here. The fact that, yes, his laning phase isn't exactly great, but it doesn't need to be. He's great in teamfights. He's great in the late game. And with all the resources that are being funneled into keeping him safe and allowing him to catch these minions as they shove in, he's got Bilgewater. He's already got Fervor as well. He's just going to sit there, take the harass, heal himself up, and keep soaking these minions until he can get to that late game phase.
And so that's a question of what they're trying to look for, right? What is their mid game? What is their late game question? PentaQ, he is holed up into the bottom lane, so for him to find that bit of freedom is a little difficult. So what Game Talent wants to do is actually set up for a bot lane fight. Unless if they have an opportunity of getting the Ashe out of lane towards mid,
Yeah.
that's going to be hard. So, you know, Zet and Mako, they need to, if they're constantly pushing in, that's a longer lane for them to really work with. So Zet and Mako have to watch out. Unless if they get the tower, or at least commit towards it entirely, they are sticking their necks out. So, you know, PentaQ's ulti is already back up. Republic is in a good spot looking to back, gets that Hex core. And so if he can wave clear a lot easier, as he will, being able to upgrade that E, or laser I suppose, then he's gonna be just fine in terms of setting up for that bot lane dive when it does happen.
And he's gone for the very slow burn Victor build. Negatron Cloak and then completed Mercury Treads here. So not going to be doing too much damage would any fight break out, but so far it looks like Game Talents might not be wanting to fight this early on as they just push that wave out, answer the recall out of Zet and Mako. Savoki eats some damage from Fire Lolly, but shouldn't be too concerned as he just clears out the vision. He's buying time to allow PentaQ to go for his own recall. Blade of the Ruin King now finished for PentaQ, and Xiaoyu is just maintaining vision of the mouse. So again, it's all a vision game. Track where EDG doing, look at what they're trying to plan, stop it.
Exactly. Right now, Fire Lolly has done a good job in terms of maintaining that bot lane vision. It's important because their composition is pretty good at looking for it stacking up dragons. If they get position, then they have the Braum, they have the Varus to be able to set people down, set the fight. But it looks like they're already just pressuring for this tower. They know what their objective is. Game Talents are going to have to recognize this and either commit to this fight or trade.
Yeah, an excellent sweeper spots out the ward, the advanced ward that was placed well forward of this. So Game Talents, do they have the wave clear? They've got Arrow ready. They're bringing Xiaoyu down as well.
Ooh, Rek'Sai's coming in as you mentioned, and Victor is also making the attempt, but the vision control is in EDG's favor, so Scout's just trying to say, hey, you know, if you walk towards this bush, I will ult you.
He keeps on tagging him with the command attack.
Yeah, so Scout is in a good spot to deny Republic's move here. So Game Talents, you're going to see them standing still, and that's because EDG want to set up for this bot lane play. Game Talents just sticking by it so they can stop it.
Blue buff is now being started out. Xiaoyu was able to give the other one over. Actually, excuse me, smoted himself, smited it himself. Fire Lily shows up. Yeah.
It's a scientific term.
Yeah, smitted it. And Republic has to smitted it the other one as well.
There we go.
So Xiaoyu has been denied a lot of blue buffs, but then again, so too has Scout. So you take the good with the bad, and there you have the facts of life.
There we go. I mean, it's good from, I think EDG is playing the proper idea. Their idea is to set up towards the bot lane dive constantly. They're just using the mid lane pressure that they had from Orianna. Graves right now has been playing around that Dragon River. Ooh, wait a minute.
That's embarrassing.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Gimgoon.
Hold on just a second.
He just wanted to harass him.
It's just, all right.
He's even harassing the Null Magic Mantle, or excuse me, the Spectre's Cowl Mercury Treads of Mouse, so it's tough to burn down that Gragas, especially when he gets his health back after using spells. They might be trying to collapse on a Fire Lolly here, or Fire Lolly might be trying to collapse on them. It is all a very elaborate game, isn't it? As now they knock him up and try to burst down Flash to get away from the arrow. The Chaos Storm is going to get first blood for Republic. There's a huge equalizer, and a Shockwave answers back. Double kill. Zet cleans up one. They turn on to Gimgoon in the back. He's able to burn down Zet, but will certainly die to Mouse in the meanwhile. Republic is like, I was just kidding, guys. It's a prank, bro.
Just a prank.
It's just a prank. And he is going to be tased so hard as Scout. Oh, trying to be gifted the kill.
He got the
Actually,
plant.
whoa, makes it over the wall. Republic gets to walk away with only a warning.
It was only the rest of his family that died. I mean, we take a look at this. This is the EDG very confident. They have the right to be because Fire Lolly has the shield. He's in a good spot to just fight him away. But Republic gets a great flank here. He's able to take down Graves. And so, yep, take a look at this. But he just annihilates them. That was an incredible shockwave coming out of Orianna. And so that wins EDG the fight. And as I say that, EDG losing a fight.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they've caught Scout, Mako, and Mouse. They're able to get one. A cask knocks Savoki back in. Mouse. Oh boy, that's an aggressive Gragas.
All right, I don't know how that one started, but Mako definitely didn't like the ending of that one.
They had no business fighting there.
Yeah, they were looking, from what I saw, they were trying to siege up mid lane because they did get that win in the team fight. And it looked like Savoki used his ulti to get that engaged, to stop that from happening. The tower is still alive in favor of Game Talents, and they were able to get Mako off that. So that's Game Talents being able to take it back.
Yeah, and that is the difference between going for Null Magic Mantle into Negatron Cloak Merc Treads versus the Morellonomicon Rush plus Zork Boots out of Scout. The damage you do in that mid-game teamfight is so important. So Game Talents perhaps getting a bit ahead of themselves, though now they are looking for this Mountain Dragon here. They're still up by about 500 gold despite being down a kill. But this Mountain Dragon is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, it's going to be good because it also cuts down EDG's focus on what they want to be able to do. So getting towards these dragons, it's great for EDG because they can win the fight if they get positioning. They didn't because they lost Braum. So now Game Talents could have kind of put a stop to that. Saying, yeah, you got that Ocean Dragon. You're not going to get the Earth Dragon. Next one's going to be Ocean. So EDG are going to be a little happy if they do stack it. But no, they're not going to get their hand on that Earth Dragon.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Tragically, perhaps this could be water versus rock that we get to see this game, and the next dragon will be another ocean. They're currently fighting over vision on that bottom side of the map, and it is still a very even game when it's all said and done. Despite all of the kills, despite all the sort of dragon trading, only 100 gold difference. Mouse now trying to punish Gimgoon here.
Wow.
He's down 8 CS, but the completed Spirit Visage means he heals so much.
Yeah, that was something. He he kind of lost a few CS because a wave did hit his turret.
But who needs minions when you're sending a message?
Just smack him around. He's only a 7 CS advantage for Gimgoon. It's not that bad. But he was just trying to protect this ward, which he's just not going to be able to. You know, it's gone. It's gone. What is Mouse going to do now?
Go back and get another one. Or tell his jungler to go back and get another one.
That's
Fire Lily, you want to prove you're better than Clear Love? Ward my lane.
I'm going to tell that coach to get another jungler if you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to do it.
Mako leaps forward to the rescue very heroically, setting up to knock down the turret, but looks like Game Talents are ready to fight. Arrow catches Fire Lolly. He eats some damage from the Chaos Storm, but Chains of Corruption prevents any chase with Mouse flanking from the opposite side. Cask finds Savoki. Good lockdown. They get the kill. Meanwhile, Equalizer is going to be dropped for just a bit of a red carpet.
What a good combination coming out of Mako using his ultimate to get the Gragas cast to work for him. So that was a really good setup, but that was a setup that Game Talents tried to force. They weren't even confident about that forcing. They're like, you know what? Yeah, let me see if we can stop you. The tower's already down. There's no real way to catch up to you.
Yeah,
they lost the fight, and they're going to lose blue buff.
Yeah, immediately EDG rotate their push towards the mid lane. Blue buff goes down. That's passed over to Zet. He certainly will need that mono regeneration for firing more arrows. Meanwhile, Scout has been working on the bottom tier 1. Xiaoyu shows up to clear out the minion wave, but we're still not seeing the Tiamat build out of him, so not able to get the minion wave cleared out quite too quickly. Fire Lolly and Mako shows up while Zet decides to cover mid lane. Oh, he wants it. He wants it so bad.
He's just doing it
there
alone.
There he goes. Finally bringing Scout. Needs to get that back up behind him so he can get in range of the turret. And with that, it's now 2 turrets to 0 in favor of EDG.
Yeah, that's a big shift in EDG's favor. Game Talents were having that lead for a little bit. But EDG, that was a good fight for them. They finally get towards that bottom lane, so the focus is there for them. They're confident in the plays that they're making. So now they have a 2K gold lead. All right, Fire Lolly.
Smite secures his own red buff as he catches some minions in the mid lane. Blade of the Ruined King and Runans for Zet, whereas PentaQ has Blade of the Ruined King and Longsword.
Yeah, he's going towards the Black Cleaver. That's the new build coming around.
Do you still go Black Cleaver second when you don't have the Lulu? I thought that was the reason why you could rush it second, because Lulu gave you attack speed.
Not so much. It's good because of, also as I mentioned, like the CDR coming from PentaQ. CDR has always been a useful stat for Ashe. So the older builds that we saw was Essence Reaver into like a crit attack speed item, either a Phantom Dancer or really anything that you want. Runan's Hurricane. And you get the attack speed so you can spam out your ulti. This also gets the benefit, he's already got the phage, of being able to just output the damage in team fights. He has the extra utility of being able to back away, has the slow, of course, because he's Ashe. And yeah, he can just spam out his ulti. So it's good for him.
Yeah. We'll certainly see if he will be able to survive in these fights, because he's going to be having Orianna and Graves trying to pop him with a quick 1-2 combo as Scout now heads towards the top lane. PentaQ swaps himself up there as they did lose that bottom tier 1. And he continues to get a few auto attacks here. Scout, just 2-0-3 so far. Completed Void Staff already.
Yeah. You mentioned it. It's actually really hard for Ashe to do anything here. You can't really auto attack to save that turret. She's really just a volley and enchanted crystal arrow bot.
Yeah, meanwhile, Game Talents try to force a trade out of this. They rush towards the mid lane. Mouse is there,
Oh,
but
they're
here
setting him
comes
up.
the rest of EDG. It's a trap!
It's a setup!
Oh no! Mouse is going to try to turn this around. He's got the cast, pins Gimgoon against the wall while he's slowly burned down. The rest of EDG show up just in time to get Mouse to safety. Not sure if they want to fight. Oh, the shockwave gets denied, and Savoki has a nice hearty chuckle.
Yeah, that's when you realize that Tom Kench is a champion, and he's right beside the target of choice. So Game Talent's able to get a good pressure on that turret, and they get an escape. You know, so that setup definitely failed.
Yeah, that's the most Jabba the Hutt moment I think I've ever had. Oh, you think you've got him? Oh.
I cannot believe you're doing a Jabba the Hutt impersonation. I thought no one would do that. That guy is ridiculous, but you know what?
Just sort of the smug satisfaction in being able to save his carry. I imagine that's what he laughs every single time he saves someone from an arrow. You think you've got him?
All right, I can't join in on this. Get out of here.
Okay,
We're moving on forward.
All right.
I'm going to have nightmares tonight.
Ocean Drake nightmares.
Yes.
Okay, that's a story for a whole nother time. Ocean Drake is up at 15 seconds. Already we can see Scout prepping a wave on the top side of the map, but EDG, they have controlled these neutral objectives remarkably well outside of dropping that Mountain Dragon. And with all of the tier 1s cleared out, that means they can press their side waves to a much stronger advantage and start pushing their vision further forward as well. But Game Talents are ready, grouped up as 5.
Ooh, you have to expect the fight to come here, but Scout is just out of position, so if Game Talents can get this going quickly, then they're in a good spot, but they are getting pushed back.
Yeah, here they go. Scout has been able to make his way. Mouse is flanking from behind. He's got the Cask ready. Who's his target? Fire Lolly is in on the Dragon. Cask separates Pentakill and Savoki temporarily, but Dragon is picked up by Xiaoyu. The Chains of Corruption on the Republic, but Fire Lolly is exhausted. Flashes over onto the Equalizer, but Mako eats an arrow. Shockwave only finds Savoki and Republic. Great health. Keeps him topped off.
Oh my god. That Victor ulti's just doing work.
Yeah, amazingly, nobody dies. Mouse is like, are you sure? We could fight again. I'm full health.
I'm here.
Oh, but EDG, they've already got the mid lane prepped. They bring in those caster minions and a whole nother wave. That means Xiaoyu has to walk through EDG to get to the turret. And again, Pentakill was like, volley, maybe? No, it's not enough. The mid tier 2 goes down.
Oh, they're going to be setting up for this fight, but this is very awkward.
Xiaoyu gets knocked up, and Savoki has another chuckle as he picks him up and away. Republic is now running from Mouse, forced to flash the wall, but he's chasing. Gimgoon's in the back. Concussive blows is not going to be enough. That's Scout getting the kill onto Savoki, and EDG are just turning these plays over and over.
Yeah, Game Talents are not prepared for this, quite obviously. They have the proper setup around Dragon. It looks very good for them. They're backing away, and they realize, wait, that tower is definitely gone.
Yeah.
This is a trade they didn't expect, and EDG was able to take. So they try and challenge them, but every time they try and challenge these situations, they're very awkward. They're never in position for it. And so they don't want to give it away, but they should definitely give it away.
We're not seeing the very hard go button, the Malzahar, the Kled.
Yeah.
Even the Ash arrows, whenever Pentakill seems to fire it off, it catches Mako or Fire Lolly, not a priority target.
That's why it's fairly difficult for Game Talents to get the fights in their favor if it's awkward, because they don't have that hard go button. It isn't Pentakill and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, even on Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu goes for those flash knockups, he realizes that it's very hard for his team to back him up because the CC timing is very, very minimum.
Yeah.
So the enemy team will be in position once again to say, you know, we're going to chunk out that Rek'Sai.
No.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So if Pentakill doesn't get the pick and his team is not in position to pick it up, then of course EDG will be able to take it away. So it's very hard for Game Talents. They need to have this set up. And they did. It's just that they're not willing to make the trades. So EDG are just winning out because they're saying, hey, you know what, we'll take this tower, and if you don't give it away for us, so I guess we'll take a few kills as well.
If you don't fight us, we'll fight you.
Yep.
Just kidding, we'll take your tower. And then we'll fight you. So, EDG feeling good about this so far as Mako and Fire Lolly start clearing out vision. That jungle support synergy really working out for EDG right here. Scout, it's not the rise that we saw, the 110%, but this is a comfortable 90. He's 3-0-3. He's landing shockwaves to zone people back. He's doing huge damage in these team fights. Zet is landing arrow after arrow with Chains of Corruption. And Mouse is actually starting to show up as well on this Gragas, single-handedly zoning Republic out of that fight.
Mouse's flanks have been perfect, even though the execution when it comes down to it is, it's never sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but he's always in position, and that's what's really scary for Game Talents. Game Talents are afraid because they're pretty mid-focused. They're like mid-range. They can't really commit to the fights. You have the Varus in the opposite end where Zet, even though he doesn't have the armor penetration build, can just poke you from far away, and it's going to still do damage to PentaQ. PentaQ is going to throw away small volleys, right? Republic, he's also, he does a lot of damage in those mid-range team fights. Scout, you're never going to get near Scout.
Yeah, he's so far back.
He is so far back, and he has his balls right there, and he's just going to do so much damage with his ulti. I see you laughing. I'm just saying, look at his item build. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. And it creates this sort of really difficult situation for Game Talents because, as you said, they have so much damage in mid-range fights. But EDG, they are saying, you will never get into mid-range. We're going to catch you and lock you down. Chains of Corruption once the CC wears off. And that's Mouse who gets the kill. 3-0-1 as that's another pick.
And that's 28 minutes into the game. You know what that means. That is definitely a Baron. Gimgoon is in the opposite side of the map. He has TP, but I don't know if he wants to commit to this fight.
Yeah, Bubbles the Baron is the target for EDG. They're burning through its health right now. They're bringing PentaQ as well. He's got his arrow ready, but without Smite, it's going to be tough. Equalizer is effectively dodged by EDG, though they're now eating a lot of that Chaos Storm. Smite gets Fire Lolly the Baron. Meanwhile, they chase out onto Saboki. He tries to get Gimgoon out of there, but gets stunned in the back. Republic goes down to a Shockwave as PentaQ is caught by Mouse and Fire Lolly. Gimgoon stalls it out with the Zanyas, but it is too little too late. EDG are just tearing Game Talents apart.
Yeah, and what a disaster for Game Talents. They lose their jungler. They still try to commit for it because, honestly, that composition still can do it.
Yeah.
They have the Rumble ulti. Unfortunately, it was not positioned properly. EDG was able to just kind of get away from it entirely and still do damage to that. So Baron goes down, EDG takes the fight, and they take an inhib.
Yeah, the inhib will drop. They've still got 15 seconds on Republic as the minion wave is cleared out. And looks like that's it for now. They're just going to focus on getting another tier 2 on the other side of the map instead. So things are looking good for EDG. This is the shellacking that we should have expected from the early on in the LPL. The #1 team against the #6.
We really wanted to see an EDG that is on point, that can take a 2-game win in a set and back it away. Maybe this is going to be it. You know, fingers crossed if you're an EDG fan, if they can come out and be able to just take it convincingly. Game 1 is still looking good.
Yeah. This is definitely a performance that EDG can write home about rather comfortably, at least so far. They're 10,000 gold up and looking very comfortable, showing no signs of slacking or stopping. And Game Talents, even when they're trying to find their team fights, that last one at the Baron was so fragmented. It just doesn't look great for them as Mountain Dragon goes down. They're starting to scale up. They finally got the fully upgraded Hex Core. They finally got Void Staff on Republic. You've got the Last Whisper finished on PentaQ plus his 2 core items. Is it enough?
I don't think so. It really does rely on a perfect engage coming out of Game Talents. Either in Gimgoon setting up a really stellar ultimate to just damage the backline of EDG, or if PentaQ can get a solid Enchantal Crystal Arrow. Otherwise, it's not working out. EDG are just going for this, though.
Yeah, the tier 2 crumbles immediately. The trade-off is Gimgoon is pushing on the other side of the map. He doesn't have teleport, but gets a minion wave up to the turret. EDG are continuing to bring the minions up. Top tier 1 goes down, but it might be the bottom inhibitor and answer. Mouse is ready. He's got his cask up, but decides just to focus on the turret. With Guardian Angel stacked up, he can move fearlessly here.
Yeah, Gimgoon was just not in position, so EDG are going to be able to take this because the super minions are just barreling down to the mid lane. That's 2 inhibitors for EDG.
Yeah, and they've still got Baron for another, what looks like 45 seconds. No minion wave on the opposite side of the map ready, though, so they're not going to be able to take it off during the duration of this Baron buff. Yeah, but they can take even more as red buff is now the next big pickup.
Yeah, they're going to be happy just backing away right now and getting proper resets. Varus has got himself a Guinsoo's Rage Blade, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage in those mid-game team fights. Varus does a lot of damage now when it comes towards stacking up his Blighted stack, so because it also decreases cooldown if you can get the arrow them.
Piercing arrow through a Blight stack target. Yep.
So just being able to get a large amount of attack speed is very beneficial for him.
And this almost feels like classic Varus, like when he first started to become popular in pro play, when he was all about those Blight stacks and getting the 3-hit/4-hit Blight proc for huge burst damage. But now instead we're seeing the auto attack focus plus the occasional pop. So it's interesting how this champion has sort of shifted over time and evolved to fit all of these different metas. And how Zet has played all of those different Varuses.
He really just loves the champion.
Yeah.
And you still see some people globally still going towards the armor penetration build because there is still like a niche area for him where you can just go for sieges. But there is so much value in picking up the attack speed. The team fight would be so strong for them.
Yeah. Alrighty, Gimgoon, we're looking at you. Where's that equalizer? So far, he's holding on to it with super minions coming in from 2 lanes and Mouse as well. He just keeps on trading back and forth. That Mouse is one big bully.
Yeah, he's going to shepherd in that mid lane, so Rumble does need to pick it up. And so you mentioned it, get Rumble towards the fight so he can start it off, but he can't do it because he's just not getting there first. Now he's coming in, but...
Oh, the arrow. Field goes between them. Knock up onto Scout. That's the equalizer
There we
laid
go.
across them. Chaos Storm as well, but nobody from EDG dies. Redemption tops themselves off. And despite the Chaos Storm burning away, no one goes down.
And that is a disaster for Game Talents that they used all of their ultimates there. Nothing came of it. EDG are sticking through it. So they got this inhibitor. That is the 3rd inhibitor down.
They're forcing a fight now. Xiaoyu is bringing, or Savoki is bringing
Oh, they're
Xiaoyu
gone.
to his death. He flashes away. They turn back. Knockup goes wide, but who needs a knockup when you've got Zet with the auto attacks? They chase forward onto PentaQ. That's a triple kill. Shockwave for Scout gets denied, but
Quick, pan the
Gimgoon is
camera
the
over.
sole survivor. The Nexus turrets go down as the Nexus itself crumbles, and EDG 15,000 gold ahead defeat Game Talents.
And what a commanding defeat that was. That was a pounding if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Very good performance out of EDG here. And, you know, we were talking a little bit about this before the set. We wanted to see Mouse perform. I think that he was, in fact, a RUS, a rodent of unusual size.
I don't even want to hear that.
He was pretty big.
Yeah, he was. He was a big Gragas. Definitely Jabba the Hutt 2.0. He did a really good job. And same with the jungler as well. Same with Fire Lolly. They were in a bit of a rut. You see that kind of a small lead for Game Talents, but they really opened it up.
Yeah, they certainly did. Now joining us to help break down this game is Rusty.
Yeah, I do actually like that Game Talents even had an early lead. Yes, it owes only 1.2k and yeah, it doesn't look great on the gold charts, but the one big takeaway I had from this game was that they looked good early.
Yeah.
Like they were matching EDG early, and the cool thing about it is they had a really big priority on small points on the map. So the blue buffs, they were always contesting or looking for blue buffs. The red buff was a big priority for them. They were taking Drakes, they were going for Drakes. The problem was after these fights happened, EDG were running at them as they were taking the Drake, and the Mountain Drake takes too long to take down, and suddenly there's a fight that has to break out for it. All of these things compounded in EDG. They hit mid-game, and weirdly enough, Game Talents lost where they're meant to be stronger when they just won where they're meant to be weaker against EDG.
Opposite day for Game Talents, perhaps. And it looked so good for them, the fact that they drafted themselves into a team fight composition. They've got the Equalizer, they've got Blade of the Ruined King Ashe, Victor for even more damage, and then they just never grouped.
They never could, and that was a big point that he made, was that they won those team fights, or at least they got the initial objectives, and they were playing smarter in the early games. And then EDG ran at them, as you mentioned, towards that mid lane when they were suddenly challenging that turret. And Game Talents was like, wait a minute, we're just not in position for this.
And it all comes down to me, to a team fight that happened at around 17 minutes where EDG actually turned it on. The reason that this fight is big to me is actually because Victor doesn't build damage and Scout does. So he's gone for Merctread's Negatron, right? And the flank that he gets here, the damage he puts down, that might have been a dead Scout if this was to be played out any differently, or at least earlier flash, more pressure, you know, more damage, and maybe he can't turn around and throw the shockwave that he just did. And this is all because Republic flashes to get a flank. Firstly, he's not there at the right time, even though you know that his team is looking for these fights. And EDG just react by running down towards the rest of their team, where they're set up ready to team fight and turn it back around. The shockwave was an absolute sitter. He just had to sit there and catch it, and it was an easy shockwave.
Yeah.
creates a bit of a concern. If this is game number 1 from Game Talents, last time they were in cross-conference, they took a single victory out of all 5 games against NewBee, and now NewBee are still looking to be rising up in the rankings as well. They are the team that Game Talents needs to beat.
The thing is, right, like even looking at this game from that point, like that was the team fight where Game Talent should have won. And the scary part is we have to continue to advance this game and look past that point, because the next fight that happens when you actually look at how EDG are able to turn this around, this is the one fight where Game Talent should not be winning because their jungler's dead, and they almost did. But the reason that Game Talents don't is because they don't have EDG's team composition. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing. And you're watching Republic just die on a flank. Republic, why is he flanking as a Victor, you know? He's going to die to Zed. He's going to die to the Shockwave once again from Scout.
MVP this game, though, is going to the AD carry of EDG. Zet picks that up at 5, 1, and 9. 160 gold to damage efficiency, and, of course, involved in a whopping 100% of his team's kills.
Yeah, that makes sense. He was there for his team whenever the fights did occur. I still think Oriana was a beast throughout the entire points, so I would have put it to Scout, but I think that it was a team game, and EDG just really cleaned it up as a team.
I think Ori was really good. I also think the flanks from the Gragas were outstanding, and that is the other big thing when we highlight the draft phase as well. They have a Gragas that can flank because they have a Braum. And the way that you can have the Braum is because Game Talents picked Tahm Kench, but they only picked it to deny it from EDG because they had an Ashe in an early rotation. So, like, all of these things come together, and suddenly you've got a tank that can stand in front of everybody on EDG, and Mouse can be an engaged tool just because he's a threat on the flanks constantly. And he was always in the perfect positions. Like, 100% of the time, he was on a flank.
Yeah, it's always a big benefit to see Mako on the Braum, because he is an incredible Braum player. He's an incredible tank engage player. To see him get off the mage supports, because you have those rare situations where Game Talent set up, just banning out all the mage supports and picking up because they wanted that Tahm Kench. So you finally see Mako coming back into a position where he can carry out the game, or at least set up the fights well.
Yeah, and this is something that speaks well to EDG as a whole, because we've kind of been mentioning that they have been on the decline, and the whole storyline we set up for this was with Game Talent or EDG on the way down and Game Talent's on the way up, will they collide? So far, it looks like we're not achieving orbital escape velocity. EDG are on the way out, and Game Talents might be on the way back down, if this game number 1 is any indicator.
But weirdly enough, they were strong where they were weak, and weak where they were strong before. That's the most confusing part about this game. So, like, perhaps EDG, they came into this series, you know, they had a week to prepare for it, and they said, we suck at this part in the game, so let's fix it. Now they forgot about the rest of the game, and suddenly Game Talents, who are notoriously bad in the early game and good late game, suddenly won it.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can win game number 2. We're going to go ahead and get ready for that. Don't go anywhere, though. It is going to be a close one between EDG and Game Talents. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get ready for our what could be final game of the evening. It's EDG taking on Game Talents, and we just saw EDG very strong performance in game number 1, looking like they are finally back on the upward trends. Their opponents, Game Talents, they made improvements over something that has been historically weak for them, but as you said, Rusty, they seem to have forgotten what was actually good for them before that.
Yeah, and maybe it's that they haven't forgotten that EDG got better, but it definitely wasn't there for Game Talents. They've been able to duke it out with the best teams in the league when it comes to mid-game, engaging on fights, and late game, they were usually unstoppable if you let them get there. They do everything well as a 5-man unit, and I do wonder, like maybe PentaQ's a shot caller on the team, but their mid to late game was lacking. Their lane assignments were lacking in mid-game as well. They didn't really have all of the tools there that we're used to seeing from them.
And so I want to see what changes they make into Game 2. I think one of the bigger changes is to make it easier for them to engage. Ashe is fine. It just was they were not able to follow up on an Ashe ulti. Sure, Braum would be able to get the shield up, and you don't want to be able to pick up on Braum. But second of all, there's not a lot of champions other than maybe Rumble ulti that can follow up on that.
And see, I like the Ashe. I like the Rek'Sai if you're going to flash knock up afterwards. I don't mind that the Rumble's there to layer damage on top of all of that. But it's Gimgoon who's layering damage, not being the engage tool, where really it makes more sense for Game Talents if the Rumble is actually a Gragas or actually a Nautilus or the Kled. God forbid he picks that one. And then actually can go forwards and be a big proponent of his team's engage tools, because he seems to know when to do it or how to do it more effectively than the rest of the team. The Ashe arrows were fine. Like, they were hitting at least, even though Braum's going to be there to block them. Like, it still makes a fight happen, but not in the same way we're used to seeing.
Absolutely. And looking towards that pick and ban is going to be a big priority for these two teams, obviously. The fact that Game Talents sort of picked for themselves to have that team fight composition, but without the hard go button that they might have needed. I mean, they did have Malzahar banned away. They did have Kennen banned away, along with Fizz, Twisted Fate, and Lulu.
But I have to clarify one step further as well, because Game Talent still had a really good engaged composition.
Okay.
But you look at what EDG drafted in game number 1, and it was a Gragas, Orianna, and a Braum. That if you actually engage with the Ashe arrow and run into them, you're just going to die.
Yeah.
It can't be an Ashe arrow. You have to actually be on top of those members to disrupt their ultis being chained together. That actually creates a better draft. So when you highlight game number 2, change the champions, but keep the same style.
Yeah, so they had, as you already mentioned, they have a lot of mid-range for that. It's about getting on top of them with Rumble ulti, either engaging or at least initiating, or if Xiaoyu can get the knock-up, you have to be able to layer it up with Rumble ulti. So it all really comes down to if the easiest way for them to do it is to get the Rumble ulti to hit. And it's just very difficult, especially with Orianna starting to pop off. And of course, Varus being able to just zone them back along with Braum. So the range was in EDG's favor. It was just very difficult for Game Talents to get right in there.
Yeah, and now we are returning towards picks and bans. We'll see how that works out for them. Once again, EDG now, they're the ones with side choice here in game number 2. They have actually elected to stay on blue side, so Game Talents will get the opportunity to counterpick, but we'll see how that turns out. Fizz, once again, going to be banned away along with that Malzahar. There is Jace, Camille, what looks like Kennen on the bottom left for EDG. And final ban for Game Talents in the previous game, that was, I wrote Jace, Talia, and Jace. That's not right.
No, you could ban Jace twice. You could just ask the referee very politely. Maybe he'll say yes.
I think that was a Rengar. Wasn't that a Rengar?
I believe so.
Okay.
Ooh, the Varus this time around.
Hey, respecting Zet's sort of long range with that, as Graves is immediately picked up once again by Fire Lolly.
Yeah, but that doesn't really change the game plan for Game Talents. It just makes it a little easier for them in the bottom lane. So perhaps Game Talents just say, go back towards the old composition. Rumble is definitely getting humbered, so I like that idea. Just gotta wonder if they are gonna allow the Orianna versus Victor matchup. Or maybe they just think, you know what, just play it better.
Of course, the secret to winning games, playing better than your opponents.
Just play better.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do. It's so easy, guys.
So he's returning towards the Rumble. Seems like he thinks that it worked out for him in game number 1.
There's been a lot of Rumble priority as of late. And so you see the 39% win ratio for this champion. These guys don't see it. They like the champion in the top lane. It gives a lot of push, gives a lot of early, or at least mid to late game engage in a sense, slash damage.
It's a very safe blind pick as well.
Yeah.
You can really take it into a lot of things. Though Game Talents, they are going to blind pick Ashe for PentaQ once again in the bottom lane, relying on the arrows.
So they're perhaps just going back to the composition and saying, EDG, if you don't pick the Orianna this time round, in the first phase, and they will not. Perhaps Game Talents are just going to go straight back to that older composition that they were really happy about. Just say that you're not going to have that range as you did last time. They're already banned out the Varus. Why wouldn't they just ban out Orianna here in the second phase? So they're recognizing that it's not so much the composition that they said that was the problem, as Rusty mentioned. In fact, I guess they're just going to pick up the Orianna themselves.
Execution instead, yeah. Ezreal is the swap out from Zet as his Varus was banned away, but that's still another Gragas from Mouse into Gimgoon's Rumble in the top lane. But Orianna is now locked in for Republic in the mid lane. Scout gets the opportunity to counterpick.
Yeah, so it's now Game Talent saying that you have to change your game plan, EDG. We're not going to change ours. Their composition remains the same. We might even see some. They're not actually just going to ban support. It's going to be the Talia ban. So maybe it's just going to be Game Talent saying, we'll go back to the same comp. It's just going to be the supports are probably going to be a little normalized. It's going to go straight back into the mage supports.
Still haven't seen a jungler just yet, as it was Rek'Sai picked previously from Game Talents for that sort of second round of picks. And with that, Kha'Zix's now banned away. Xiaoyu's probably going to be feeling just fine that that's been stricken from him.
Yeah, he's not going to be threatened too much about that one.
Are there any other hard engaged junglers? Malphite? AP Malphite?
You can count it Rengar technically. Rengar is a champion we haven't seen. Just a little, as I say that, gets banned away. Well,
Yeah.
goodbye that one.
Can you take Kled in the jungle?
He's going to go Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to go Rek'Sai.
I'm just trying to stretch my brain in new ways here.
Give it the flex.
Yeah.
Stretch it out just a bit.
It's like a
Yoga?
muscle. You got to train it. Yeah. Think in weird and crazy ways. Lulu actually is going to get through for Savoki in the bottom lane. This is a big change up.
It makes a lot of sense because Lulu was the ban that came through from EDG's side when the support bans were being levied and Game Talents had the opportunity to pick it up last time. They were banking on EDG to ban it. They did. Now that the supports got left open, every single one of them, Game Talent's picking up Lulu for themselves. So I would expect EDG to pick up Karma here.
And
Ooh.
Thresh is actually the pickup from Mako.
Wow.
Just looking at the composition from Game Talents, they've got the arrow to set it up, Lulu to speed up the Rengar, Orianna to give him a ball for a shockwave from the dark, but there's no Rengar.
I mean, Rek'Sai
Do they actually take Rek'Sai here?
Yeah, I would expect them to take Rek'Sai. Xiaoyu has picked it up so often, but I just think that that's just the go-to champion here.
Yeah.
Gragas has also been picked up, so that's another jungler you would expect maybe Xiaoyu to play.
Yeah, once again, further limiting that jungle pool. Looks like Scout is taking Rise in the mid lane to deal with Republic.
Yeah, so Republic will have the range advantage here. Orianna should be able to deal with that. Rise did receive a few nerfs. So when we get into the mid game, the team fights will actually be, like the range advantage will be in Game Talent's favor. So that's something that they were able to get through these pick ban. It's a difference from between this one and the last one. But there's a lot more pick potential coming out of EDG, a lot more flank potential. The Thresh is very interesting to see coming out of Mako. He's just not going to go for that support for support battle, but Karma versus Lulu that we love to see now every game of this meta. No, he's saying I'm going to pick Thresh.
Yeah, it certainly is a very different setup from EDG, and if they were able to find such a convincing victory in game number 1 with a much slower long-range composition, you can only imagine that this sort of aggressive mid-range comp is going to be even more threatening. However, Game Talents, they've set themselves up for success once again. They've got AoE, they've got a lot of very damage types to sort of set up for these fights. They've got some peel and setup.
Yeah, the comp is better for them simply because it's easier to execute on their end. What's fun this time around is that, you see the Rek'Sai last pick. A lot of people will be like, wait, why would they have the Rek'Sai as counter pick? What's going on here? What's the meaning of this?
It's not counter pick at all.
Yeah, it's not counter pick. They had a lot of priority picks to go for. So when they see the Lulu, it's like, give me that Lulu.
Yeah.
We see the Orianna, it's like, give me that Orianna too. It was doing so well last game for Scout.
Which Lulu skin? Is it give me that cupcake?
Oh.
Give me Seals.
Oh, Seals.
Okay.
100% Seals.
Gotcha.
I love that skin because, I mean, every skin Lulu is incredibly cute in. So I can't even say that anymore. But just being able to walk around. What's that device around her waist? I forget a lot.
A floaty?
Is it really called a floaty?
I would imagine so. That's what I refer to it as. Like the tube, the inner tube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's going to kill me for not knowing that one.
An inner tube?
I technically need to use that because I don't swim very well, but that's another case in and of itself. We'll have that conversation another time. So, composition's coming up.
We're going deep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
deep.
with these sort of comps set up, they too will be looking to go deep. I'm excited to see if Scout is going to be able to pop off on this Rise once again. He looked like he was really warmed up on that Orianna, so a much more mid-range Rise could be huge from him as we get a nice close-up of PentaQ as he makes his way down towards the river, looking for a swim himself.
Is that a grouped up EDG? Yes, it
Was
is.
once again grouped as 4. Republic is there.
We
Let's
have
see.
Thresh.
Oh, select Republic. You got to let us see if he started command attack.
敌军还有30秒到
They
达
managed to clear out the ward. That experience actually went to Zet.
You don't usually see a blue side invade. You usually see it on the red side, either, to catch out Rek'Sai because he's usually going to be starting in that area of the map. This time they walk right in there. They do get a ward out, so 2 wards, in fact. So they want to see where Rek'Sai is going as the game goes along. That's really interesting.
I mean, we saw how much priority they put on keeping track of vision of Xiaoyu in game number 1. The fact that they did start the double topside start from Fire Lolly, then heading back down to his red buff.
Yeah,
So they could try it once again.
that's true. The difference between this game and the next one is that now it's safe for both junglers to just do their own buffs. Xiaoyu is going to be feeling fairly confident to say, hey, I can take my red buff and then maybe go towards my blue. Maybe not so much the case now because Fire Lolly, since he has vision of the blue buff, that he can just take out the red buff and go towards stealing that blue. He might just try and go for it once again because he can get the 3 buff. I just want to see where is he going. Is he going to go right? Is he going to go left? He's going right.
left.
He's going right. Oh, he's going straight for the blue buff. Okay, I lied. They're just going to be trading it up.
Okay, Fire Lolly, very quick start, immediately invades. There was a late ward placed out by Game Towns that'll spot this out. So Xiaoyu will know that this is happening, but Fire Lolly has got a bit of a head start.
Yeah, so here's the sad thing about this one. So Graves being able to get in there, sure, Lulu gets vision of that because she places the ward to catch him out. What Xiaoyu does now, because he has this knowledge, he's just going to go to the enemy blue buff, and that's just going to be his trade. But Lulu's going to be in a bit of a weaker position. That's Thresh having a ward advantage, and he should be able to creep into bushes just a little easier. So you kind of have to watch out. Once Mako gets level 2, level 3, level 2 advantage is going to be in PentaQ and Savoki's side, but unless they get the ward early, then Thresh can actually maneuver a little bit easier in the lane.
Yeah, we still haven't seen the trinket respawn from Savoki
Wait a
and
minute,
PentaQ.
look at
They're
these
actually
guys.
going for a late invade to their own jungle. They're
Look at
gonna.
these guys.
Are they trying to collapse onto Fire Lolly? They've
is
called
this?
Mia. Now
Ah.
they see it. There's no graves here.
Yeah.
We're fine.
It's clear, guys.
Haha, little did they know.
This is like a Metal Gear Solid game.
Ba-da-da.
And they didn't see him, so we're all good.
Yeah, now you can see the hawk shot being fired down mid lane. It sees Scout.
Every time someone gets vision of someone, I'm just gonna mess you up. And play
Make
by
the
play.
sound effects. Please no.
This is gonna happen.
Fire
You're
Lolly
mid-sentence.
takes his crop. That's actually really accurate.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fire Lolly, he's going to come over the wall. The moment he does, he'll be spotted. Now they see him.
Oh, good
That's
play.
a play onto Savoki and Exhaust as well. Here comes Red Buff Graves. Savoki's already taken so much damage. Red Buff slow. He flashes. Fire Lolly.
Oh!
The hook! Mako sets it up and end of line locks it down.
Just clicks right onto him. That's like a click on tie. The man thought he was out of range. Not gonna happen. The man just gets hooked right in to the end of the line, I believe it's called. Good God, EDG gets the. It looked fairly good on Game Talent side. They had the ward in the bush. The moment you see Graves, they backed away, but it didn't matter. They were just in range of that hook.
Yeah. Huge shot for Mako. Fire Lolly, he's not done. He
Oh,
shows
no.
up mid. Red Buff forces the ghost. Excuse me, the dissonance.
Oh,
They're doing
oh.
so much damage. Flash!
Wait a minute.
Auto! Scout gets the kill, but will drop to the turret. No assist there as Xiaoyu chases Fire Lolly. He's got no
Pop him.
flash. Kim
Oh.
Goon. He fires
Oh.
once, he fires twice, and that's more than enough.
And what is Gimgoon doing over there? Xiaoyu could have gotten it. He still had his Seeker in there. He had the Q, but the man didn't trust him. Gimgoon had a great, he had a great roam from the top lane to the mid lane. So it was great for him to get that kill for himself. Overall, this is Fire Lolly trying to get a lot of impact in the early part of the game.
Clear love who? Says Fire Lolly. And his coach says clear left 7. He's on the sub bench.
Just a second. Clear left 7.
Yeah.
I have that for you. You know what's hilarious is that Fire Lolly actually has a solo queue account named Clear Love 7.
Really?
The man is Clear Love 7. He's trying to take his
He's
spot
trying.
in-game,
Yes.
in competitive, and it's solo queue.
And I love how hard he's actually trying in this game right now because he's trying to put game talents down so aggressively. Very clever pathing early on. I'm a training coach. Keep me in.
Yeah, he needs to start getting a lot of the waves here because, or at least his own jungle camp. because Rek'Sai's been farming up
Yeah.
quite a bit. So Graves got the early bit of pressure, but now he's just got to focus on himself. Now it's me time for him.
He's lit a few candles. He's got a bath drawn. A good book ready.
Lied to his boss, said, you know, I'm sick today.
That's what you were doing last week.
Wait a minute. I've been found out.
Suddenly it all makes sense. As it is, though, he's just continuing to farm. Scryer's Bloom to sort of get some vision across that top side of the map, keep Mouse nice and safe. Xiaoyu is going for some deep vision of his own. Will catch the red buff as it respawns if he waits here a little bit longer. And he's got pressure bottom from PentaQ and Savoki.
Yeah, PentaQ should, or at least, PentaQ, as you mentioned, he's pushing up the lane, so it's good for Rek'Sai to just scout ahead. Move in there, gets a lot of vision. He didn't get that control ward deep in there. You usually see them getting it just behind the red buff bush. It's like a banana bush inside that red buff jungle. No one usually catches that. But it's still good enough because now you get to see where Graves is going. So now, since Graves has calmed down and is starting to farm up, he's getting pinged out completely because he's just walking on a few wards.
He's here. He's here. He's right here.
Yep, he's right
I know
here.
where he is. Guys, he's here.
Oh,
Mako winds up and misses.
yeah.
Zed is
yeah.
actually going to be eating a lot of harass
Yeah.
now. Look at the
Yep.
damage.
Yep.
That's what happens when a hook misses. Meanwhile, fight breaks out at the red buff. Fire Lolly trying to clear the ward. Takes a quick blast cone to safety.
This is good pressure coming out of Game Talents. And Ezreal and Thresh, they're not good shoving lanes.
Yeah.
They're good for playmaking. They made their play. They got the assist. They got their gold. And now they're in a position where they're going to get shoved in and get pressured in. So now Fire Lolly's feeling a little bit of that burn. And so EDG are trying to help out Fire Lolly, get his red buff. But look at this.
Ooh, it will reset, though, as Xiaoyu shows up. Fire Lolly's still waiting there. There's no sign of Scout showing up. He actually doesn't have his ultimate. He didn't level it up. And that means that he's going to have to walk the old-fashioned way, but Republic is keeping him occupied. Mako is forced to show up to match Savoki. Finally, Fire Lolly will be able to take his own red buff.
Oh,
Ooh.
he still gets it. That was pretty cheeky coming
Even
out
the
of
shot
Xiaoyu.
over the wall, yeah.
Ah, he's contesting everything.
Yeah.
Get this man out of my jungle.
This your jungle? It's my jungle.
There's 3 people in it.
Smite is going to pick it up. Hook actually pulls him back in.
Yeah, there's no one to really say.
Yeah.
So this is just EDG having to play
Even
it slow.
Gingun was heading down there.
This is hilarious. So this is just he was just kind of walking
Okay.
over. He was just in the river. Didn't want to commit fully out of his lane, but said if there is a team fight occurring, if that hook turns into an actual fight, we have the numbers to really pick it down. So
Yeah.
that was good looking from Game Talents to pressure towards outside of the map. And so yeah, just an earlier point, because this is always interesting. Ryze not picking up his ultimate level 6. That's something that happened right from the beginning of the change. When the change went through when his ulti suddenly became a Twisted Fate ulti, when he could teleport around the map. People just didn't take points at it, because technically it does absolutely nothing for you in the lane.
Yeah, the spell flux is so strong.
Yeah, and if you are just looking towards your bottom side of the map saying, I can't do anything here, there's no play to be made, you look towards the top side, you say the same thing, then it's better just take another ability in your queue. So, or either way, Ryze is just trying to focus on his wave clear in the mid lane and just get the gold. That's all
Yeah.
he really cares about.
He's actually going 50-50 between the two right now. 3 levels in the queue and 3 levels in his spell flux. So Scout is focused completely on this laning phase entirely. And yeah, I definitely see the merit in that. Like,
Yeah.
as you said, when Ryze first came out, going for 10 levels of your Q, W, and E, and then at 11 and 12, you max out the Realm Warp for the immediate benefit at level 12. Or even at level 10 and 11.
Yeah.
So interesting to see how EDG have sort of adapted to this. As Game Talents, finally they're starting to fight and be a little bit more skirmish heavy and contest the jungle. Game EDG say, whoa, bro, we just wanted to farm in lane.
Yeah, this is it's a bit of an opposite. Last game was Game Talents trying to play it slowly. You know, just try and take it slow because they're confident in their late game portion of the fight. They don't have the early shove. This time it's in the opposite direction where Scout's just trying to play it safely. He's even right now in CS, but it should be a bit of a lead for him. He's about to pick up a pretty big wave as he's coming back from base. So he's pretty fine in the lane. He's okay. He hasn't completed his Rod of Ages. That's hilarious. I don't know why that got me. But bottom lane is doing just the same. They're in a good position in terms of CS. And Ezreal up against Ashe and Lulu. Just pretty good once he starts to finish the fight. Oh!
Hook onto Savoki, pulls him into the box. He's already chunked down to half and is not level 6, so he's got to stand there and take it. The auto attack means flash heal is used. Zet fires and misses. Flash into the face of an arrow. Now Pentakill is the target. He dies to Mako. He's almost got the hook ready as Mouse and Gimgoon join the fight. Equalizer's up, but he's crowd controlled. It's on top of the minions, and Gimgoon eats a cast. Collateral damage almost gets the kill onto Savoki under the turret.
We just talked about the man needing a few items. No, he just needs 10 seconds. That's all he needed.
Yeah.
That was great laning coming out of Zet and Mako. They didn't completely all in until, of course, Lulu had to back away, just taking free damage. So that was a great 2v2 coming out of Zet and Mako. Perfect hook, perfect play, perfect box.
Yeah. I think that was, theoretically, if you have a minute, any items are good enough to kill another person if they don't move.
Yeah, and the damage is technically in Zet and Mako's favor because Ashe is going towards the Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah.
Only has the components and builds a lot of Cutlass, so she's good as long as she takes the smaller engages. Poke in, get out, lifesteal up. She has the lifesteal advantage, but the all-in is not in her favor there. Ooh.
Fire Lolly hops over the wall. Does Fire Lolly even have Clear Love's haircut?
Ooh, I don't know, man. I don't want to judge based on haircut.
It's getting a little close there.
It's
with
getting
the sort
close.
of part above the forehead.
You know what's next?
Uh,
Stealing the man's deodorant. That's what's next.
It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out.
Yep.
Game Talents now look to take the first turret of the game as they group as 4 and counter push EDG's pressure bottom. They're getting some damage here, but are running out of minions pretty quick. Fire Lolly gets denied his end of line. And the turret is, in fact, still standing. Mouse is still on this side of the map, so he shows up as well. Zed is finally there. He's got True Shot Barrage, but if he steps away, that means the minion wave crashes into the turret. First turret goes down to Game Talents.
They all end on it, even though Mouse was there, so theoretically that would kind of keep you second guessing.
Yeah.
But they knew that they had the middle laner on their side, so they were in a good position to be able to take that one out. So it was a 4v4. Gimgoon had top side, so that's great in Game Talent's favor. Because Rumble's getting a lot of CS for himself. He has a good advantage for himself, able to just hit this turret one step at a time.
Drilling into it.
Yeah, and then of course the bottom lane turret's in their favor. So that was great moves coming out of Game Talents early.
Ooh, Republic missed that minion.
Whoa, wait a minute, wait a second. What was that
about?
about?
No flash from Gimgoon because he used it in the previous fight. Scrap Shield to heal himself up. Equalizer to create a red carpet to safety, but Mouse isn't going to let him.
Doesn't have flash.
Oh, he's almost got the body slam. Can he get the solo kill? He can. Mouse showing up in this set.
Yeah, that was a bit surprising for me. Gimgoon did not have flash though, so he had no way of being able to cross that line, walk the long road back towards his turret. So Mouse just chased him down, had the damage, knew he did, so that's 2 kills in favor of Mouse. Rumble was greeting a little bit too much for that turret.
Oh, yeah. Hits him with the quarter circle right. Special.
Huh.
1, 2, huh!
Hit kuh.
For a quick kill. Meanwhile, EDG, despite a very rough opening to the game, now find themselves a good 500 gold ahead, plus they've got this kill advantage despite first turret going over to Game Talents. We're seeing CS advantages open up for Zet in the bottom lane. Tons of vision on this bottom side of the map as Scout finally has his Realm Warp at level 10.
Yeah, and they saw Xiaoyu in the top side of the map holding the wave. So this is a free tower for them, unless if he has the ability to just ult. Oh, wait a minute! Scout!
From downtown, Scout gets flung, and Scout goes down.
And the man died as a pixie. The guy had no ability to survive that one. So that's Game Talent's nice response saying we lost that bottom lane, but now they're trying for mid.
They're once again chipping a lot of damage. Fire Lolly eats a chunk from the Morellos of Republic. Hook is going to miss from Mako, but Mouse is here in the mid lane, and Zet is firing shots on the side. Meanwhile, Gimgoon is working on the top tier 1. Despite the successful pick onto Scout and the pressure from EDG, they're still able to take an objective.
Yeah, no Batman flashing at him this time around, so he gets the turret. And mid lane, it's GT.
Whoa!
Wait a minute.
Who needs flash when you've got a blast cone? Mouse gets
flying
the
across
slow,
the
yeah.
sky.
Hook onto Xiaoyu, pulls him in. He's eating a lot of damage, but Wild Growth tops him off, even collateral damage to scare him away. Mouse isn't done, though. Oh, there's the blast cone from Gimgoon.
That's the second time that Batman has flown across the skies. So yeah, if I was Rumble, I'd be a little bit surprised on that one. So
I can hear the comms already. Gimgoon, you got to be careful. I'm not going to die until the fat lady sings. And then Gragas comes over. Oh!
Oh, Jesus.
The battle yell, the Valkyrie from the
Oh,
heavens.
TP coming through.
Kim Goon now forcing a fight as he's flanking from the side. That's equalizer onto Zet, but he just walks it away. The mental image of Gragas flying through the air with his cask is great.
You really need a Gragas with a dress skin. That's what you need. That's what
Fat
you
lady.
really need.
Fat lady Gragas.
Yep.
Oh,
I
man,
don't
the
know about
hook
this
again
DP.
goes wide. Mousie's back in, soaring forward. He catches Savoki, but will not be able to follow up. He used his explosive cast trying to kill Gimgoon earlier, and Game Talents are allowed to walk away.
Yeah, all right. Fat Lady's not going to do much there. Game Talent's able to disengage properly. They're constantly looking towards this mid lane tower. So this is a good change coming out of Game Talents, is that they're a lot more decisive with what they want to do. That being said, they need to be able to cut their losses and lose this tower.
Yeah, it seems like that's what they're doing right now. The mid tier 1 falls, and EDG bring it back to even in turrets, which puts them at 1,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a tit-for-tat play here. Game Talents are responding quite well. So it's nice to see them, even though it's hilarious to be able to say, hey, you know what? You lost the tower. Good job. So,
Congratulations.
Congratulations
Well done.
for that one.
And not be sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So EDG are still in the lead, and that's good for them to be able to surge out ahead in that front. But Game Talents are starting to learn in terms of giving away objectives when, give away the blue buff. Don't take it.
Now, Xiaoyu, you gonna learn something today. Fighting Mouse there. Gimgoon's like, don't do it, man. Ooh. Hook is going to miss, but the mid-tier 1 finally goes down. Game Talents use the pressure set up by Xiaoyu to finally break down that turret and start backing away. Meanwhile, Mountain Drake has spawned. You can see Mako's already on his way over there with a whole bucket of wards to dump on that side of the map.
So that should be EDG's benefit now that sure, that you lost your tower, but they are still on the map. Game Talents look to mass respawn to just get some weapons under the belt, I guess.
Ooh, that's a good
few
wave
of them.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually feels good. But that just means EDG are on the map to get the vision around for the dragon. So the dragon's very beneficial, and it is the next objective. There is no real impactful objective for either team to really go towards. EDG can trade towards top, but they don't want to. So they have a pretty good pressure up here, so they can look to just walk over the dragon for free. The question is whether Game Talents are going to look to contest that.
Scout is actually completing his recall right now, and I think he's in vision of that control ward, not 100% certain. And with Mouse pressuring up towards the top lane, they could be setting up for it. Recall picks up a needlessly large draw, definitely going to help if the fight breaks out. And with Mouse setting up that top lane, he's starting to run down mid with a Sheen under his belt. You thought he was scary with only tank items.
Oh yeah, the Iceborne Gauntlet Mouse. That's always fun to see. 2-item power spec coming out of the man. Can do a lot of damage on top of just being able to tank quite a bit. This is an impactful team fight if EDG
They
can
managed
get
to
it.
hook Xiaoyu. Arrow catches Mako, but that's the support that they're bursting down. He still manages to get some CC, but it's front line versus back line. Xiaoyu is slowly being burned down, but he's able to walk away. Mouse is eating this damage from Gimgoon as Zed is firing these shots across. He's doing a lot, but he just isn't doing enough.
Ooh, yeah, that's there we go. Not much is going to happen to this. This Game Talent's going to be looking towards going Dragon now. They're going to be a little bit scared, but you said it. There's just no damage coming out of EDG here. Right. Oh, okay.
How did that even hit him?
That's physics right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, the damage is not really coming through. Scout, he's trading a lot of his own HP for the small amount of damage he's doing at this point in the game. Zet is still scaling up. Sure, he's doing a lot of damage right now.
Ooh, they turn back onto Xiaoyu. Not a lot of ultimates left, but Scout is getting some punishment. Dragon is taken by EDG. The low health bars of Game Talents means they decide not to risk a fight, and somebody wants to defend top really bad.
Yeah, just get over there. But EDG, they traded out a little bit. Sure, they lose Mako, but they're healthy enough. Zet specifically, Observer's on top of this man because he's scaling up and he's doing quite a bit of damage for himself. So Game Talents didn't want to contest it after that point. They got the kill. They wanted to back away.
With that kill, though, they're still down about 500 gold. Slowly but surely, EDG are eking out more and more of an advantage, pressing their vision further and further forward. Though, Game Talents have rectified their issue from the previous game. They're moving as a unit, they're fighting, they're forcing engages, and actually following up on PentaQ's arrows. So, seems like sticking to the same composition might be working for them.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot more confident about the fights that they're going for. Good example, I'd say good reason for it is just because they have the range. Republic's getting these ultis that he doesn't have to commit his life towards it, he's doing a lot of damage. They were able to, sure it was a bit of an overkill, but they were able to get Mako very freely, very easily. They didn't get the fight afterwards because it was a little dodgy. But this is definitely a change in plan, change in pick ban, and change in attitude for the team.
Taking a look at the gold right now, Republic 600 ahead. Other than that, Zet is leading the charge for his team at about 500 gold lead ahead of Pentakill. So we're not seeing any huge differences right now. As it is, Zet's just holding down the fort in mid lane, which is buying time for Scout to shove on the top side of the map. And with both, solo laners, top laners on the bottom side to teleport ready.
Yeah, they're gonna be looking for this. And you mentioned the gold leads. Right now, EDG they're scaling a little bit on time. The double tiers just kind of stacking up here. Tier on Scout, but the Manamoon on Zet. So sure, they have a little bit of the gold lead, especially Zet here. But they're just kind of waiting to just draw out as much time as possible, so they can get proper fights in their face. Game Talents though.
Might be looking for Scout, and they were in fact looking for Scout. That's what you get for recalling on top of a ward. He manages to get a snare and takes a lantern to safety.
I wonder if he knew that ward was there. It's definitely in front of his face.
Maybe he was deliberately tempting them?
Maybe.
I mean, he's buying time for Zet to push in mid lane. No, I think that was just silly.
Nah. Yeah, I'm just gonna give
I'm
it
trying to come up
silly
with an
department.
excuse for him to be playing really well right now.
I mean,
he's 1-2. His Orianna game was great, but not having as stellar a performance this time around.
It is a good point that EDG came out ahead on that one because Thresh is in range for lanterns. So at the very least, Mako has recognized it, Fire Lolly has recognized it. They were in a position to allow him to split push in that direction. And it just stalls out the game just a little longer. EDG is going to be happy about that. Zest is going to be picking up wave after wave in the mid lane. So he's about 30 CS above Ashe. And he's going to be, of course he's going to be happy about it. He's already going to, he can probably just finish off his Trinity Force if he backs in about a wave.
Getting very close. But so far that item not completed means EDG are content to sit back and scale. Staff of the Seraphim finished for Scout. He's trying to turn that into his fully transformed Archangels.
22 minutes into the game right now. EDG have good position towards Baron.
Yeah.
They're not going to be starting it. They don't really have the comp, or at least the faith that GT will give them that time. And so, honestly, what it just turns into is just a play towards this tower. Pentakill, sure, he's just taking wave upon wave. But at a certain point, when the vision is constantly being cleared out by EDG, as they're doing right now, they're going to be comfortable enough to walk towards Ashe, and Ashe is going to have to walk away from that tower.
See Gimgun's actually being pulled towards the mid lane as the rest of the game talents are already there, and it looks like they might be the ones to try to force this here. As Zet continuing to catch minions here will keep this wave nice and stalled. Nobody's up top to pressure Pentakill, and he's allowed to farm rather freely, still at a deficit, but the game has really slowed down.
Yeah, it's because game talents are smart about it. They recognize what EDG is trying to do, that the only objective that they can get at this point in time is Dragon is coming up in just a minute. Now that objective has come up. But it has been top lane tower for quite some time. So they set up the 80 carry to wave clear, but also Rek'Sai and squad was just able to contest the vision, so it wasn't easy for EDG to fight for it. This ward's just been sitting here. There's no way they're going to be able to catch it out, so at the very least, Game Talent's going to recognize that this Baron isn't being started.
Yeah, now they see this. Mako actually races in from the side, perhaps a bait as he pulls Xiao Yu in. Fire Lolly does some damage, but there's still wild growth available. Scout gets in there, arrow fires across. Cask is not going to be enough, but the flash from Scout to follow. He manages to get the auto attack. True Shot Barrage and the Spell Flux are enough to give a double kill to Scout. It was, in fact, an elaborate bait.
Yeah, good setup from EDG to be able to just get in there. They had a lot of wards controlling it. Rek'Sai tried to contest, but not much going to come out of it.
Oh no, and not. EDG are now turning onto the Baron. Here comes Republic. Gimgun's ready, but he doesn't have Equalizer. Shockwave finds only Mako as Zet saw it coming. They turn onto Republic, but Mouse is firing across. He is so tanky. Do they have enough, though? EDG are getting so low, but Republic is forced to flash away. Command Protect keeps him safe, but not Zet. He eats the Q from Zet and dies. There's not enough mana on this Ezreal.
That's blinking HP bars coming out of EDG. Sure, they didn't get the Baron, but they got another kill on top of it. So Gimgun Didn't have ulti. Was just another death to his name. Now 1-3-1. It's not looking good, but that's because EDG are pressuring them towards Baron to come and actually contest it. They tried, and they lost a few lives for it.
They did. Though they were able to deny the Baron. If EDG had been able to take that fight, if Zet had popped off and cleaned up all of those kills, that would have been a completely different outcome.
What's hilarious is that Game Talents got a good assist from the Baron. Baron
Yeah.
popped up.
Baron was a
Rise,
bro.
And he was like, all right, I guess I'm just going to ulti you while you're all the way up in the air. Overall, EDG are in a good spot.
Bubbles the Baron is a bro.
Bubbles the Baron. That's
Yeah.
a pretty cute name for a beast of an objective.
I mean, he spits bubbles at everyone.
Does he?
And the
He just-
only other animal I've known that wears a Santa hat is my neighbor's dog called Bubbles.
Does he wear it willingly?
I mean, it was Christmas time, and I like to imagine so. Because it makes it funnier.
All right.
However, Mountain Dragon is picked up by EDG. Gimgoon is continuing to keep Mouse busy on the top side of the map, but EDG just go back to the exact same play. They've still got teleport, whereas Gimgoon does not.
And it's EDG with a lot of pick pressure coming at it. Thresh is going to be super powerful in a position where there's just no vision for Game Talent, so they have to walk in. Someone has to place the ward. Sure, they have two blue trinkets, but once the first one and the second one gets placed, it's going to be constantly clear. It's going to be a bit of a time investment for EDG, but someone's going to have to check the Baron.
Yeah.
And so that's when the Thresh hook comes out. That's when Scout with his snare comes out. They're in such a good spot, even with Mouse being able to flank if he can get a proper TP.
Yeah.
Game Talents have to push them off this position.
Now that they've cleared out the top tier 1, that means Mako and Scout can start sneaking further forward and look for some deeper vision. Fire Lolly's even there as well with his Tracker's Knife. You've got a Sightstone ready, Ruby Sightstone for Mako.
Yeah, and this is pretty important. I mean, Mouse right now has TP. I'm sure he's just skirmishing this man over. But with his team setting up a
My
lot
top
of
lane.
his team setting up a lot of wards for him. Yeah.
Yeah, keeping Gimgoon occupied means EDG.
Wait a minute.
There they go.
Dropship.
Dropship indeed. They load up and drop right on off. Quick mass recall gets them over to the Baron. Even teleport from Mouse to get in there. Meanwhile, Gimgoon's back at base, wondering what's going on. Mouse forces the fight onto Savoki. They all collapse onto Xiaoyu in the back, but Mouse is going 1v3, and he is totally fine with it. The casual outplay.
That was really good coming out of EDG, and that's the benefit of Rise. He can get a lot of nerfs, but he has the power of paratroopers, and so
Yeah.
he's just dropping them off at the Baron, able to get the. That was really quick. They do it really quickly because, of course,
Double Mountain.
yeah, double mountain, and of course, Scout with Rise can just shred it. So they're in such a good position. Now they're going to be setting up for this Minion job.
Yeah, they're pushing forward with the minion wave. Gimgoon, however, has his equalizer. It's 5v4. But this is the same issue they ran into last time. They're relying on Pentacute to land the arrow. He catches Zet, though. Here comes the equalizer right on
great
top.
equalizer.
He sidesteps the arcane shift. That's a quick Zhonya's to slowly burn them down. Hook finds Pentacute, but they don't have enough to finish him off. Mako dies, but they turn onto Savoki to try to get some more punishment. EDG are forced to back away. Xiaoyu's ready for the flank. He's
here we
over
go.
the wall. He gets a two-man knockup. Zet's able to get out of there. He turns for damage onto Republic, but it's not enough. Xiaoyu continues to chase. He is so tanky. Catching up to Scout. The land shark from Tremors has erupted, and Scout goes down.
They get those 2 kills, but EDG still has Baron. Oh, wait
Whoa.
a minute. That's going to be a third one.
He's
Get
got
that
him.
out of there.
Oh, no. I think he actually could have completed recall by the time the glitter
Yeah,
lands.
I would agree with that.
There he goes. Meanwhile, Game Talent's pushing down the mid lane. Xiaoyu's tanking turret, and he doesn't even care. Minions will still be standing. The cannon minion means that turret continues to take increased damage from Game Talents. It falls, and Game Talents answer back.
Yep, good pickup. The benefit of this is that Game Talents were able to get lanes shoved out. That's mid lane shoved out. Rumble's dealing with the top lane. So even though the Baron has been picked up by EDG, they have a little more time where they have to burn to be able to actually use it and get the waves pushed towards towers. So that's Game Talents picking up a kill, picking up a tower. That's a lot of gold, and just wasting the time that the Baron was able to give EDG.
The advantage is still definitely towards EDG, but we're starting to see Game Talents actually fire back. I love how I was criticizing them like, they need Ashe to fire an arrow. Ashe fires an arrow!
Oh.
I wonder if I can do that regularly, just in my regular life. I'd like a coffee!
Gives you the coffee. I mean, if you yell loud enough, they will do it. or throw you out of the entire shop.
The only time I think that ever is going to work is like, I'd like to go to the police station, and the cops show up and arrest you for shouting in public.
That's true. It'll take some time. It's not going to be as fast as just firing an arrow, but
You heard it here, folks. Or you heard it here first, folks. Firing an arrow at someone is the fastest way to get to the police station.
I'll take that. I'll take it.
Unless you're playing a video game, then it's actually your avenue of success. You can see Pentacu's actually sitting on the bottom right looking for the opening, but Mako and Scout now move forward to protect Zet. The arrow catches Scout, but that was very short duration. He just eats a quick lantern to escape.
This is really good from EDG. The flank that was initially being threatened by Xiaoyu was just being shrugged off. And of course the Ash Arrow is not going to mean anything because you have to put it on Thresh, or Thresh will just rescue the man who's gotten stunned.
Yeah.
This is EDG playing smart.
Not quite Tom Kench, though, so we don't get the hearty chuckle. Yes, Scout is able to break free from his Carbonite very quickly. And now brings his whole team forward. He
I'm
sees
ready for
Saboki.
this.
Oh, Shockwave was
not ready
fired
for
way
that.
too soon. Mouse gets the cast. That's an explosive fight. Late Zanya's from Gimgoon. He's got nowhere to go. Flashes and is able to escape with his life, but only just. EDG continue to siege, and with Mouse tanking up the turret, they're able to get a lot of minions forward.
Yeah, they can do this for however long they want to. There is no threat here. There are super minions just barreling through the mid lane.
Massive minion wave bottom, though,
Ooh.
means someone finally has to answer. Mouse is completing his own recall.
Yeah, I lied to everybody. That bottom lane has to be dealt with, so they're going to have to bring someone over there. Needs aid immediately.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mountain Dragon is spawning as well, the third for EDG, but Game Talents, they are in team fight mode. They are fully engaged.
There's not much they can actually force in terms of team fighting. Sure, they can get the dragon here. Maybe EDG tries to stop them, but EDG, it's fairly safe for them to just give it away.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage spots this. Fire Lolly is just over the far side of the pit. Zet, fires the Mystic Shot too late. It's now the Mountain Dragon picked up by Game Talents. Meanwhile, the rush down mid lane. Oh, he doesn't actually drop ship the minions. I thought he was going to take the super minion up to the tier 2.
That's an option. There's no one on the team able to kind of help that out, so that would just be a little bit too rush for him.
Instead, though, just brings the minion wave forward. Oh, you got to clear it out. There he goes. Before finally moving just a little bit faster than the rest of Game Talents, clearing out those tunnels as well. The tier 2 falls, and the map is now opening up even more. Mouse is now split pushing on the bottom side of the map, so a 1-4. And Game Talents are ready.
Yeah, that was a pretty good red trinket use from EDG, because that could have turned into a flank opportunity from Game Talents to get something going. But now that's gone out, and they're just really looking to clear out as many flank wards as possible. They're not going to allow Gimgoon to get anything, even though a Rumble flanking isn't the most threatening thing. That's the only option Game Talents has here.
Mouse is so aggressive to Gimgoon. What did he do to his family to cause this much outrage at Gimgoon as a player?
I don't know if it's because, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if it's anger that he does it. I think he's happy just smacking him around.
Oh, he's having a good time.
Yeah, he's really just having a good time, drinking as much ale as possible.
This is how he spends his Friday nights, finding other top laners and making them have a bad time in League of Legends.
Yeah. Now it's not even a top laner looking to contest, it's just a jungler here.
Yeah. That's the recall now being completed out of Mouse. Scout was waiting in the wings to potentially follow up should a fight have actually broken out, but as it is, EDG cycle back to base. Baron's up in 30 seconds, and they have got to be ready.
Yeah, they decided to reset, as you mentioned. They're getting a lot of valuable items here. Ezreal has now turned into a beast. He's got that upgraded Muramana. He has himself the Blade of the Rune King and the Triforce, as we mentioned so long ago. And so they're at such a good position in terms of getting these fights happening and setting it around Zet. It's going to be hard for Game Talents to look to wrestle this away, unless if the crucial Republic ulti comes through. If the Shockwave is there, then yeah, we've seen it before, it can turn a team fight. That's asking a lot of this man.
He's got the damage for it. A lot of items, a lot of minions. We're also seeing Pentacu is pretty big as well as Scout and Fire Lolly start prepping some vision and continue to prep those side waves. Mouse with his teleport ready is keeping Gimgoon occupied on the bottom side of the map.
This is what's going to be annoying for EDG, is that Game Talents, yeah, they're setting up here, but they can do this for a long time. They can play this dance because Hawkshot coming through from Pentacu, if they don't have vision, that's there. The blue trinket coming out of Game Talents, They don't have to commit. And of course, Rek'Sai can just burrow and catch them whether they're doing Baron or not. So EDG have a really tough task in terms of looking to go towards Baron because game talents are always going to know.
Ooh, here's the pull. Zet and Scout swing towards the top lane, pulling Republic and Xiaoyu back. Finally, Mako and Fire Lolly are able to get in and clear out the rest of the vision. Mouse has done a lot of damage to the bottom tier 2 and disappearing from the map. That's the drop ship. Once again, the Arbiter shows up. Mouse is going to intercept Gimgoon in the mid lane, so there won't be any top laners. But that means a lot of damage is being taken by EDG.
But EDG can stick around here. They don't have to force anything.
Ooh.
PentaQ's like, I don't want it. I don't want it. Get me out of here.
The panic.
But EDG, they can stick around because the mid lane wave is massive, and game talents have to deal with it. Taking a lot of pot shots here, though.
Yeah.
So EDG, they're not feeling too quick to this one anymore.
A lot of the vision is cleared out by the rest of game talents, though, so EDG will use the opportunity to recall. Gimgoon is actually not defending bottom. He's actually swinging towards the Baron. That means that this tier 2 will finally fall at the hands of Mouse.
Yes, they get something, but the game is starting to get a little too slow for EDG's liking. They tried to go towards that Baron, and that, as you can tell, this is their #1 objective here, where they're just trying to get that dropship right into the Baron so they can rush it.
It was clever. It worked once.
And they can continue to do it. I think they're trying to play the game of time here, and they have the time to be able to burn it as long as they constantly push game talents out of their red side jungle, because of course Ezreal is doing so much with his Blade of the Rune King and Sheen passive coming out of the Trinity Force. So his Baron damage, massive. Ryze's Baron damage, massive. Same with Graves too, so.
Scout actually ghosts but eats a shockwave. Collateral damage is used by Fire Lolly. Scout is trying to end the game right here and right now. He finds Republic. Wild Growth is used, and he's able to get the kill. Equalizer is barely doing anything.
No,
Fire Lolly's the one who's burning down as Gimgoon turns now onto him. The rest of EDG are clearing this fight up. Xiaoyu drops, and that is going to be the ace from the other side. Scout says, you know what? I grow weary of your charades. And ends it.
Yeah, 40 seconds on these death timers. So EDG, they have a wave. They're working towards it. This could be the game for them. This has been really clean for them. They've held the control. Yeah, you know, bring it over.
He's bringing the minion wave. He's brought 3 minions.
They got the cannon. That's all that really counts here. They got the game for themselves.
Yeah, they now turn onto the Nexus turrets. There's no chance for Game Talents to contest this one. And what was a very close game suddenly is revealed to, in fact, be a knife in waiting. EDG closed the set 2-0 over Game Talents.
Yeah, that was a slow burn. Game talents were always close. They were always in it. But EDG were just always at an arm length. So that feels tough for game talents that they felt so close to taking a game, felt so close to taking a team fight, but EDG were always in control.
Very excellent play from EDG to take that. That now is going to bring them to 8-4 in the standings. And of course, standing to join us here on the analyst desk is Rusty.
Let me sit down, mate. Come on. No, that was honestly, like, whilst EDG get a very well-deserved 2-0, a nice, clean, slow game from them. They didn't get overexcited, something we're used to seeing of LPL teams. Remember, EDG have always been the shining light. They've always been the one that plays much more refined League of Legends. Everyone else throws spanners at them, and constantly they just spend the whole time dodging it until they can get in. That's exactly what we saw. Game talents, better early game, better mid game, a little bit, but not enough to actually get them past a team like EDG.
Excellent performance from EDG in order to do that.
EDG, and here's the question we had from the very beginning was, how far up can game talents get? Can they reach EDG? They're on the up and up. It might be a slow burn. They're getting there. But EDG, have they matched? Have they met in the middle? Answer is not really no. That's not even close. I mean, it was close in the sense that game talents were not too far away. But EDG were in command control of these games, and it looked very good from them, especially Fire Lolly.
Yeah, very powerful performance from that jungler, making his return in the wake of Clear 11, demonstrating that he should definitely be a part of this team. I think the thing that strikes me is that the game looked so even, that they were trading these fights back and forth time and time again, but then Scout said, I'm done. I want to go home. I've got a warm bath ready.
Yep.
And this all comes back to vision for me. The reason that they're able to get the Thresh hooks, or the Ryze can suddenly absolutely just all in, use Ghost and run it at Orianna until she's dead, is the fact that they know where game talents are. They're pressuring the whole map, they're placing vision super deep, and then bringing them all back to the Baron pit, and the second they react, they chase them down going back towards the base. So it's pushing and pulling their opponents, but placing better vision while they're doing this, so they are able to win the game. Because yeah, Scout goes man mode, he just says it's over, and I'm going to make sure that either we win or we lose by me right now running at an Orianna, but it's because he knows he'll win it, simply because he knows exactly where the opponents are at that entire time.
Yeah, the vision around Baron at that point was really strong, and so it fit the Thresh very perfectly. They had so much pick control that Rek'Sai, I mean, Game Talents had such a strong ability to catch them out if they were doing Baron, but it ultimately didn't matter where they would constantly get caught out. It took a very long time, but Rek'Sai walks in, still gets picked off, and then that just turns into a Baron fight.
That's also a very good point, right? Because utilizing a champion like Rumble, they're very capable of beating teams like EDG around objectives and when EDG are forced into choke points, which comes back to the replay that I actually want to show you guys, where we see exactly that. This is where they push for the inhibitor, and they get a little bit too excited. Gimgoon, great flank. This isn't a Baron pit, but the same rule applies. You know, you bottleneck yourself into the area where the inhibitor is going to be, and then suddenly you're in this position where, like, it's not a complete whitewash, but the damage that Gimgoon just did was enough to basically 1v5 all of EDG because they're trying to run away on top of this flaming equalizer, destroying them. Xiaoyu just comes in, cleans up the rest of the fight, right? But the premise of this is that EDG, when they force things, this is why they played the rest of the game so slow, is because if you force against the Rumble, he either cuts you off or he kills you because you're on top of it.
Yeah, and they had the follow-up with the Orianna that they were able to pick for themselves. So Game Talents had the ability to take the fights if EDG gave it to them. But of course, EDG, they recognized it and they played slow from that point forward.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting the fact that we saw Game Talents take a very similar composition from game number 1 and play it completely differently, such that they were much more aggressive in the early game, and they were still seeing moderate success, but they were also following up on the arrows, following up on the team fights later on.
I like the adaptations that Game Talents made from game 1 to game 2. I think the adaptation in pick ban, giving themselves a lot more range. Of course, the Orianna they were able to pick for themselves. The Ashe that they kept towards, so they said, we have the same amount of engage, but we now have the range that we're not afraid to pick these fights. The only problem to that, it just felt like EDG were a better team, and that's what it came down to.
I agree with that. I think the Orianna being changed from a Victor doesn't mean a whole lot to me, honestly, because it's the same champion. But what it did mean is that they took the Orianna away from Scout. And then he goes back to a control mage like Ryze. Yes, it's another control mage. But when you think about the trade patterns, Orianna's Shockwave will hit the Ryze 90% of the time because Ryze has to stand still to do it all.
MVP for this set is going to Mako at 1, 2, and 11. He was all over the place, setting up so much vision for his team and landing the hooks that he needed to help secure kills.
And so I even mentioned it, the vision control, as you highlighted as well, really did set the Thresh up to succeed. So that's why Mako was doing such a good job. This is like level 3 that the ganks really went through. And then the next replays you can probably imagine is that Thresh is being able to get a lot of hooks, a lot of plays around Baron, and that was just pretty much the game for a solid chunk of time.
Yeah, look, I'm not Raz, but I would call Mako's Thresh hot fire.
There we go.
Well, we got the chance to see him break it out, and EDG, it looks like they're pulling up. I mean, in cross-conference, we started to see them decline and slip a little bit while they were sort of looking for a stable base, a stable carry. This time, can we say that there was one specific carry, or did they go back to the sort of WE style where they all just played an A game and that was mechanically enough?
I think they all played an A game, and it's great to see them be able to do that, especially since this is their first 2-0 win since week 3, so the fact they're able to clean it up very nicely, even though it was up against Game Talents, is a good sign for EDG.
Yeah, the cool thing to me, and I do agree with that, I think that everybody just performed their role. Top lane Mouse did not underperform, even though he's notorious for doing that. Domestically, usually quite good. So he played well. Zet was fine, didn't stand out crazy. Scout was making big plays, but only sometimes.
Yeah.
And so that is pretty much what Team WE of last year was in terms of performance. But we also know that EDG have the ceiling of current Team WE, where they do have S-tier players that just aren't playing at the S-tier, so to speak. And they can just go berserk and give free wins to them. So there's a higher ceiling for EDG, but what we're seeing in this set is clean, simple executed League of Legends that was slow pace, and there was no response from Game Talents.
Yeah, a bit tragic for them. But again, they were at 4 and 7 in the standings. That now puts them at 4 and 8 with this loss, securely in 5th place. The other team that was tied for 4th as the day started was NewBee, victorious in their set. They're now up to 5-7, and looking down the line for Group B, it's getting to be a close race.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We were talking about NewBee punching above their weight. It seems like they're gaining some weight themselves. They're starting to solidify in the 4th spot, maybe even challenge Xiaogu in that, maybe taking 3rd. But that's a big question mark, and we're going to be able to see Vici later on in the coming days. So maybe they catch up, but NewBee's looking really good.
Yeah, and to me, the only thing secured on that list is number 1 in
Yeah.
A and
Yeah.
number 1 in B. That's
Yeah.
the only thing right now that I could look at and say that's guaranteed.
I think WE and RNG are still the only teams that are clinched. I'm not 100% certain that EDG clinches a playoff spot here. I think they need one more win to finally lock it
believe so.
down.
Yeah.
But again, this is a little bit unexpected for us in that we did see NewBee come up with this win earlier today, and EDG now are returning to form. So with 2.5 weeks left of the LPL, these games are getting to be more and more important. I mean, Game Towns are playing against Vici later this weekend. That's going to be the time where they actually get to decide their fate. Is this a playoff-worthy team?
Yeah, that's the do or die moment, and not just this week, but all of next week tends to become those really legitimate do or die moments. And if you don't make it, then you're just a blue shell trying to upset everybody else
Yeah.
and just try and upset the balance of what a playoff looks like.
And that's the thing. We talk about playoffs, but these do or die moments, especially when Vici goes up against Game Towns, these are double point scenarios where suddenly Vici are the ones or Game Towns are the ones that have to go towards the relegation tournament or the promotion tournament. So we have to talk about that now and see where the future lies for these teams as the weeks come by.
Yeah, and again, the only team that Game Towns currently holds the head-to-head over is NewBee, who has, in their own group, defeated EDG, defeated Xiaogu, and they unfortunately did not beat WE, but give them time. They just need a little while. Of course, tomorrow, we will get a chance for our match of the week. RNG are taking on Invictus Gaming, and this is going to be the last big challenge for RNG before playoffs.
Yeah, we mentioned this yesterday, actually, but Uzi potentially not going to be available, still injured. So this match actually becomes more exciting, in my opinion, because IG are strong where RNG are, and now they're weak in the same places.
That's
and
true.
so really, this actually gets a bit more exciting overall.
Yeah. Could be the last time that we see RNG sort of really play against top-tier opponents, potentially falter. I think, is this a question? Are they actually returning to form if they swap MLXG in but then drop Uzi?
Here's the thing is that even with, again, in the AD carry, they still looked really good. So I think we're going to have a point where, yeah, sure, they're not going to have that star power coming out of Uzi in the bottom lane, but it seems like they're going to be just as smart, just as decisive, and of course, they're going to be just as mechanically skilled in the other map, especially Xiaohu. So we're going to have an incredible match on that one.
Yeah, the challenge has been set, but I think that's going to do it for us. On behalf of myself, my analysts, and the whole broadcast team, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for our match of the week. Have a good one.
sun is setting, girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and feel free to out feels. Can you feel it, girl? I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. Drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the phone and dance. Let's breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive. We feel the air. Whoa. Can't sit all the feeling alive. Moving faster than the sun. Explosions in the sky.
Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. they bust, getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know, cause we made pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now.